kwenda mudo wagukua korona yenya totora yo ne kweo mia ona nige kwea inya eno nige kwenda mudo wagukua korona yenya orode sule umiye amenya kore siareto ne Maria na judubu na Maria sheria kawaida. 'Cause I'm certain brighter days are yet to come. Ain't no question that tomorrow there'll be good times. I believe with every beat of my heart. 'Cause I'm certain brighter days are yet to come. Ain't no question that tomorrow there'll be good times. I believe with every beat of my heart. I'm on a one-way train. Tenda memba nenda zangu do my best. Saa zingine wanga ni noma. Imani yangu inanichoma, but I know there'll be a better day. Yeah, I'm living on the edge.
Thank you very much. My name is Dr. James Karitu. I'm the CEC member for Agriculture, Livestock and Fisheries, Nyandarua County Government. As you all know, Nyandarua is more of an agricultural county, and we usually say that over 70% of our citizens in Nyandarua derive their livelihoods from basically agriculture. And with that, the government of Nyandarua, headed by His Excellency the Governor Francis Kimemia, has put a lot of emphasis in agriculture, a lot of factoring to sort of improve this sector. As agriculture in Nyandarua, we say dairy is our number one in terms of income to the county. Number two, we say is potatoes. So if we look at the issue of we say potato, Nyandarua is the key producer of potatoes. We have a production level of more than 33% of the national production for potatoes. We also indicate that in these issues of potato, most of our farmers are small-scale farmers, and quite a lot of things are required. We've been one of the major issues to increase the potato productivity has been the issue of capacity building of our farmers in good agricultural practices, and this is where we have been able to link up, and maybe to start off is to thank the Irish government who have funded through International Fertilizer Development Center to be able to do this potato capacity building project in Nyandarua. The project has had run for 3 years. This project had a target of training 3,000 farmers directly and many more indirectly. However, they surpassed the target because they were able to train 3,800 farmers on good agricultural practices. And indirectly, 7,000 farmers have also been exposed to some of these good agricultural practices through field days and tours to other areas. The issue of potato capacity building, that is the training of farmers, is the only way to be able to increase our productivity. Farmers are trained through the extension model of farmer field business schools, whereby you bring 20 to 30 farmers together in a quarter-acre piece of land. That is the type of that we started with. Then later on, we started getting to 1 acre demo plots, whereby the farmers could work together from land preparation all the way to planting, utilization of certified seeds, proper utilization of fertilizer and other chemicals, and all the process that is there for farming until the harvest. Farmers working as a group and being trained together. It's after that the farmers, after harvesting, including issues of post-harvest loss mitigation, that farmers are now able to do these things on their own. Basically, this program has also had a selection of what we are calling the lead farmers, among those farmers who do well within those groups. And these farmers can now again start off in some areas what you call farmer-led groups that they can also continue, and that is a better system, and that is where we are able to train meaningful farmers. So this increase in these trainings has resulted in increase in productivity. As it is said, the productivity, the national productivity is around 8 to 10 tons per hectare of potatoes. Here in Nyandarua, I think we have bypassed that because of this form of training, and we estimate now that we are beyond that. We are around at 17 to 20 tons per hectare. In this year, this extension, the target is 1,500 farmers to be trained. So far, 1,300 have been trained indirectly, and 1,300 farmers also trained directly. As a county government, we are trying to work out on the issues that we assist the farmers with. One of them is that we are coming up with a project on the potato seed multiplication through tissue culture. That will be at ATC Oljorok, and this program is almost complete and almost ready for launching anytime from now, whereby we'll be able to provide farmers with the certified clean seeds. And one of the major issues that is known why productivity is not going up is the unavailability of that certified clean seed, which is the indicator that nationally it is less than 5%. So if we are able to look at the issue of seed, then we would say that we are sure we will be able to increase on productivity. Issues of marketing is what we have been also thinking about, because right now we are thinking about how, because it's always rain-fed agriculture, we realize that most of the farmers produce their potatoes at the same time. There will be a glut during the harvesting period, and therefore the prices of the potatoes go down and farmers feel they lose a lot. Also quite a lot of potatoes, because you can't preserve potatoes for long, you find they go, but therefore they'll be very heavy post-harvest losses. So as a county government, what we're doing is to see how we can develop and come up with cold storages. Thanks to His Excellency, the President of this country, who has given one of the cold storages to Nyandarua, which is being constructed here at Orkarao. There are minor, small cold storages that actually been developed, and the farmers are learning from that, so that a farmer can have your own cold storage or a small group of farmers whereby you can preserve about 40 tons of potatoes for some time, maybe 3 months, 6 months, but up to 3, 4, 6 months, and by that time the prices will have changed, and therefore they are able to make profits. The other areas that the county government of Nyandarua has actually to try to promote mechanization in potato farming. The county government has been able to procure potato machinery, and these are basically the ringer, the potato planters, the potato harvesters, and other tractors for that, and also the chisel plows for potato farming, to sort of conserve also the moisture, which is critical. And these are some of the technologies we are trying to promote. Issues of this project also going on around, and also sensitizing people on the issues of nutrition has been quite critical. Issues of stunting are quite in such counties like ours, and therefore to mitigate that, we are trying to, the groups we are working with, also trying to introduce the issues of nutrition and how to mix the various kind of food stuff in the homes, so that at least we reduce that. Because of malnutrition, we are able to bring those issues down. Benefits to the farmers, I think, as I've said, because of this training, there's increased productivity. The PCB, the potato capacity building linkages of farmers to the market through contracts with some of the processing companies, and some farmers have also benefited from that. So these are basically what we are trying to do, and see whether we will be able to get our farmers to produce to the maximum. The other issue maybe coming up, I think the industry has not been properly regulated, and recently in 2019, the Irish potato regulations 2019 came into place, which is now what we are trying to enforce. With these regulations, actually, we being able to regulate the sector, we hope that every person on the value chain, along the value chain, will be able to make some ends meet, and therefore some profit, and see the need of farming. Okay, thank you very much. And I think also may I comment here that the issue of this training, the potato capacity building, has been funded through IFDC by the Irish government. But the actual people who do the training are the county agricultural officers. And I would also like to thank them for the good work they have done after being facilitated on that perspective. Also, I would like to say that the county government, headed by His Excellency Governor Francis Kimemia, has found it necessary and also been able to employ in the last 1 month some agricultural officers to be able to join the team, to be able to train farmers and offer extension services. So this collaboration between the county government of Nyandarua and the IFDC, which is getting funding through the Irish government, has been very, very useful to this county. And I would urge that this kind of collaboration continues. And basically, we have not yet reached extremely many farmers. There are so many farmers in Nyandarua that we also need to reach. And I would just request that the process for this kind of project be extended even further, so that we can get another phase whereby we can still continue training, so that we of our people into good practices, informed practices in potato farming. So thank you so much for the collaboration between our county and the Irish government and IFDC. Thank you so much.
My name is James Nderui, founder at my AgriHub. We are a certified seed company by KFIS, where we have specialized in production of certified seed potatoes. Currently, we are operating in Nyandarua County, Nakuru County and Narok County, with plans to expand to other potato producing counties. All our seeds are certified by Kenya Plant Health Inspectorate Service. IFDC sponsored my KFIS certification course, where I was trained on seed certification. I was also involved in training of other farmers during PCB trainings. It's through the trainings that I saw the opportunities that lie in agriculture, especially when it comes to dealing with production and distribution of certified seeds. In addition to supplying seeds, I've also been training farmers, especially through groups, demonstration plots on good agricultural practices. Growing of certified seed potatoes have proved very beneficial, especially due to the increased productivity and resistance to pests and diseases. This gives me joy to see farmers benefit from their work. IFDC have also been very supportive since they have been procuring some of the seeds from my company. We have future plans to mechanize all our operations since we are planning to scale up our production. We also have plans to extend our services to East Africa and beyond. We are also looking forward to more partnerships with vision to empowering youth who have interest in agribusiness. I'm grateful to IFDC and the Embassy of Ireland for bringing this project that has benefited many farmers. PCB project has also become an eye-opener to young people to venture in agribusiness. I'm grateful to FDC for the opportunity and platform that it has created for me at Riari AgriHub. We hope the project will continue to reach more farmers. Thank you.
My name is Jocelyn Nyaga. I work for International Fertilizer Development Center as a project agronomist, that is potato capacity building project, a project that has been ongoing through the funding from Embassy of Ireland and partnership with the county government and other partners along the value chain. And the project has been active from 2018 to date, with an extension of the year 2021-2022 up to March. And we have been doing farmer trainings on potato production. The project focuses on major concepts. That's farmer training through Farmer Field Business School and through the platforms of organizing field days, trade fairs, and online platforms.
Our main aim is to build the capacity of farmers so that they can be able to increase yield, they can be able to increase the income. And the target, we want to train 3,000 smallholder farmers through the Farmer Field Business School. So these are small groups of farmers comprising around 20 to 25 farmers who normally learn on good agricultural practices from the field by seeing and doing and also replicating the same at home. They also taught on business aspects of agriculture, because we are saying we want our farmers to turn from agriculture as a way of life to an agribusiness where they can be able to get returns from their activities. We are also linking them to off-takers, because it is not enough for the farmers to increase yield. Definitely we will need them to have market for their crops.
Issues of this project also going on around and also sensitizing people on the issues of nutrition has been quite critical. The issue of potato capacity building, that is the training of farmers. This one is the only way to be able to increase our productivity. So this increase in these trainings has resulted in increase in productivity. As it is said, the productivity, the national productivity is around 8 to 10 tons per hectare of potatoes. Here in Nyandarua, I think we have bypassed that because of this form of training, and we estimate now that we are beyond that. We are around at 17 to 20 tons per hectare. This has made Nyandarua to be the major suppliers of potato even to other regions. So thank you so much for the collaboration between our county and the Irish government and IFDC.
Nyambura kuma itũra rĩa Njororoko, niĩ ndĩ ũmwe wa arĩa mabundithirio nĩ IFDC, ndĩ ũmwe wa arĩa mathomithirio ũhoro wa waru, na tũgĩũka kũrĩkĩrĩria nĩ twathomithirio ũhoro wa nutrition. Gĩthomo-inĩ kĩu kĩa nutrition nĩ twathomithirio bata wa nyeni mĩĩrĩ-inĩ itũ. Njororoko nĩ kũrĩ riũa mũno, na nĩ twarigagwo ũrĩa tũngĩhota gũkũria nyeni hĩndĩ ya riũa ona hĩndĩ ya mbura cigakorwo cigĩtũteithia. No kinya hau tũkinyĩte, IFDC nĩ mokire magĩtuonia ũrĩa tũngĩhanda nyeni tũhote gwĩkũria ona kwaga nyeni o mahinda-inĩ mothe. Gũkũ gwakwa nĩ handĩte kitchen garden, ĩmwe yayo ĩno, na nĩ citũhotithĩtie gũkorwo na nyeni mahinda-inĩ mothe, kwĩ riũa kana gũtarĩ, na tũtirĩ twauga thĩna wa nyeni kuma rĩrĩa twahotithirio kũmenya ũũgĩ wa kũhanda kitchen garden. Kuma twabundithirio tũrĩ aingĩ, arĩa othe marĩ ngurubu-inĩ nĩ mageririe, nĩ mahandire yao, ona angĩ kuma itũra na nja kana arĩa matarĩ thĩinĩ wa ngurubu nĩ mokire makĩmenya ũũgĩ ũrĩa twaheo, onao magĩthiĩ kũgeria. Ndĩracokeria ngatho IFDC, Embassy ya Ireland na County Government ya Nyandarua kũgerera Agriculture Department nĩ ũndũ wa gĩthomo kĩu, tondũ nĩ gĩtũteithĩtie mũno na nĩ wega.
Thank you very much. My name is Dr. James Karitu. I'm the CEC member for Agriculture, Livestock and Fisheries, Nyandarua County Government. As you all know, Nyandarua is more of an agricultural county, and we usually say that over 70% of our citizens in Nyandarua derive their livelihoods from basically agriculture. And with that, the government of Nyandarua, headed by His Excellency the Governor Francis Kimemia, has put a lot of emphasis in agriculture, a lot of factoring to sort of improve this sector. As agriculture in Nyandarua, we say dairy is our number one in terms of income to the county. Number two, we say is potatoes. So if we look at the issue of potatoes, basically we say potato, Nyandarua is the key producer of potatoes. We have a production level of more than 33% of the national production for potatoes. We also indicate that in these issues of potato, most of our farmers are small scale farmers, and quite a lot of things are required. We've been one of the major issues to increase the potato productivity has been the issue of capacity building of our farmers in good agricultural practices, and this is where we have been able to link up, and maybe to start off is to thank the Irish government who have funded through International Fertilizer Development Center to be able to do this potato capacity building project in Nyandarua. The project has had run for 3 years. This project had a target of training 3,000 farmers directly and many more indirectly. However, they surpassed the target because they were able to train 3,800 farmers on good agricultural practices. And indirectly, 7,000 farmers have also been exposed to some of these good agricultural practices through field days and tours to other areas. The issue of potato capacity building, that is the training of farmers, is the only way to be able to increase our productivity. Farmers are trained through the extension model of farmer field business schools, whereby you bring 20 to 30 farmers together in a quarter-acre piece of land. That is the type of that we started with. Then later on, we started getting to 1 acre demo plots, whereby the farmers could work together from land preparation all the way to planting, utilization of certified seeds, proper utilization of fertilizer and other chemicals, and all the process that is there for farming until the harvest. Farmers working as a group and being trained together. It's after that the farmers, after harvesting, including issues of post-harvest loss mitigation, that farmers are now able to do these things on their own. Basically, this program has also had a selection of what we are calling the lead farmers, among those farmers who do well within those groups. And these farmers can now again start off in some areas, what you call farmer-led groups that they can also continue, and that is a better system, and that is where we are able to train many farmers. So this increase in these trainings has resulted in increase in productivity. As it is said, the national productivity is around 8 to 10 tons per hectare of potatoes. Here in Nyandarua, I think we have bypassed that because of this form of training, and we estimate now that we are beyond that. We are around at 17 to 20 tons per hectare. In this year, this extension, the target is 1,500 farmers to be trained. So far, 1,300 have been trained indirectly, and 1,300 farmers also trained directly. As a county government, we are trying to work out on the issues that we assist the farmers with. One of them is that we are coming up with a project on potato seed multiplication through tissue culture. That will be at ATC Oljorok, and this program is almost complete and almost ready for launching anytime from now, whereby we will be able to provide farmers with the certified clean seeds And one of the major issues that is known why productivity is not going up is the unavailability of that certified clean seed, which is indicated that nationally it is less than 5%. So if we are able to look at the issue of seed, then we would say that we are sure we will be able to increase on productivity. Issues of marketing is what we have been also thinking about, because right now we are thinking about how, because it's always rain-fed agriculture, we realize that most of the farmers produce their potatoes at the same time. There will be a glut during the harvesting period, and therefore the prices of the potatoes go down and farmers feel they lose a lot. Also quite a lot of potatoes, because you can't preserve potatoes for long, you find they go, but therefore they'll be very heavy post-harvest losses. So as a county government, what we're doing is to see how we can develop and come up with cold storages. Thanks to His Excellency, the President of this country, who has given one of the cold storages to Nyandaro, which is being constructed here at Torkarao. There are minor, small cold storages that actually been developed, and the farmers are learning from that, so that a farmer can have your own cold storage or a small group of farmers whereby you can preserve you about 40 tons of potatoes for some time, maybe 3 months, 6 months, but up to 3, 4, 6 months, and by that time the prices will have changed, and therefore they are able to make profits. The other areas that the county government of Nyandaro has actually to try to promote mechanization in potato farming. The county government has been able to procure potato machinery, and these are basically the ringer, the potato planters, the potato harvesters, and other tractors for that, and also the chisel plows for potato farming, to sort of conserve also the moisture, which is critical. And these are some of the technologies we are trying to promote. Issues of this project also going on around, and also sensitizing people on the issues of nutrition has been quite critical. You know, issues of stunting are quite in such counties like ours, and therefore to mitigate that, we are trying to, the groups we are working with, also trying to introduce the issues of nutrition and how to mix the various kind of food stuff in the homes, so that at least we reduce that. Because of malnutrition, we are able to bring those issues down. Benefits to the farmers, I think, as I've said, because of this training, there's increased productivity. Through the PCPB, the Potato Capacity Building Program, I think there have also been linkages of farmers to the market through contracts with some of the processing companies, and some farmers have also benefited from that. So these are basically what we are trying to do, and see whether we will be able to get our farmers to produce to the maximum. The other issue maybe coming up, I think the industry has not been properly regulated, and recently in 2019, the Irish Potato Regulations 2019 came into place, which is now what we are trying to enforce. With these regulations, actually being able to regulate the sector, we hope that every person on the value chain, along the value chain, will be able to make some ends meet, and therefore some profit, and see the need of farming. Okay, thank you very much. And I think also may I comment here that the issue of this training, the potato capacity building, has been funded through IFDC by the Irish government, but the actual people who do the training are the county agricultural officers, and I would also like to thank them for the good work they have done after being facilitated on that perspective. Also, I would like to say that the county government, headed by His Excellency Governor Francis Kimemia, has found it necessary, and also been able to employ in the last 1 month some agricultural officers to be able to join the team, to be able to train farmers and offer extension services. So this collaboration between the county government of Nyandaro and the IFDC, which is getting funding through the Irish government, has been very, very useful to this county, and I would urge that this kind of collaboration continues. And basically, we have not yet reached extremely many farmers. There are so many farmers in Nyandaro that we also need to reach, and I would just request that the process for this kind of project be extended even further, so that we can get another phase whereby we can still continue training, so that we get more of our people into good practices, informed practices in potato farming. So thank you so much for the collaboration.
Check.
As Margaret comes, Lynette from the county government of Nakuru has arrived. Kindly, I will request you to see Josephat. Karibu sana Margaret.
Ebona tuombe. Baba thĩinĩ wa rĩĩtwa rĩa Jesũ nĩ twakwambararia rũcinĩ rwega twagutea twakũnenehia twauga wĩ Ngai tondũ gũtirĩ na Ngai ũngĩ tawe. Thengiũ Mwathani nĩ ũndũ wa gũtũraria ona gũcoka gũtwarahũra twĩna ũgima wa mwĩrĩ ona mĩhũmũ ya muoyo Jehova Ngai. Watũhe tha cia rũgendo Mwathani tuoka na ngari iria ithondeketwo na moko ma andũ na wacoka gũtũkinyia thĩinĩ wa gĩikaro gĩkĩ Jehova Ngai. Tũkĩmenya nĩ gũtanywo gĩatwanyirwo na meciria ma andũ na we wacoka gũtũkinyanĩria Jehova Ngai. Amũkĩra ngatho kuma ũriku-inĩ wa ngoro citũ. Twauga we wĩ Ngai tondũ nĩ ũgũtuĩka kĩambĩrĩria gitũ gĩtagatĩ ona ningĩ kĩrĩkĩro Jehova Ngai. Ũndũ wothe tũgwĩka thĩinĩ wa gĩikaro kĩu Baba ona indo ciothe tũgũthomithio mũthamaki mwega ĩtĩkĩra tũtuĩke a kũnyita Jehova Ngai na nĩgetha tũhote gũcenjia mĩtũrĩre itũ gatũrũme ka ũthingu. Twakũgoca na twagũtĩĩa ũtuĩke kĩambĩrĩria gĩtagatĩ Mwathani ona arĩa mangĩkorwo njĩra-inĩ magĩũka ũtuĩke wa kũmahiũha Mwathani na nĩgetha tũkĩambĩrĩria tũkorwo twĩ hamwe tũrĩ ithuothe. Baba wambĩrĩria na ithuĩ no ũcoke ũrĩtũrĩkĩrĩria no tũrĩgũcokeria ngatho na tuge gũtirĩ Ngai ũngĩ tawe. Nĩ twakũgoca na twagũtĩĩa nĩ tũkwenda kũgwa moko-inĩ maku mau marĩ hinya na marĩ ũhoti mũingĩ na nĩ thĩinĩ wake Kristo Jesũ kũhona ningĩ gũcokia ngatho. Ithe witũ ũrĩ igũrũ rĩĩtwa rĩaku rĩamũrwo ũthamaki waku ũke o ũrĩa wendete we nĩ wĩkaga gũkũ thĩ o ta ũrĩa wĩkaga kũu igũrũ. Tũhe ũmũthĩ irio citũ cia gũtũigana na ũtuohere mehia maitũ o ta ũrĩa ithuĩ tuohagĩra arĩa matwĩhagia na ndũgatũtware magerio-inĩ no ũtũhonokie ũtũhonokagie ũũru-inĩ nĩ ũndũ ũthamaki nĩ waku ona hinya ona kũgocwo tene na tene. Amen. Amen.
Asante sana. So, for those who don't understand Kikuyu, that was a good prayer, and we ended up with the Lord's Prayer. So your work was just to say amen. Asante. With all protocols observed, and on behalf of IFDC and the PCB project, I would like to extend a very warm welcome to all of you. Karibuni sana. Wakulima karibuni sana. Mumekamua ng'ombe. Ng'ombe zimekamuliwa. Maziwa imepelekwa dairy. Kwa hivyo tuko settled, eh? So we'll be here from 10 until around 3:30 and then you'll be free to leave. So we really want to appreciate you taking your time to be with us today. And before I go on, my names are Irene Njogu and I will be the MC for the day. And I promise that we are going to have a wonderful day with a lot of learnings and also a bit of fun, Apo katikati, sindio? So thank you very much. So this moment, I would like to invite, on behalf of, I know the Nakuru County was supposed to come here because they are the host, they've not arrived. So we've requested Mr. Dr. Karitu to represent them. So karibu sana, Dr. Karitu, for a welcome address and maybe also what you prepared from the Nyandarua County. So a round of applause for Dr. Karitu.
So good morning everyone, ladies and gentlemen. As you have heard, my name is Dr. James Karitu. I'm the CEC member for Agriculture, Livestock and Fisheries in Nyandarua County. And I think you have been observing a video where we have been discussing issues of potatoes. Mine is to start by welcoming you to this day's meeting, to this conference, this open day for IFDC, and say that from where we sit in Nyandarua, because we are discussing potatoes, is quite key to us. As you all know, Nyandarua is an agricultural county whereby we discuss about dairy and potatoes and also our horticulture produce. Potatoes mainly being there, and we say that we produce the highest amount of potatoes. We say that we produce about approximately 30 to 33% of the national production of potatoes in Nyandarua County. And this one is grown in an acreage of around 37,500 hectares. Out of this, we are able to produce more than 550,000 metric tons of potatoes per year. So mine is just, it was supposed to be very brief to welcome you, and also state that we have actually worked very comfortably, very well with the FDC. And also as a county government, we have been able to do some of the other initiatives in the potato area. Some of these are in the area of seeds. As you all know, potato seeds are almost unavailable. We say certified seeds. The availability level of certified seeds is less than 5%. So the issue is how are farmers going to do to produce, increase their productivity with that low availability of seeds. So as a county government, we have tried to sort of also invest in seed multiplication. The program is at the ATC of Jorok. The first phase was completed and commissioned in September last year. And now we are actually almost now getting to the completion of the second phase, which included more greenhouses for that multiplication through aeroponics and the hydroponic systems, and also the cold storage for the potatoes. And the work is ongoing, especially this week. Quite a lot of work at the ATC is going on. The whole issue is to be able to produce certified seeds. Already KEFIS is in the process of certifying that project of ours, and they have already been invited and work is ongoing. So the other area of support and what we are trying to do is now we are looking at issues of climate change. A lot of drought, and I know many people coming from Nyandarua, especially farmers coming from the northern side of Nyandarua. This has been a very, very difficult time for us. And therefore, issues of how do we do climate smart agriculture is quite critical. And some of the areas that the county government has supported is in agricultural mechanization. I know through our AMS, agriculture mechanization station, we have been able to get some of the equipment that you require to be able to do farming. We have been trying to sort of promote, instead of using the disc plows, you start using the chisel plows to be able to conserve moisture. It's very critical that the people who are using chisel plows are even at this time being able to get something in terms of production. So there are all the other equipments that on the other machineries that you require for farming. As a Nyandarua County, we have been able to promote this through the AMS, but really not taking over from the private sector, because it's supposed to be pushed by the private sector. And also we are working closely with other organizations. We are already working with GIZ on machinery ring, and I know now some of you farmers have been able to see what is happening in various areas in terms of access to some of these machineries for this work. The other activity we worked on hard on was on the issues of the potato regulation. I know the sector for many years had not been regulated, and we have been looking through those regulations, trying to enforce, but there are quite a few hiccups in trying to enforce these regulations. And we are now again discussing it through the National Task Force, Potato Task Force, to see why is it becoming difficult to enforce and implement these regulations. So there's quite a lot of activities and the support from the county government of Nyandarua to the potato sector. Looking at IFDC and this potato capacity building program, this is a program that was initiated in the year 2017 but actually it started kicking off on early 2018. The whole idea was to build capacity for farmers to be able to increase their productivity, ndio wakulima waweze kuwa na mazao mingi zaidi kushinda what walikuwa wana produce kitambo. And I can say that according to the report I have here is that 272 groups have been trained. That's a total of more than 5,000 farmers, around 5,157 farmers. If these figures are still correct, those are the farmers that have been trained directly through the Farmer Field Business School program. And another more than 7,586 have also again been exposed and trained through other different mechanisms by exposure, trade shows, field days and all that. Quite a lot of work has been done. In terms of inputs, quite a lot of seeds have been given for training the farmers. Apical cuttings have also been provided by FDC, mint tubers, and a bit of some fertilizer, at least when we are training the farmers in good agricultural practices. All these are things that have been done. And I would like to say that as a county, we have seen quite a lot of improvement in terms of productivity of potatoes. People talk about the national average of potato production being between 8 to 10 tons per hectare. But I think Nyandarua, we are now saying we are between 15 to 20. I think that's we need to do better calculations to be able to get that better estimate. However, there are still challenges that are affecting this sector. I don't want to talk about because the capacity building has been continuous, and I can tell you that quite a few challenges are there. You see, most of the farming, vile tunakuza viazi yetu ni rain fed. We do it through the rains, and rain comes in seasons. And for this year, most of you know that some parts, and not only in Nyandarua, many parts of this country have had no rain, all the way from January coming all the way up to sometime in June. Now, even right now, the areas that are getting rain, you get the rain is not very little about rain which is coming up. So we have to rethink, as that is a major challenge, the issues of climate change and how we are going to tackle that. And I think some of the training issues that have been going on, we have also had in some areas where we had the project on a Kenya Climate Smart Agriculture Program, and whereby farmers have been trained on how to increase their productivity, how to build their resilience to those climate change risks, and also looking at the issues of reducing the greenhouse gases that get into our ozone layer, sort of increasing the temperatures, and these are the problems you are seeing today. You get drought, in other areas you are getting floods, and all these are some of the problems that are there. But if people do farming the right way, I think we also contribute towards reducing the greenhouse gases that is creating this kind of an environment that is giving us problems. The other thing I think farmers would agree with me is that we're also having a lot of challenges in the cost of inputs. The cost of inputs have gone up very high. Issues related, especially the seeds. I know the seeds are still very high in terms of getting good certified seeds. The cost is high. The issue of fertilizer. The other year we were buying fertilizer at 3,000. This year it has shot up to more than 6,000, and this is going to affect a lot in terms of agriculture productivity. And the county government and the national government are doing whatever possible to see what this can be done. I know in Nyandarua we have been trying to register most of our farmers so that they can access subsidized inputs from the e-voucher system that's working out with the national government. I would say that more than around 72,000 farmers in Nyandarua have been registered, but the problem is still there that there has not been much enough. The amount of money in that kitty under the e-voucher has not been very much to be able to let me get this one out. Has not been able to get most farmers, but we hope in future that will be done. But looking at it, it's only in Nyandarua County. So, hello, I'll call you later. I'm in a meeting. So what we are saying is that because the farmers are already registered, there is hope that in the future we will be able to get the inputs through that subsidy, whereby the farmers will pay 60% and 40% is paid by the government. So that is one of the areas, and it's only Nyandarua and Meru and Nandi where we have already been able to be allowed to register all the farmers in that area. The other counties you find they are only in 2 wards per county. So in Nyandarua we are quite ahead in that area. The other issue has been in Nyandarua, we are also in another smaller project which was coming because of mitigation of the COVID issues. And we have about some areas which have benefited. 2,000 farmers are supposed to benefit from the IFAD program, whereby the farmers are getting seeds, fertilizer and chemicals, and they only pay 40%, and the 60% is paid by the program. So this is a very short kind of a program that in Nyandarua is assisting 2,000 farmers, although it has also got a few hitches here and there. The other issue is issues of another challenge of disease and pests. This is a problem whereby farmers have to also be careful in terms of looking at how do you do your farming, issues of rotation. People have been saying that a lot of our soil is contaminated with the disease, especially the bacteria wilt and the PCN, but that's not true. So I mean, quite a lot of areas also do not have the disease. So what we are trying to do is that we are encouraging farmers also to do soil testing before they get into a lot of most of these farming. And already we have started a laboratory at the ATC or Jorok in support of the farmers, and we are able today, we are testing some soil for them so that even they will be able to know what fertilizer they are going to use and all that. So mine is to say that the issue of capacity building that has been done by FDC is very well appreciated by the county government, and also to say that we have also been partnering with GIZ, NUSEP, who have also been able to train farmers on a similar model. And quite a lot of farmers have benefited. We have also had our ASDSP program also training farmers, and especially potato farmers, and also trying to provide some of the seeds, and to about 25 groups who have been able to be offered, given mini tubers to be able to multiply seeds for those farmers in those areas. So I don't want to talk much because mine was just to welcome you and mention this. I think Nakuru, I saw there, maybe they have not arrived, but they were the ones who are supposed to welcome us. And on behalf of Nakuru County, maybe I would also say Karibuni to Nakuru. And on behalf of Nyandarua, I would say that as most of our farmers and other stakeholders are here, let us continue taking these issues of potatoes and push the agenda forward. We know that today potato is the second crop in importance in terms of food security. And as you realize that as we move on, this is becoming a challenge. Maize is being affected by the cost of production, low productivity, diseases like the maize rhizome necrosis, and therefore the production of maize has gone down. You see now the whole topic of discussion today is unga. The issue is maize today because it's not available. So you can imagine if people now can be able to take these further issues of potatoes, at least there will be future in terms of how potato will be taken up. And I think sooner or later we are getting into those discussions with most of the processors, and we have been engaging with the KFC through up, and they have contacted us through some processors. And there are also other processors who are also doing that, but also saying that the issue of the various varieties, at least the farmers have been brought up and shown how to grow the various potato varieties, so that whatever markets that will become available, we'll be able to fit in and be able to supply to those markets. So there's a hope in the issues of the potatoes. I think as a county government of Nyandarua, we also stress quite a lot, and we were pushing to have the National Potato Task Force created by the CS Agriculture, Peter Buja, which is already done. And I know the task force is going to sit down, come to you as farmers and all the other stakeholders, get to know from you what you think about these issues of, but how can we make this potato be profitable in terms of farming, in terms of ensuring food security. So all these issues will still come back to the farmers. I think you will also be called in some of the meetings whereby you give your memorandum, whereby you be taken through your discussion, so that the recommendations you come up with will be forwarded and action will be taken, so that we make this sector to be what it should. So to me, I want to stop there and say thank IFDC and all the other stakeholders who have been here, who have come up here, and more importantly, the Irish government for supporting this IFDC program. I know when we came to this potato capacity building project, it was to go to more counties, but through the intervention of our governor and His Excellency the President, they decided Nyandarua is the key producers of potatoes, and therefore it was decided this project was to first of all concentrate in Nyandarua peke yake for those particular areas. And I think that has made, that focus has made Nyandarua be better in terms of increasing its productivity. Farmers have been properly trained. We have farmers who are also other lead farmers who can train other farmers. Also the same with the GIZ program, and I think you agree with me that without knowledge on how to do it, it can never be done well. So let us keep discussing the issue of potatoes. I remember yesterday and the day before, you were even with one of the farmers in one of the meetings in Nairobi discussing the issues of political economy as far as the seed systems for maize and potatoes are concerned. So there's quite a lot of discussion going on the area of potatoes. But for farmers, let's not despair. We know the issues of inputs are quite high, but sooner or later, something might be of it. So asanteni sana, and thank you for listening to me. Tukutane kwa mashamba, tulime, tuweke tufanye bidii, and for sure you get somewhere. Thank you so much.
Asante sana, Daktari. I think there are a few good things that I have heard from Daktari that are worth celebrating, especially for the farmers. I heard something like 60-40, where the government subsidizes the cost of inputs, about markets, discussions with KFC. I think those are good news. Okay, thank you very much, Daktari. Sure. You have for welcoming us here. Sure. And you've taken us through a bit of the project, the PCB project, Potato Value Chain Capacity Building. And you also mentioned some of the partners that you have been working with. And now I want us to recognize the partners in the room, who is in the room. And I'm going to start with the farmers. So farmers, from Nyandarua County. So I want to show by the show of hands, or you can stand or you can scream, whatever you want to do. So I want to see the farmers from Olkarau. Tuwapigie makofi. Sasa hao wamekuwa wa kwanza. Other sub-counties, we are talking about potato today, and we've heard that potato is the second most important food crop in Kenya. So nice to celebrate the master of ceremony. So, Kipipiri, any farmers from Kipipiri? Oh, tafadhali simameni mseme, just wakulima wa Kipipiri, naona wengi wako nje, karibuni sana. And then we have, Kipipiri ndio mbali sana, si ndio? Ndio maana wamechelewa kufika wakakaa nje. Karibuni sana. Farmers from Daragwa. Good to see you. Karibuni sana. Then we have farmers from Kinagop. Those are the majority. Karibuni sana. And then finally farmers from Oljororok. Oljororok, karibuni sana. A round of applause for all the farmers. And then we have government representatives. If you are a representative from the government, kindly stand up and wave. Thank you very much. Tafadhali tupigeni makofi vizuri. Thank you. Then we have from the Irish Embassy, which was one of the partner for the project, Irish Embassy. Karibu sana, Caro. Caro will be talking to us later. Then we have the private sector. If you're from the input, market, kindly stand up. The private sector. I see 1, 2, 3. Yeah, karibuni sana. And then we have other development partners that have been working in this project. Development partners. Do we have MasterCard Foundation, Safaricom Foundation? Kindly, if you can stand up. I saw one hand. You're from? MasterCard Foundation. Karibu sana. A clap for them. And then we have the IFDC and the PCB team. IFDC. Yeah, I can see. Thank you very much for organizing this for all the partners. So I want to check, did I leave anyone out from all those groups? Kuna mtu nimeacha nje? Okay. Thank you. So today we are talking about the potato. Is it? When I was growing up, my mom, I overheard my mom telling her friend, and it used to come up very often. So they used to say that if you really want to know that your family is really well fed, you made sure that there were 3 things in the house. Number 1 was maize, number 2 was beans, and number 3 was potatoes. Nani walisikia hiyo discussion? Ama nani ashaifanya? Naona especially wakulima, naona mikono ikienda juu. And now that I am a mother, I have adopted. So for me to know that I am really, like my family is really good. Sasa tumeweka mahindi na maharagwe kando sababu watoto wamekataa kukula hiyo. So potato has become the number 1. And especially saa hii vile I have come to Nakuru, I have an appointment with Soko Mjinga. So lazima nibebe nini? Debe ya waru. Ama wakulima wa Nyandarua mmeleta waru. Yeah? And it's quite interesting. When I look at this potato, and we are talking about potato, where I was brought up in Muranga, this really was serious. And the menus and the recipes that you can make from this potato. Watu wa Central Kenya, hebu nisaidieni. So tulikuwa tunatengeneza nini? Haya, nimesikia mokimo, yapi? Chips, alafu nasikia wenye wanasema crips. Crips zimekuja juzi, si ndio? Wacha turudi nyumbani. Let's go back and in the village and we say, so I hear mokimo. And then steamed. Stew, yani ukiwa kwa harusi, if your stew does not have minji and potatoes, that is not a good occasion. So nimesikia stew kutoka kwa Karo. Nini ingine? Boiled. Then no, there is one that is being called something that. Who is going to tell us what is that you're talking about? A very interesting one. Nani atatupea hiyo menu? Haya. So for those who don't come from that community, that was one of very interesting recipe that we used the potato. So it was a mix of 1, uga, viazi, and nyeni. So we are saying this is how they used to do it. So you boil potatoes, and then you get corn flour and mix it after the potato boils. And on top of that, you add sukuma wiki, kales. And that was a recipe that was very well balanced. And what? And kahorora. I don't know what kahorora is in English, but it is a type of a vegetable. And there was also matoke. And we have also forgotten mchele. Mchele njeri. So today we have come, we know how important the potato is. So let's do justice to the potato today, because we know the journey that we have taken with the potato up to this moment. Okay. So right now I want us to go to the to the next session. So some of the partners that you have had, we will be interacting with them both here and also at the exhibition centers that are being set up, and they'll be opened up at around 12 p.m. But for now, I would like to invite the host for the event. So I'm going to invite the Deputy Regional Director, IFDC, Bas Yusken, to come and give us an address. So karibu sana. A round of applause. Wewe mugeni toyo modhako gaine mwega. Bas, that is a welcome song for you. So, and before Bas starts, I would want you to teach us how you call, because today we are celebrating the potato. So we want to learn what do you call potato in Dutch? Karibu sana.
Yes, we're now getting to the important questions. How do you call potato in Dutch? So I'm from the Netherlands, that's why I know. And in the spirit of learning, we say aardappel. Aardappel. It's easy, you know? Can you say it? Aardappel. Let's do it slow. Aardappel, which basically means soil apple. I like the English word better as well. Potato. And how do you say it in Kiswahili? Sorry, how do you say that?
Waru.
Much better. Much better. I like waru. It's an absolute privilege to be here today with you all, and it's wonderful to see such a strong turnout of farmers, of government representatives, of the Irish embassies here, private sector partners. It's really, really a privilege for me to be here and to be able to address you. I'll keep my address short, because you're not here to listen to me speak, you're here to learn about what PCB project has done, but also from the exhibitions outside. So let me not take too much of your time. I just want to take a little bit of time, though, to recognize the county government officials from Nakuru and Nyandaro, the representative of the Irish Embassy, who's here with us today, PCB partners, private sector, non-governmental organizations that we've worked with, and most important, the farmers, all of you who are here today with us. All protocols observed. Good morning. It's lovely to be here. Morning, sorry, I need to time better. Yes, so why are we here today? As mentioned, we are here for the Farmers Learning Day. Sure. We want to discuss what PCB has done together, the partnership that we've established, and we want to learn the PCB approach and see how we can take these learnings and improve the way we produce warua, is that right? Warua, the way we produce warua. That's the objective of the day, to really share the learnings that we've all come up with together. These learnings and sharing these learnings is more important than ever, because we're seeing that the macroeconomic context is changing quickly. Climate change, as the previous speaker said, is an ever more pressing issue, and that's why it's much more important for all the stakeholders that are here united to work together. Farmers, research, government, embassies, non-governmental organizations, to bring together solutions that help production of farming. Help boosting the productivity of farming. And I'm happy to say that the results from what I've heard, and the previous speaker also alluded to, are impressive. And the yields that are now being achieved by farmers in Nyandarua and in Nakuru speak to that. 17 to 20 tons per hectare is a very impressive yield, particularly considering the national averages. How did we get there? Together, again, as I said, in partnership. It's the collective efforts of research, of government, of the private sector, of non-governmental organizations, the embassies, but most importantly, the efforts of all of you, the farmers, that have led to this increase in yield. And hopefully we will be able to increase that in a sustainable manner moving forward, while at the same time improving resilience to things like climate change and other shocks like the coronavirus, which was also an important one. I'd like to just mention a few more results, just to acknowledge these and just to celebrate these as well, because these are the fruits of your labors, your efforts. Together, all the partners here together have worked with more than 14,000 farmers. And these 14,000 farmers the 14,000 farmers have received support when it comes to agricultural production trainings, but also access to seed. As mentioned by the previous speaker, the doctor, the honorable doctor, more than 130 tons of certified potato seed have been produced, 420 tons of clean seed in addition to that. 2 low-cost cold stores have been installed. These have been installed in partnership with DIG, important partner in this project as well, with capacities of 120 ton. There have also been support on marketing of potato to ensure that we have access to markets. And we've introduced a new potato together, the Java variety, which I do not know where the potato went, but I don't think that was one. There it is. Is this Java or is this Shangi or Shangi? Okay, so not yet the Java. One day we'll get there. Yes, so let me leave it at that, because as I said again, you're not here to listen to me speak. I want to hand over to the next speaker so that we can start to share the learnings as quickly as possible and to enjoy the wonderful exhibitions that have been set up by partners that are here present today. So thank you very much for your collaboration over these last 4 years. Thank you very much for being here today with us. It's an absolute privilege to be sharing these experiences, and we look forward to much more fruitful collaboration together in the future. So thank you and have a wonderful day.
Thank you very much, Bas. 14,000 farmers, eh? That's a great milestone, eh? Let's clap for ourselves, eh? As we talk about, in Dutch, as we talk about, not as we talk about, what are you saying? What is that language? We talk about what? Irish apple. Eh? Soil apple. And in Dutch you say? In Dutch you say?
I'm very disappointed. I'm going to go home now. No, it's aardappel, but warua is much nicer, so let's stick with that. Or Irish apple, that's also a nice one. We can go with that too.
Yani mjue tu art apple. Kitu kama hiyo, hata mimi sijashika vizuri. Okay, thank you. Now we want to go to the next partner, representative partner from the Irish Embassy. So I would like to invite Caroline Nganga. Caroline is the program officer, Embassy of Ireland, Nairobi, and she'll be representing the Irish government, who has been a partner in the PCB project. Eh? So, Caroline.
Yes.
Sasa, umeteko. Muranga, sasa, now that is a potato hotspot, eh? Yes. So I want us to tell us, out of all these dishes, potato dishes, what is your favorite and why?
This thing on. You can hear me? Yes. So my favorite dish ya waru ni mokimo. Ile ya waru alafu na, she said kahurora. I don't know what kahurora is in English. And then the maize kidogo alafu very very soft. You relate with that? Naitambua? Yeah, that's really good. And then you add some sauce kama ya beef with some curry. I really love that.
So I'm hoping the hotel can hear that. We hope that we will get it for lunch. So karibu sana Caroline.
Asante sana. Good morning. Yeah, so to our farmers, Irene has reminded us that you are our guests of honor, which I agree with. Our representatives from the county government of Nyandarua. I'm not sure if Nakuru is here yet. And then our representatives from the private sector and all our partners that are working together with us in the potato capacity building project. Habari ya asubuhi. So my name is Caroline Nganga, as you have heard. I am working with Irish Embassy in Nairobi as the program officer, and I am here today on behalf of the embassy. I bring salams from both the ambassador and the deputy ambassador. They couldn't make it here today, but they sent their greetings and well wishes. Mmezipokea? Yeah. So yesterday we had a great day in the field. We went to Kipipiri and also to Ndaragwa in Shamata. It was really a great pleasure to see great work that is happening with the farmers, of course with leadership from IFDC, the government and other partners. It's really impressive to see change that is happening among the farmers that we are working with, their families, and we believe that that will be sustained in many years to come. So I'll also make my remarks very, very short because we want to enjoy and have fun, not listening to so long, very many long speeches. So the Embassy of Ireland in Kenya is supporting various development programs here in the country. And we are doing this in partnership with the Kenyan government and other partners, because you really cannot work alone. You need to work with other partners and other people to make things work. So in terms of agriculture, our main initiatives in Nyandarua and Nakuru counties include two main value chains, and that is the dairy value chain and the one that has brought us here today, the Irish potato. So you have the potato value chain in our interventions. And we take the potato very seriously because we know how the fight has brought the Irish economy, and we are transferring that into the Kenyan economy. So in Kenya, like we've already heard from the previous speakers, potato is the second most important food crop after maize, and is cultivated by over 800,000 smallholder farmers, most of them seated here today. And it's also a source of income for about 2.5 million people along the value chain. So such an important crop. Production and marketing of potato in Kenya is a significant pathway in addressing food insecurity in the country due to its high productivity per unit area and increasing demand. So great work has been happening, as we had Bastian briefers, and you'll continue to hear more about that. So through IFDC and the government of Kenya, we've been able to work together to reach over close to 15,000 farmers to help them acquire skills, improved farming practices, access to proper seeds, the potato seed, managing post-harvest losses, which we are doing through the storage facilities that have been put up, supporting them in the marketing process, financial inclusion, and many other strategies and innovations, including work on policy that will continue. So we are happy to see successful transfer of skills and replication from Ireland into Kenya, and we are looking forward to see a continued scale up so that we can, we've done a good job, we've seen the results, so we have many people that need to benefit from this. So ukisoma pia unafundisha mtu mwingine so that we can all benefit and grow together. So we are happy to see efforts also to mainstream gender within the work that we are doing, and we all agree that gender is not just about women. Sindio? Gender si women peke yake. We know that, right? Yeah, so tunafurahia sana kuona akina mama wakiingia kwa huu mradi. Like if I look across the place, I can see a lot of women, but beyond just being in the program in terms of numbers, I know women are doing a lot of work in the farm, and we want to see that continued approach so that we can, yes, do the work, but also enjoy the benefits together as a family, participate in decision making, have our voice heard, and also participate in designing the future of this program, which will also inform our farms. So just like the previous speakers have said, we are also very keen in our international development policy to ensure that we integrate not only gender, but also strategies to mitigate climate change that's now affecting all of us. We can see it in the water shortage and other serious effects that continue to face us every day in our work. So we'll continue to integrate gender, climate change mitigation strategies, and also looking around sustainability of the work that has started, so that we can secure a great future for our coming generations. Thank you so much. Wish you well. And as we head to elections, we all have a responsibility to ensure that we maintain peace in our country. Si tuko na hiyo kazi kuhakikisha kwamba maintain amani. We all have a role to play. And yeah, see you after elections. And we hope we'll all be happy that we'll have a successful one. Thank you so much and bless you. Tunawapenda sana.
Asante sana, Caro, for the speech. I had a number of things: value chain development, mainstreaming gender, international development policy. Kizungu ilikuwa mingi. Githungu nigiakira. Nigiakira. Gisawa. Nituratwarana wega. Aya, good to know. Na ukaone turatwarana wega ri, gender mainstreaming niki na Gikuyu? No gutwira? Ni kufanya nini? Ati ni kuwa pamoja wa mama na wazee. Caroline amepata? Ako sawa kabisa. Nasikia watu wa Nyandarua wanasikia mko sawa na Kiingereza. Sawa. So thank you very much. So I'm now going to invite, I would say he's the host for the project, And what is the kara? Hii waru iko na kala gani? Ugiuga ke waru geke niki? Niki kwatea? Niki rangi uriku? Yeah? Wachana hizi nasikia ati ni beji. Kikuyu hatuna beji. There is nothing like that. Ke waru geke niki? Niki yake? Niki ero? Niki yake? Niki ero hii? Tiki ya red, niki ero? Neguo. Sasa, the next person who is coming in, their name means brown, ati ni mwero. So you expect a mwero person to come in, So I would want to invite Josephat Musau. Musau means brown, and he's the PCB project manager, and he's the one who is going to be sharing with us the learnings and the best practices from the project. In other words, tunamaanisha yeye atakuja kutuelezea, je, ni nini tumejifunza kutoka kwa hii project. Na hii project ilikuwa inaitwa aje? Ati project inaitwa aje? Ati inaitwa IFDC. Inaitwa IFDC. Mkulima mmoja, hii project ilikuwa inaitwa aje?
Capacity building value chain.
Capacity, potato, value chain, capacity building. IFDC are the implementing partners. Am I right, Josephat? So the project ndio hii umesema imeitwa PCB. Si mnaona hapa? PCB, lakini the implementing partners ni wale wanaitwa IFDC. Sawa? Netuanyitana? Tuwe sawa? Haya, sawa. So, Josephat, sorry, I introduced you and then I go to another discussion. So, karibu sana, Josephat.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, everyone. Yeah, I want to take this opportunity to take you through PCB project activities, strategies, achievements, and the lessons which we have learned so far, which can be replicated in other areas. So, PCB project, which is Potato Value Chain Capacity Building Project, initially was a 3-year project, and we were given a 1-year extension which ended in March 2022, and we are currently on a 9-month extension period which is running up to December 2023. The project is using a public-private partnership model, and it's working together with several partners, which include the county government of Nyandarua. We have KEFIS, we have Carlo, we have Kevian Limited, we have Kirinyaga Seed Company, we have IPM, that is Irish Potato Marketing Group, and of late we have DING, which is supporting us to construct the storage facilities. I think the Nyandarua people, you have seen those storage facilities which are being constructed. Then the overall impact of the project is to increase production as well as income for our farmers, and also strengthen agribusiness linkages between Kenya and Ireland. As you have seen from the partners, we have partners from both Kenya and Ireland. So we want to strengthen that partnership between the two countries. The project has several components, and the first component is farmer education, whereby so far we have been able to reach over 14,000 farmers. That is both directly and indirectly with farmer education in terms of good agricultural practices. Out of this number, we have 59% women and 24% youth who are engaged in the project. We have realized 40 to 50% increase in production. That is, initially the farmers were producing between 8 and 10 tons, but now we are getting 18 to 20 tons per unit area. And also through the farmer education, we are integrating nutrition and climate smart agricultural practices. So the approach we have been using to reach the farmers is through the farmer field business model, as well as the peer-to-peer learning, which is being led by the lead farmers. And currently we have 1.3 lead farmers. Some of the learnings which we have gotten under the farmer education component is that farmer field business school is an effective way of educating farmers, and this is due to the fact that 70% of the farmers who we have trained have adopted good agricultural practices, and also it is an effective way of integrating other trainings like the nutrition, that is through the establishment of kitchen gardens. The other aspect we have learned is that peer-to-peer learning through the lead farmers is a good sustainability strategy. Why? This is because the trainings will go beyond the project lifespan. Because that knowledge with the lead farmers, we are not going to go with it as a project. It's in the community. So after the project lifespan, it will be utilized by the farmers in that community. And also, it is complementing the work of the government in extension services. We know that we do not have enough extension officers from the government side. So we are complementing these extension services through the engagement of lead farmers. The second component, which the project is focusing on, is strengthening the potato seed production and supply chain. And so far we have engaged 30 youth groups and 5 young entrepreneurs whom we have trained on seed multiplication. Secondly, we have been able to make available 130 metric tons of certified seed and 410 metric tons of clean seed. We have also worked together with Kirinyaga Seed Company, and we have been able to introduce one new potato variety which has been registered in Kenya, and that is Java variety. Currently, we are doing the bulking and distributing to the farmers. Then lastly, we have been able to support the construction of potato storage facility. We have 2 prototypes for where potato, and 15 low-cost ambient storage facilities for the seed potato. So learnings which we have been able to get from strengthening the seed production and supply chain. One, we use the approach of last mile seed production and distribution, whereby we have been able to address the challenge of distance and also the quality. Two, we have the private sector engagement, which we have been able to engage, which has boosted the production of certified seeds, and this is through the Klinaga Seed Limited. Then the third approach is the support of the local seed multiplication for profit, that is through youth engagement. So the learnings which I've gotten so far is that there is need of increasing the certified seed production, and there is that need of using the market approach system when it comes to seed production. Then the other learning is that there is need to use the last mile approach so that we are able to reach more farmers with certified and clean seeds. Then the other learning which we have also been able to get is that we have to put the interest of the farmers into consideration when we are coming up with new varieties. That is the interest of the farmers, of reference of the farmers into seed production. For example, there is that need to come up with a variety which is resistant to potato blight. Is that correct? So in our seed production, we need to match that so that we can be able to have varieties which are resistant to blight. Then the other component which we are focusing on when it comes to PCB is the market access. We are working with private sector so that our farmers can be able to access market for their produce. And currently we are working with Sereni Fries and Krinaga. Is it Sereni Fries and Kinango Fries, so that our farmers can be able to access those markets for their produce. So also through the National Potato Council of Kenya, we have been able to link farmers to Viasisoko platform, whereby they are able to get information on prices of the potatoes. They are able to get information on the availability of certified seeds, and also they are able to query for inputs in that platform. Then we have, so far, as PCB project, we have facilitated a volume of 260 metric tons worth 5.98 million for the farmers, which has been bought by the processors. This is giving a unity price of 23 shillings per kilogram. These prices were for last season. We know that the production cost has gone high. Is that true? Because of the high increase of inputs like fertilizers. So with that price which was given to our farmers, it may not hold. Then the last component which we are focusing on as a project is the institutional capacity building and policy regulation. Here we are working with KEFIS and Carlo, and we were able to facilitate an exchange program and joint research and formal training in partnership with institutions from Ireland, that is the TIGAS and SFSI, that is Sustainable Food Systems Ireland. And also we are strengthening farmer groups, cooperatives, and private entities. For example, the Klinaga Seed Company, we are working with it to improve its systems. Then lastly, we supported in the implementation of the 50 kilogram packaging rule together with National Potato Council of Kenya. So learnings which I've gotten so far in that project component is that there is that need to form a multi-stakeholder platform so that the implementation of these policies can be fast-tracked. I think this is in line with what the Dr. Karitu said. There is that National Potato Task Force which is working on modalities on how to implement the potato strategy which was passed by the government. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Josephat, for taking us through what PCB has been doing. And yeah, I was taking notes. And I see things like production kutoka kwa tani 8, sijui na 10, mpaka 18 na 20. Wakulima mna, hiyo ni ukweli? Ni ukweli? Nani amevuna tani 17? Hebu nione kwa mikono kwa shamba yake. Yeah, I see a herd there. Tani 16, ama hizo ni gunia ngapi? Tani 16 muna hesabu na gunia? Ni gunia ngapi? Kutoka hapo nyuma ni gunia ngapi? Ni kama gunia ngapi hivi? Wacha nikuje kwa hii meza, nasikia wako na jibu. 365 what? 360 bags. Ya 50 kgs kutoka kwa eka moja. Na imefanyika. Okay. Haya, okay. I also hear things like 5.8 million. Hiyo imenishika vizuri, sawa? So you've been able to make money, farmers, from this project, Ni ukweli? Okay, so having said that, after we are going to take a tea break, lakini tukirudi tunataka tusikie kwa wakulima. Tunajua Josephat ametuelezea vitu vingi ni nini imefanyika, lakini tungetaka tusikie kutoka wakulima. Je, nyinyi mmeona mafanikio gani? Itheti guo tumenye atirere maundu ma Josephat atwira ri inyuire tamuremire tamuremie nyinyi zagwo nyina irimu tanie nyina irimu ri niki naki muradio odeithitie naguo itheti guo. So tukimaliza break, after the break we are going to hear from two of the farmers, a lady and a young person, on how they have benefited from the project. So for now, Judy is telling me that tea break is ready. Judy, which side? Uko kwa uwaja. So sisi wote tutasimama twende tukunywe chai pale kwa uwanja. Right now it's Josephat, what time is it? So it is 11. We will try to be back by, I know they have several stations, so if we can be back by 11:20, that will be good. So tuchangamke, tusimame tuchangamke. So wengine mnaweza pita hapa mbele, wengine mnaweza pita hapo nyuma, twende tukunywe chai alafu turudi tuendelee. Asanti.
Aduri aya moi guagatia kumamwa ina merigode tayo moige riri moige kumamwa ina merigode moi guagatia okogosha kumamwa ina merigode tayo moige
Jimmy Gates again, feeling smooth, yeah. It's make it to make it. Gaine oroi gire, my head, my
ITA, one of the international research centres, and together with IFDC, we're joining the field days for farmer awareness and creating farmer understanding of certain issues with potatoes. So at IITA we're working with nematode pests, and in this particular case we've joined IFDC to promote awareness and understanding of this pest with farmers at their.
Potato cyst nematode is really our hidden enemy underneath the soil ground. So farmers don't realize that they have this nematode pests, and they tend to just ignore the fact that they lose yield. And so in this field day event, farmers are learning about this hidden enemy on their potato fields. So it was really good that we promote their awareness in potato cyst nematodes, and they became really attentive. They became really interested in the management options that we are talking, or the nematodes itself.
We have demonstrated the farmers on according to the survey that we've done recently, and we demonstrated to them on how the nematode is distributed here. This nematode is widely distributed, especially here in Nyandarua. Nyandarua is the leading county, which is quite devastating to the production of potatoes.
The farmers are very attentive, but the most surprising thing to us is that very few farmers know about this pest. It's a devastating pest, causes huge yield losses and creates difficulties for seed as well. So with IFDC reaching out to farmers in this way, down to the grassroots level, it enables us to join forces with them to attend these days and provide the information to farmers through questions and answers sessions also. And we've got very good reactions to that from the farmers, and sometimes they have more questions than we have time to answer. Knowing the pest is very important, and the farmers understanding why their yields are reducing, why there's smaller potatoes and less marketable potatoes is very important for them to understand that there is a problem and then how to manage that problem. So the solutions that we're testing at the moment are resistant potato varieties with resistance built in, and they have a low dormancy also, which are attributes that farmers like.
I hope that the potato farmers have more awareness now about this potato cyst nematodes that will help them to increase their income and their more productions of potatoes.
Apart from creating awareness of the existence and also distribution of this nematode in this area, we have also advised the farmers on the ways to control the nematodes, and our hope is that they will use the knowledge that we've given them. They will use the methods that we have given them to control the nematodes, and so it will lead to increased production of their potatoes, and therefore this will improve their livelihood. Thank you.
Field days iria tuthiete thiini wa county, arimi ni kaundu mataramenyaga, na riu tondu ni mamenyete me ready muno, metiari muno gucenjia na ku adopt technology ya kuhanda mbegu varieties cia certified seed nigetha mahote kuona kindu matangika uguo andu ni megukorwo mena ng'aragu. Special thanks to the partners ira mahotete mubango uyu wa arimi mamenye kwina thina ucio wa nematode. Ndingiriganwo ni IITA, ICPE, IFDC na Embassy ya Ireland na county government ya Nyandarua, groups cia farmers na individual farmers aria makoretwo makiparticipate thiini wa githomo giki kirari very beneficial kuri ithuĩ arĩmi. Production ya waru nĩ ĩgũthiĩ igũrũ na arĩmi nĩ mekũhota kuona kĩndũ mũhuko, na that means kĩrĩa standard ya living yao nĩ ĩgũthiĩ na igũrũ. Asante sana.
Niĩ ndiramwarĩria haha njĩtagwo Ndirango NG na ndutaga wĩra thĩinĩ wa Ndaragwa sub county crop officer. gitumi kimwe gya kuhanda mbegu titagwo certified seed ni gukorwo mbegu ici ikorire thuranire na mbegu ici ni kuona advantage nene muno tondu wa mbere ikorwo ire true to type ugu ni kuga atiriri akorwo ni variety ya cangi nditukanite na any other traits kana mbegu o iriku ingi uguo yatwa mugunda-ini ni thia ya perform wega kana igeka wega muno na ikaruta magetha mari iguru muno. Mbegu ici certified kana mbegu ici thuranire ikoragwo itari na mirimu. Wa keri igakorwo mbegu iyo ri iri na genetical potential, yani ina hinya muingi o wa muthemba wa variety iyo, akorwo ni cangi, akorwo ni makis, akorwo ni variety onda yo gita ya Rudolph, igakorwo ikuruta magetha maria Rudolph iriirwo thiini wa a particular place. Uguo ri niturahimiza arimi thiini wa Ndaragwa sub county ona thiini wa Nyandarua county kuhuthagira mbegu ici thuranire nigetha magetha mao ri makorwo mari iguru hanini. Secondly, goto gudamwira kuringana na researchers ni mahotete gwika ushunguzi thiini wa mbegu ici maturehagira ka mbegu ta ici turaturera arimi tha ici magacithondeka such that ina hoti wa kota kwigitira hari tutambi tumwe na ginyagia ona mirimu imwe. Uguo ri ni wega ngimwira a lot of confidence ati mbegu ici thuranire the certified seed ni mbegu njega na no turia murimi ona ari ya kumihanda agetha no acokie up to the third generation. Ciakinya the third generation ndagacokie ringi tondu veganess kana superiority ya superiorness ya mbegu iyo ni uko yajia gucoka nathi. Ministry ya Agriculture ndirutaga wira in isolation, turutaga wira na stakeholders na andu amwe mateithitie muno thiini wa Nyandarua county hari urimi wa waru ni andu ametagwo IFDC ni mateithitie muno thiini wa urimi wa waru thiini wa Nyandarua tondu makoretwo magi supply farmers na mbegu cia kwambiriria. Let's call it a startup capital. Magacoka magakorwo ni mahotete ku facilitate the officers agriculture mahote guthomithia those farmers. Uguo ri IFDC makinyirwo ni ndumiriri no yakuma thiini wa Ndaragwa sub county ati ntukenete muno na arimi kura macinani rwibora maraine no IFDC ni gukorwo mbegu icio mahote gukorwo makimarehera ni mateithitie muno tondu what they do mamahea mbegu cia quarter of an acre. I have noted mbegu iyo tuhotete kumekuria up to the third generation. In all those instances, murimi athitha akiongagirira maciaro make, akiongagirira ginya acreage ya kuhanda waru na ni monete uteithio munene muno. Even as per what we call income per capita, ni hite iguru na arimi make na muno. Uguo as we talk now, arimi matukite more economically empowered through this muradi wa IFDC. Na ithu no tugire Ngai amathime muno na mongerere mayu nigetha mahote kugia na more coverage nigetha mahote gukinyira ginya other areas kuria muradi utahata guko kinyite. But for now we are very much grateful for the work they are doing. Thank you very much.
My name's David Murithi, working with the Ministry of Agriculture here in Nyandarua County, and I'm in Oljolok Sub-County, Sharagita Ward. Currently, we are having a project, an IFDC project, and I'm one of the officers who is participating in it. And what we are doing, we are training groups, forming farmers business groups, where we normally train them on how to manage their crops and how to upscale their production in potatoes. Initially, we've been having a problem in the production, whereby farmers' production had gone very low, and through the support of IFDC, we are now empowering our farmers on how to manage their potatoes. Initially, they were using very degenerated seeds, whereby even the production had gone as low as 0.5 of a ton. But now, through the support of the IVDC, we have managed to upscale it to even 14.5 tons an acre, which is a good production. Now, our farmers are able now to know the best fertilizers to use and the rates. And because some of the partners that we have been doing with them, like Yala, they have formulated fertilizer that now is being adopted by our farmer, which now, if they use the recommendation, which they are doing, they are able to get the best. Our farmers are able to address the issue of soil testing. They are able to go for their soil analysis and use the recommendation. They are now able to use the certified seeds. If they don't have, they sold them from wherever they are. They are also able to use the recommended agrochemicals that we recommend to them. And even post-harvest management, they are able to address them. And they are now able, even after there is some grant, because of the technology we are giving them, they are able even at least to store their produce for some to await at least better prices of their produce, the potatoes. And they are very happy. They are also upscaling their production. They are now serious in business in potato production, because initially some of them were even doing for domestic use, but now majority of them who had been planting potatoes, those who have trained, are now going away from planting maize, which is taking a year, to planting potatoes for better harvest. We want to thank the Irish Embassy for this initiative, and IFDC and the county government, because of this initiative, whereby apart from the theory trainings, we still do the practical part of it by demonstration, because already we have been the farmers have been supported by inputs from the project, and this one now has given them a chance to even learn more, because learning by doing gives you a chance to even go and do whatever you have learned. If it were not for the support, our farmers would be still where they were. But because of their initiative and the support, we have done a great deal, and this will be remembered by our farmers in Nyandarua. Thank you.
Kwa maretwa njĩtagwo David Ndĩtũ wa Thũmbĩ kuma Oronjoro sub county Gathanjĩ ward. Nĩ tũkoretwo na NGO ĩtagwo IFDC ĩrĩa ĩtũthomithĩtie ũhoro wa kũrĩma, ĩrĩa ĩtũteithĩtie kuma 2018 ĩtuĩka ya gũtũthomithia maũndũ ta ma ũrĩa tũngĩtua waru citũ cituĩke cia biacara, ĩgĩtuĩka ya gũtũteithia tũmenye ũhoro wa ũgeni wa waru itũ, certified seeds iria tũkoretwo kwa ihinda rĩrĩ tũkĩhanda. Tũthomithia ũhoro wa ũthimi wa tĩri, ũhoro wa kũharĩria mĩgũnda itũ, magĩtũma magetha maitũ matuĩke ma kuongerereka, magĩtũrehera arimũ ega arĩa marũgamire na ithuĩ nginya ũmũthĩ no marũgamĩte na ithuĩ. Mwarimũ ũngĩũria kĩũria na nĩ agũcokeria, magĩtũteithia gũthondekera waru citũ harĩa tũngĩrora ta quarter acre twaruta tũmĩhuko twa kilo 50, tũmĩhuko 15, na ndagĩka ĩno nĩ tũraruta tũmĩhuko 60 twa kilo 50. Hau reke tuge nĩ matwĩkĩte wega na magatũteithia na makahota kũgucĩrĩria andũ aingĩ, andũ akũrũ na yuthi. Rĩu nĩ hotete nginya kũhota kũingĩingĩrĩra, tondũ nĩ ona wĩra ũrĩa tũraruta rĩ, ti wĩra wa gũte, nĩ wĩra mwega. Mbere-inĩ ĩyo nĩ twakuĩte ngoro nĩ ũrĩmi wa waru, tondu tutioi uria waru cirimagwo no thutha uyu umuthi ni tuhotete kumenya uhoro wa waru. Ni twacokia ngatho ni undu wa thirikari itu ya Nyandarua County na IFDC na Ireland Embassy ni undu wa gutu support gutufadira project ino na ni wega.
My name is Jocelyn Nyaga. I work for International Fertilizer Development Center as a project agronomist. That is potato capacity building project that is being funded by Irish Aid through Irish Embassy in Kenya and partnership with the county government and other partners along the value chain. And the project has been active from 2018 to date with an extension of the year 2021-2022 up to March. And we have been doing farmer trainings on potato production for the small scale farmers as a target of 3,000 farmers in Nyandarua. That is the farmers that have been undergoing training over the last 3 years, and that is that this year, which is now an extension year, we have been able to reach to about 1,800 small-scale farmers. And the project focuses on major concepts. That's farmer training through Farmer Field Business School and through the platforms of organizing field days, trade fairs, and online platforms. That's e-messaging, learning through the phones. And out of that, we have seen farmers grow. For example, here where we are today, we are doing a field day in Githafai Ward. Through such platforms, we have been able to train 7,000 plus farmers. And we do partnership with stakeholders, different stakeholders. Like today we have quite a good number of agrochemicals. We have fertilizer companies, institutions like CIPE and IITA that we have partnered with when it comes to research for potato cyst nematode.
My name is Agnes Keriga. I'm a research assistant at ICIPE, that is International Center of Insect Physiology and Ecology. We also collaborate with IITA, that is International Institute of Tropical Agriculture. Now, we do research on different pests and pathogens, and specifically now we are dealing with nematodes. And we came here for this field day, and it's a good opportunity to create awareness of nematodes, and specifically potato cyst nematode, which is quite devastating to the production of potatoes. We have demonstrated the farmers on according to the survey that we've done recently, and we demonstrated to them on how the nematode is distributed here. One, it's so evident that Nyandarua is the leading, and specifically Kinagop, this is where we have the highest number of cysts, widely distributed in almost all the farms that we have here. So apart from creating awareness of the existence and also distribution of this nematode in this area, we have also advised the farmers on the ways to control the nematodes. We are optimistic that whatever we have taught them, whatever we have demonstrated to them, it will help them, meaning that if they apply the methods that we have given them, it will lead to increased production of their potatoes, and therefore this will improve their livelihood. Thank you.
The project has focused on 3 major approaches in farmer training, and one of them is through training through Farmer Field Business School model. This is whereby farmers organize themselves into groups, and a county government official who is under Department of Agriculture supports in conducting trainings for such groups. And out of a farmer field business school, we get 3 of the best farmers, in that they are able to do influence to other farmers. They have good characteristics and are known by the community members around them. And such farmers, they undergo an intensive training of 1 week, whereby we give them capacity to go back into their societies and establish other groups. And in that case, we refer them as farmer-led FFBSs. Another approach that we are looking at is trainings through field days. This is whereby we organize field days, invite other farmers who didn't have a chance to learn in the demonstration plots. And in this case, like for today, we are in Koinange village, whereby we have visited a farmer-led group that has been undergoing serious trainings for the last 3 months. And at this stage, their crop is at a vegetative stage, it's at flowering stage. And it demonstrates to other farmers, when they have come to learn, adoption of good agricultural practices when it comes to potato production. So this is a good demonstration plots that we have brought other farmers to come and learn from this demonstration plot. And out of this field day, one of the benefits is that we are able to reach out to many of the potato small-scale farmers who are doing farming around this Koinange village. And out of today, we will have farmers go home with knowledge, information on different perspectives, inclusive of nutrition. How do they prepare their meals back at home? How do they feed their infants? And how do they feed their family at large?
My name is Mwaneki Robert, the crops officer in Kinangop Sub-County and in Nyandarua County. We are gathered today in this event, the field day, the potato field day, which has been organized by IFDC in collaboration with the Ministry of Agriculture, plus many other partners or stakeholders who have been involved in the same activity. In this kind of forum, we bring all the farmers together, because initially this group is a reed farmers group, which is comprised
Haya, no moine, mugeheo kahindai. Hey, okay. Okay, before tuendelee na penye tuliachia, I want to recognize the presence of a partner that I did not introduce in the morning. They are research partners. Research na gikuyu niki? Utafiti. Research niki? Othuthuria, partner wa othuthuria. So I want to recognize IITA Isipe.
Sure.
So if you want to know about nematode, nimeambiwa nematode inaitwa aje? Ate gathuri. Wenda kumenya uhoro wa gathuri, othie study ni ya IITA na Isipe. Tondu nio mekite uthuthuria munene wa gathuri. Megetagwo gathuri niki? Ni gukura. Waruma we mukuru. Igatuika ki? Dwarf. Inakuwa dwarf. The potatoes become dwarf. Hey, okay, sawa. Before the break, Josephat alituelezea kuhusu what the project has been doing and the successes na mafunzo yenye tumejifunza pale. Nitoiguire? Nige toiguire? Odo wa mbere, project irekaga niki haya guthomithia aremi ingine atike potato seed ahuthira kiugo kiritu muno last mile seed last mile what Josephat last mile distribution icio no kuga atiriri ni mbegu guciarithia mbegu na igatuika niki ati ni murahota gucikinyira naki no huthu aya okay and then there was something else on extension huduma za ugani ndio ka Kenya sijui nasikianga Tanzania wakisema huduma za ugani government extension auga uhoro wa ni uhoro wa thoko ndaigua kinagop ndaigua sereni so project ino irari na ki no horo wa ki wa mathoko na ne njui baadaye nito ko tukiaria na one of the representative kutoka kwenye masoko ndio atuelezee and then the other thing was also a bit on money issues access to finance alafu ya mwisho ilikuwa sijui tutasema aje institutional capacity building hiyo ni nini nani atanisaidia hiyo na Kiswahili institutional capacity building kujengea uwezo mashirika yanayohusika na nini ukuzaji wa viazi sijui kama ni hivyo but nilisikia wataja Carol nilisikia ametaja nani wengine Kirinyaga seed so hao ndio mambo sita vitu sita ambayo project ilikuwa ina focus sana na ningetaka kama uko na swali maana tunaongea kuhusu PCB the project kama ungekuwa na swali baada ya dakika kama 10 tutafungua wakati ndio muulize maswali kama unaweza kuwa na swali kutoka kwa Josephat lakini before nifungue ningetaka tusikie wakulima wawili we want to hear from two farmers who have been involved with the project and they tell us really how have they benefited themselves individually and also kama vikundi si mna represent vikundi oguore dereda na Kefa I don't know is Kefa in the room Kefa huko haya sawa unajua kwa nini nakuita sababu nitakuhitaji so kwa sasa hivi nataka kumuintroduce Hana Muigai Hana Muigai atatuelezea yeye ni nani na niki arekaga waruine na niki kuringana nake arona kimuteithĩtie muno ni tondu wa project so I'm requesting those who cannot understand Kikuyu kindly sit next to somebody who can translate for you ndio tuendelee vizuri si ndio ithe tiguo nigetha tuhote kuigua tondu riri omothe tugire atiriri ni Learners Day atiretwo atia Learners Day na twa promise atiriri ati omothe ni learning na tondu arimi ni ithuĩ turi aingĩ ithe tutugithome ogwo kona wikarite he mundu utaraigua Gikuyu kana Githweri omuteithĩrĩrie sawa so for those who are not so I really want to check those who cannot understand Swahili and Kikuyu just make sure the strong points are interpreted for you because I've talked to these farmers and I know they have good stories to tell so make sure really you can get it I think itakuwa vizuri sana sawa mumejipanga are you okay team English team Swahili are you okay sawa Hana karibu
murega tumukumia Yesu Kristo mwathani agocwo riu nie ndi haha njitagwo Ani Muigai na ndi murimi kuma Kipipiri gikundi gitagwo Mwangasa Jubilee kianjuge kuma riria ndambiriirie nie gikundi ni ciari ndi wa Mwangasa Jubilee ndambiriirie kuma 2014 na kuma 2014 hindi yo twatiari undu tuoe twathiaga tugathondeka mirigo round tugoka tugagutigira mbeca wi mumemba mwenzangu ugagika kaundu karia gwika no ni twathire uguo tukiona uguo ti undu muiganu tukirana no tugerie kulimanira kuguranira tufuri na nigetha tuonekana ni tukuhota guthomithia ciana na gwika tumaundu turia o mundu akibataire gwika thiini wa family yake. Ni twaguriire o mumemba turi andu 21 tukigura o mundu mburi yake, tugicoka tukigwa uguo ti muiganu. Ni tweranire twaikarire thi otagikundi tugicira tukirana uria tungihota kuguranira tume squatter o mundu agie na gakuota aka ka mugunda. Riu ni twathire o uguo twaguranira mburi icio tukageria uria tugugicaria mbeca oko ni gugikomba nigetha tuhote gukinyaniria kioneki gitu. Riu kuma 2021 ni twamenyire uhoro wa IFDC na tugituika trained, twathomithio tukimenya uria waru ibatie kurimwo, na kuma hau tukiheo mbegu cia kuma kuota aka na ni tumultiplyite riu igakinya kuma aka 3 clean seed. Na ni undu ucio ni tuonete uteithio munene tondu okorwo ni murimi individual ni tuhotete gukorwo mundu na mbegu ciake. Nie tani nie kiumbe ni hotete kurima waru ciakwa na ngahota kwigurira ngari tondu mbere yo ri ndiakiuwi ndioi uhoro wa urimi. Umenye kwaga githomo no undu tondu hindi yo ndarimaga kiundutho, no riria ndamenyire ni kuri spacing na kuhanda waru na fertilizer uria yagiriire ni nyonete ni ndahotire kwendia waru kakonia kamwe. Hindi ria waru twaguragirwo guku ciringi 400, nie ni ndahotire gutwara kwa kina Godfrey na ngigurirwo gakonia ga kilo 50 na ciringi 1,100. Riu na muno kinya uhoro wa thoko ndateithiririo ni IFDC niguo ndamenyire uhoro wa kina Godfrey magitumenyithania. Riu tukihota gugitwaraga waru kundu kuu ona ta mwaka uyu waru iria turimite no kuo tugutwara. Hindi ria kurari na mathina ma thoko buroka igoka igakwira riu ithue turokaga tukamera ithue citu tutirendia, kuoguo tugacaria order na tugatwara kundu kuu. Riu nie hindi yo ni ndahotire gukirima na ngihota gutwara waru. Ni tuga ni ndendirie waru cia kuma 300,000 guthie na iguru gakunia kau ga kilo 50, no hindi yo ndiakiendagia. Riu ngiri ndendagia kuma kilo imwe yaumaga ciringi 27. Riu ngika mathabu mau gakunia ga kilo 50 ni wona ni mbeca njega. Riu ni muno ni ngimutara tarimi ni tuonaga ta tungitunywo tondu tariu okorwo ni andu tacio watwara waru ni ukwirwo weterere ringi ni undu wa ukero watwara no kilo ciaku igugithimwo ugeterera ceki. Kaingi na kaingi ithu arimi ni twendete mbia cia na ihenya, no nie kuringana na riu uria nyonete ona ingirwo njeterere mweri kindu ngona ndingika atia tondu tunyamu tuu njokereirio twi hamwe ona ni ngwika kindu kigima. Riu ni undu ucio ni njokeirie IFDC ngatho ni undu wa guka gwitu gutukinyira tondu ona mbere yo ri no ikwari ona officer no matiari na tucira ati hari andu mangiuka makinyire arimi na mone uteithio tondu waru icio cia kuota aka ni cituhotithitie kinya ithu arimi icio 21 gukorwo mundu na waru ciake na waru thuranire. Ona ingenda uhoro wa thoko na nditindaga ngicarĩrĩria ngũtwarirwo nĩkĩ waru. Niĩ no ngari yakwa njaragia ndereba tũgatwara waru, no hĩndĩ ĩyo twarĩ na mathĩna tondu ona nĩ ũkĩheirwo order no order ĩno rĩ ndĩragũteithia tondu ihinda rĩrĩa wĩrĩtwo tware rĩ ndũngĩhota gũkinyanĩria.
Nĩ ka probox ka nĩ ka pick up he nĩ kanisani tũmũhũrĩre rũhĩ.
Na no ngithomete kinya uhoro wa validation uria waru ino to kuria waru o mukimo kana gitoero ngamenya uria ingimithondeka etuike clips etuike viazi karai na chips riu ukaria ukakiria waru to waru ndui watherukie ni muturu kana mukimo kana gitoero no riu ni njui kinya ona kumika atia okorwo ni uhoro wa kitchen garden ni tuthomithitio na tugakimenya uria turirimaga nyeni cia kienyeji tisi turite matharu na mboga ni nyeni iria iraka miri itu na ngwiciria ngukinyia hau.
Thank you muno Hana. Ndirenda twaririo ni murimi ungi umwe arafu tumorie kiuria uguo okorwo wina kiuria urenda kuria ukiandike arafu twarikia kwaria na kiarie ni mukuria ciuria icio. So we are going to have the next farmer. So you can have a seat here, Hannah. So we are going to have the next farmer, David Kiarie, and then after that, if you have any questions, you can ask the three of them. That is Kiarie, Hannah na Josephat kuhusu mradi wa PCB. Karibu.
Murega tumukumia Yesu Kristo. Amaritwa makwa njitagwo David Kiarie kuma Kinangofu, wandu yitagwo Njabini, itura ritagwo Kinamba, na ngoragwo ndi wa gikundi gitagwo Pcb Farmers kana Kariaini Farmers Group, na nikuo twanjiriirie 2018 twita youth group ndio, na twajitie turia ayuthi 15 na twathire go tukiongagirikaga, no twajitie na muradi wetagwo Merry Go Loud. So ni uria tuthia tukaigira tubeta mundu tukothira ugakua akiinuka mugagitiga mwaharia metha. Kuma hau twathie na tukiona kukuaga mbeca tukainukia, aga niturathi twithi muno tukianjia muradi wa table banking. So ni uria mundu akigagira tubeca mugacokaniriria, waicoka wakombithia ringi andu eri atatu magicokia na ka interest kidogo, na tukiona iyo ni irakoka wega tondu tugithii uguo twakigayana tu dividend twiho twakiona thiguku. Kuma hau twanyitanirio twa introduce ni andu a ngirigaca kwa FDC, na niho twanjirie kunyitanira nao kwi 2019 kindu mweri wa kenda, tukinyitana na FDC na tukianjia guthoma nao uhoro uyu wa urimi. Mbere yo hanini nie ndajitie uhoro wa urimi, no ndagika urimi atwikaga wa gutukania mixed farming, haria ukahanda waru ina kiminji mwena-ini, kiboga mwena uyu ungi, na kibebe gatagati-ini ni ndu wa kurora mahiu maitu. Na ngwiciria urimi ucio niguo andu aingi menaguo, na tutingikiuria mundu tondu ringi ni uria atakimenyete katiguo. Twajia guthoma nao ni twajire guthomithia uhoro wa kuhanda waru, na ni kuhanda waru iria theru. Wa mbere waru iria theru, tondu to waru kuhanda, yani tio mbegu, ndikumita waru ndimite mbegu, to mbegu ta mbegu ki ta mbegu theru. Mbere yo ni nda limite kaithi, ndarutite kwi mutheo uguo akangaira kaithi, na hindi o waru ciatumagwo metagwo atia madustura maria mari ma tene ni mumoe, maria mari na makoria ma makongo, tiga riu nylon makongo yagacoka gatumo gikata tu na kaneti. Nituraciona by the way, no ndemukendie ndimwire nie ndiiyuririe mwe, na da kuiyuria ndethereire mabegu mugunda mari mameru ngimekira gatagati-ini, ngiyuriria na waru na ngigurirwo 350 njega, na tondu ndakirio mwanake ngiwa ni Ngai na ngicokia ngatho. Kuma hau ni ndanjirie o kuona urimi agatari kindu tuhu muno, no ngiringiriria ngirima kaika, ngigetha ngunia 15 sikigurwo na magana matandatu ma 50, na ndeka cost ya production ingiona ni athie thi muno, na ngiuga no wega. No kuma FTC yongire ni twanjirie kurima nao kuringana uria matuthomithagia, na ngigura tweka meka demos ciao. Nie ni ndathire ngitia mbegu icio theru na tukihanda, na ngihanda tukihanda ngihanda. Ndagurire tukonia kamwe kamwe tunana, iyo ni nuthu ya mugunda, na ngihanda. Ria mbere ndahotire kugetha ngunia icio twagethaga ngunia ĩmwe 50 onoko thogora ndwari mwega ngicoka mũgũnda rĩngĩ no ndĩna mbegũ rĩu theru o ici twagũrĩte certified seed nĩ twathomithĩtio ũhoro wa gũselect kĩ mbegũ njega koguo ndageretie thĩinĩ wa mũgũnda ũcio wakwa ngĩselect mbegũ ĩmwe iria njega na ngĩhota kũhanda ĩka kuma hau ndahanda ĩka nĩho ndegĩrire kĩndũ gĩakwa kĩa mbere nyitĩte mbia ciakwa ngĩgũrĩra ka plot tondũ nĩndahotire kuona ngunia 105 cio ciarĩ 350 na ngĩona nĩ tũrambatĩra wega nĩndaiguire ruo mũno tondũ twĩna nĩ maciaranĩirwo no kona brother kana sister yararĩmĩte o hau kando na ndanaruta kiwango kĩrĩa twĩnakĩo yani kĩrĩa ndĩrarutire kĩa waru so ndonire twanjie gũteithania na ngajia gũthiĩ voluntary kũmateithĩrĩria gũthoma ona thaa ici nĩ njiguaga wega mũno ngĩthomithia thiĩte ũguo rĩngĩ na nduthi ngarũgama ngona mũrĩmi nĩ ndarũgama ngamũteithĩria kũrĩma hanini okorwo no gũtema mũtaro na kũigĩrĩra mbegũ ciake raini igĩrĩ nĩgetha eke comparison ya ũrĩa ararĩmaga na ũrĩa areka atĩa arĩma ũmũthĩ ngacoka ngacokeria FDC ngatho tondũ ona kawĩra ngiuga mũtumia nĩ mũkenu harĩa arĩ tũtigĩa na domestic violence mũno ndĩciĩtagwo ũguo nĩkĩ tondũ already akĩrĩ wĩra-inĩ wake na niĩ ngĩkĩrĩ mũgũnda ndĩna ka agrovet na gatuka rĩu nĩ arigagwo ũrĩa gwĩtukania kwĩ agrovet na kwĩ nduka na ngakiuga Ngai no mwega thutha ũcio nĩ tũthomithĩtio no FDC ũhoro wa kũhanda irio cia kũrĩa na ici nĩ manyeni nĩ momoĩ mũmĩtaga atĩa matharũ materere managu iyo ciĩtagwo kitchen garden kweheria ũrĩa mũndũ agĩthiaga atĩ nĩ acereirwo kuma tarĩu tũkumaga gwitũ tuinũka tũrĩa acerere mũgũnda waku wĩkũ wĩ Ngurumo kweli nĩ ũgũthiĩ gũtua nyeni Ngurumo na nduma nĩ tũthomithĩtio ũhoro wa gũthondeka tũ kitchen garden tũrĩa twĩ mĩciĩ-inĩ atĩ ndainũka nĩ ngũhota kuoya gatoci thiĩ thutha wa nyũmba na nduĩrwo tũnyeni twakwa na ndĩ irio cina balance diet kidogo ti mũno no kidogo FDC nĩ matũteithirie bado in the value chain ya waru gũkorwo twĩna gũthondekera thito cia kũiga kĩ waru na to waru ona mbegũ tondũ na mbegũ mĩigĩre itũ ya kũiga mbegũ nĩ ĩkoragwo rĩngĩ kĩrehe thĩna wakoraga rĩrĩa waiga mbegũ ciaku rĩngĩ wacigana makonia wĩyũranĩtie wĩiganĩrĩire rĩngĩ ikabutha rĩngĩ imwe ikamera wega imwe ikakũmera wega wakora atĩ at the end of the day nĩ wekora wĩna mbegũ meru na ingĩ itarĩ meru tũranyitana na niĩ nĩ ingĩcokeria FDC ngatho mũno nĩ harĩa mandutĩte na harĩa manginyĩtie na ngoria korwo mbegũ nĩ kĩndũ kĩmwe kĩraga mũno na tũkĩrwo na hau na ciakorwo ci igũrũ mũno no itirĩ igũrũ ũngĩrĩma wega itirĩ igũrũ ũngĩka atĩa ũngĩka value ya ũrĩa warĩmaga tũkũnia ngũnia ũrĩa warĩmaga ngũnia 15 thogora ũcio warĩmaga naguo no taguo ũrarĩma ngũnia ici kĩ 100 na ũgacoka ũkanyihia kĩ kanyihia wĩra na ndamũcokeria ngatho mũno
Asante sana Kiarie. So naona wazee wako represented, vijana wako represented na kina mama. Gemia tumia. Okay, Hana. So ningetaka kama kuna mtu ako na swali, wenye mko na mic tafadhali naomba tukaribie. Kama kuna mtu ako na swali kwa Josephat naona moja pale, mmoja hapa, mwingine pale, 2 3 Ciũria ithatũ. Haya, ndĩrenda kwambĩrĩria harĩa. Mic tafadhali. Ũguo ũkĩũria kĩũria gĩaku ũtwĩre kana ũraria mũndũ specific kana nĩ othe mũrenda kwaria, ũrenda kũria.
Good morning, farmers. Jitago Jacob from Engineer. Nidakenio ni arimi acio na ndaigua ni mokite muno. No riu kiuria giakwa ni undu wa ikundi iria irambiriria ri. Hihi ni mathina mariku mwagereire mugigakinya hau na mwamacuvire atia?
Okay.
Haya, ndirenda nyambe njoe ciuria ithatu, nguoya ciuria ithatu, arafu mucokie. Haya, wakeri.
Good morning, farmers. My name is Charles. Na ngoda kuria ciuria igire tu. Kimwe njurie kuri Mr. Kiarie. Kana akoretwo akihuthira brokers kwendia waru icio nigetha achieve mbeca icio arari horo wacio, kana hihi akoretwo akiendia na njira iriku. Kiu kingi githie kwi madam ni murie access ya Kinango Fry ni wega kwara mahanini nigetha tukimenye ta farmers ni atia mangehota ku access kuri ku maratwara waru na nigetha tuhote ku benefit. Thank you.
Asante sana. The last one. Nataka kuna mama ameinua mkono. Haya, nipeleke kwa yule mama pale.
Morning everyone. My name is Ann Gitari. I would like to ask a simple question here to my friend. Where is she? Yeah, she's there. Which variety do Kinangop Fries buy? You know, some varieties of potatoes are not bought by those marketers. At times farmers wanajipata amerima shangi, lakini these people don't buy shangi. Again, tunaweza kuwa kwa group, ni kiasi gani hawawezi kujia? Is it ni wewe unapeleka ama ni wao wanakujia? Alafu ni kiasi gani minimum tunaweza kuwa tukirima? Thank you.
So nitamuuliza Kiarie, utachukua maswali mawili. Ya kwanza ni changamoto zipi mmepitia, and then ya pili ni je unauzia brokers ama unauzia kina nani, alafu after that Hana atatujibia hayo mengine. Karibu Kiarie.
Okay, kiuria kiu kia mbere kia uhoro wa grupu ni huthu muno ku form, no guci maintain ni undu ukoragwo wi muritu muno, na niho twiragwo andu magithomithio. Ni ngwenda kuga andu makiform group no metage andu aria moyo uhoro wa guthomithia horo wa ikundi na mekuo nigetha magumuthomithia stages iria ithiagwo ni group nigetha ituike successful. Tondu no kinya ukorwo na mundu ungi wokire gikundi-ini nigetha akagaya tubeca turia acoke atia ungiokire thiini wa group, tondu hena muiritu endaga thiini wa group na no kinyige matwara no ngi ni muthuri we ni onire group ni iriku. Maundu macio mothe makoragwo thiini wa ikundi na tutingikimeheria. No kinyigia mukinye stage etagwo storming ya kurwa mwari 15 muke atatu muke ana no kinyagia mukoro atiriri agenda yanyu iri ya bata mukinyitana thiini wa ikundi ni yari iriku. Iyo no kinyigia mumenyitirire na mutikage na kugwagwa thiini wa muoroto ucio nigetha mukinyanirie. Na hau niho mwa kiria yo ya kurwa na andu amwe kura agikuhurana agigutuika kwenda gutuika treasurer na chairman agikwenda gutuika nio marigaga mbeca cianyu ni mwatoria.
Kiarie no amuthomithirie forming, storming, no ucio
andu amwe tuthomithirie horo wa forming of the groups and horo wa storming of the group ni IFDC.
Haya, IFDC. Okay, yeah. Asante sana Kiarie. Sasa nataka nirudi kwa Hana. Hana, umeulizwa maswali matatu, variety, alafu ni jinsi gani mwingine anaweza wakafikia Kinangop Fly, na je ni nani anakujia waru, ni wao wanakujia, na ni kiasi kipi wanaweza wakakujia ama wasikunjie. So Hana, nataka nimpe Hana ajibu.
Before Hana arudishe hiyo swali,
Mr. Kiarie,
wacha nirudishe hiyo.
Ni sawa tu.
Kuna swali ilikuwa imeulizwa hapa ya mambo ya brokers, ndio? Ukilima kitu kizuri Kitu kizuri, sio kitu ile tu unalima ya kawaida, kitu kizuri. Good. Katafo Girinya, Katafo difference Varate yako ilikuwa gani? Okay. Tunataka washagi, sio makisi. Ile iko na watu wengi, si ndio? Ni gani? Nani aliuza bei ya juu? Na tuseme ukweli, bei ya juu ni karoli kanakuja hapo, unakajaza na kanaenda soko hata ana reduce kwa ile cost yake ya kuzunguka akitafuta nini? Viazi. That's what makes the cost go high for your production. Asante.
Asante sana Kiarie. Nakumbuka maswali.
Uhoro wa kinago fulani ya mangioneka na uhoro wa variety.
Sawa.
Riu ingienda kwaria uhoro wa uria kinago fry ungimanyita sana mendaga kudira na magrupu ukorwo wi thiini wa gikundi nigetha okorwo ni namba yao ri mwi thiini wa gikundi ni ukuhota kumakinyira tondu riu okorwo ni namba no ndimuhe na ningiona guku kuri na andu akwa FDC mangihota nigetha makuhe wiki icio uheo muthenya uria ugatwara waru yaku na waru to waru yambagiriria kuma waru medium waru iri onawe urona onawe ugitwara thoko ndungiconoka
variety iriko
ni makoragwo na variety ya shangi na sana riu ni mekirire markis muno markis ni ikirirwo muno tondu aria makoragwo wira wao ni gwika foundation waru okorwo ni crisps chips yani indo ta icio magagicithitha magagikorwo magicaria order kuria mekuona riu okorwo ni markis muno mundu mionete markis ndikuangaga riu iyo ni maramikirira muno tho ona korwo wina shangi umahurire no megukioya no muno markis ni maramie no korwo ni uhoro wa uguo ni ndakwira uhoro uri ungihota kumakinyira ni namba ndi nayo mundu ungienda ni ngumuhe na ningiona IFDC ndigwiciria uria aingi kwanja mwena ucio wa Kinango matingirigwo uria mekumunyitithania nao na niwaigua muno ni mundu akorwo ari thiini wa gikundi tondu wi mundu kiumbe o toria riu turi ona IFDC ndangihota guko kwa mundu o mundu no mwi thiini wa gikundi ni mukuhota gukinyirika ningi okorwo ni horo ni maugaga tani 10 no nie tani ona ringi ndiakinye ndari na kilo ria mbere ndari na tukunia 72 na ni ndetwarire na makioya no ni mugikorwo mwaraniirie ndokiro ciaku igugithimwo ria keri ngitwara ningi ndari na kindu kilo 5,000 no na tinginyu tani 10 no ndatwarire na no manjoire cia muico riria kurari na riwa ni twatwarite tukunia 20 ta thiini ta twigikundi markis na no matuoire riu kuoguo ni gukuringana na uria mukwaraniria wa moria order umere kiwango kia waru irio ina no waigua makugirira ni megire ni we utware na thogora uyu na mutwarite no faida tondu riria uragurirwo guku ni broker ringi okorwo ni ngiri kuria ikoragwo ringi iri iguru makiria ya broker uhuraga maita meri nona ona nduri kindu gukiona hathara
aya thengio muno
na ni mwaigua waru thuranire kuma waru medium ni tuwe mbegu twiritwo tuige exercise na no ukige na waru kuringana na we ugukienda riu waru ino ni waru urona ni waru njega ti waru ingithie ona thoko eguconore ndui twanekirwo gwekira kinya tubiri no na wekira tubiri ona ngai ari iguru no onaga umenya waru ino mundu uria watwarirwo kana ni marigiti ringi ni mwana waku kana mundu wanyu athi guthitha biri riu ona wekira kindu kiega ona ngai ari iguru ni akenaga no na thoko ikoneka tondu ungitwara biri ucio ona hindi ingi ndukona order mendaga waru njega riu mundu ungikibatara namba no anyone
aya asanti sana Hana ni warikia asanti sana Kiarie for that riu ni njui twina ciuria nyingi so na tondu tutire na mathaa maingi muno ri ningi muria atiriri hindi ya breaki muke oko wina kiuria uke wone u Hana kana uke wone u Kiarie kana timu ya AFDC uguo maigua no riu ri ithe tuigwa kuri aremi tumahurire ikaruhi. Asanti sana, even to get to know how the project has impacted the farmers. Kuna mtu anainua mkono, I'm trying to assume that I cannot see them, lakini wanaendelea kuinua mkono. Sasa sijui hiyo swali iko namna gani. Lazima ni serious. Tukusikie. Haya. Kwani umekuja na speech?
Hapana, si speech.
Umekuja na speech? Ni swali, nataka uulize swali. Sawa, nataka uulize swali sababu ya masaa.
Nitatumia dakika 1 minute.
So ni swali?
Si swali.
Ni nini?
The project strategy, how to do.
Naomba nitakupangia nitakupangia from which organization? Kinango Farmers. It's a group. Okay, sawa. Nafikiri nitakupangia, tutaongea nitakupangia. Okay, this one. What do we do? Mnaona tufanye nini? Tufanye nini? Gari za Nyandarua zinaishanga saa ngapi jioni? Zinaisha saa ngapi? Mko nazo hapa. Kwa hivyo tumpatie. Huyu kijana amejitetea sana. Sasa nakupatia dakika ngapi? Dakika 3. Hata nimekuongezea moja sababu gari ziko hapa. Dakika 3. Tukusikie. Tukimaliza, I will request that Derek will prepare. After this he will take the stage.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Hello everyone. I'm Jospat, but not like this one. I'm Jospat Kamau from Geta group. But to me, I always work with this. What is this? What does this mean? What does this sign mean? Okay. You have heard that. You have already catch that. Instagram, Facebook, Twitter. Higher. Today we are running all about Learning Day. Wakati unataka mtu ama unataka kufollow mtu kwa Facebook, unafanyanga nini? You search, before you subscribe, kuna yenye umeruka. You search, you like, you subscribe, you follow, you become a follower, you be a beneficiary. You have heard me? You search, you like, you subscribe, you follow, you become a follower, you become a beneficiary. It's all about what you are doing today. It's all about what we are doing today. Today, some of us, we are TOT. Some of us, we are being get from our trainers or facilitators or what. But there is that someone over there. Hajasoma, lakini anafanya kama venye unafanya. Chenye nilikuwa nataka kusema ni hivi. If you are a farmer, you must search where you can be educated, or where you can get that. From that, you like it. Mwenye alikuwa hapa amesema alitoa ngonia moja anaikuja, si ndio? But he continue liking. When he like, he subscribe. Akaona kuna mambo afanyi. Na inataka ifanye nini? Subscribe. Kuna mambo inataka ifanyike.
Subscribe.
Akafanya. Kutoka hapo, he become a follower. When he become a follower, he become a beneficiary. It's all about. Ukienda Facebook kusearch tuseme unapenda nani sana? Unapenda nani sana? Muturi wa Muiro. all is the way to go. To search Mutuamwe. And ikimalizika, you must be beneficial of Mutuamwe. Siana preach. All about us from here is all that. That's strategy, project strategy. You search, you like, you subscribe, you follow, you become a beneficial. It's all about that.
Sasa, ebu tukitaka kukusearch, wewe sasa tutakusearch namna gani?
Kimasia the finest.
Kimasia the finest. So sahi mungekuwa muna search ndio alafu subscribe, mufollow, alafu mbenefit from Kimasia the. Haya, asante sana Kimasia. Si ni vizuri mmenipea ruhusa ni mruhusu waongee, si ndio? Aya, asante sana. So when Kerry was doing his presentation, he mentioned something about potato storage, stores of viazi, si ndio? So our next speaker, Derek Ralston, he's the director of MHE, which is a consultancy company based in Ireland. And their main key areas is on seed production na potato storage. Yani ninasema ate Derek yeye ametoka Ireland, lakini pia ni missionary, anafanya kazi ya omesheni, sawa? Na aroraga muno mwena wa seed storage. Tokugatia storage neke kuiga makobe, nejo ko makobe makoiga ke waru no doria wa kere ni uhoro wake wa bego, sawa? Uhoro wa go ciarithia bego, seed production and potato storage. He's also a representative from the Irish Potato Coalition, IPC, which is and is one of the partners in the project, and it's a platform to share learnings, experiences kutoka 8 countries in Africa. So anatuletea experience kutoka pia nchi zingine za Afrika. Sawa sawa. So welcomes Derek, karibu sana. I met Derek I think in 2016 in Nanyuki. So he's I think now you are more Kenyan than Irish. Is that so?
I think so.
Do you know a bit of Swahili?
A little bit.
Ebu salimiana.
Yeah. Muriego. You weren't expecting that one. Muriego and waru.
That was really good, so Kefa, your work is to take the key points from here and you make sure that you communicate them in Kikuyu. Sawa sawa. Karibu sana Derek.
Asante. Thank you very much, Irene. Leo mimi nasikia network mingi sana, network ya Kikuyu, network ya Kiswahili, network ya Kiingereza, na iko network ingine inaitwa Gaelica. Mimi natoka nchi ya Ireland, and the language of ours is Gaelic. Okay, so the potato in Gaelic is prati. Can you say it? Prati. Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here today and to see so many people and to feel the energy and excitement, because learning is all about knowledge, and knowledge is what drives economies, it drives societies. And you know, Irene said that I was a missionary. I came to Kenya as a missionary with the PCA, Kanisa ya PCEA, and Mungu and Asama, without knowledge the people perish. Okay, so it's very important that we learn. Can we start the slides? Yeah. As Irene has said, I have been in Kenya for some time. My journey with potatoes started when I was very young. I come from a family who have been involved in growing seed potatoes for generations. My grandfather grew seed potatoes. My father grew certified seed potatoes. I grew certified seed potatoes. And my mother, she told me when she was pregnant with me and carrying me, the thing that she craved every day was potatoes. So I think it must be in my blood. So Irene also mentioned about the Irish Potato Coalition. Let me just talk about it a little bit. It's a platform where we're looking to bring 3 areas together. That's the area of research, the area of business, and the area of development. Organizations such as IFDC. And in Ireland, we have a research and development organization called Teagasc that has an MOU with Calro. So we're working with all of these partners together to bring what we would say the area of excellence. And not only that, it's important that the lessons that you learn on your particular farm, you share it with your group, who then share it with the project. But we don't want those lessons to stop there. We want those to be shared in many other African countries. If I can have the next slide. And we're working all the way from Eritrea, right down Ethiopia, Kenya, Tanzania, Malawi, and right down to Mozambique. So be assured that you're not alone on this journey. And also the lessons that they learn through the Irish Potato Coalition should be available to you, so that we're not reinventing the wheel time and time again. But my journey in Kenya with potatoes started in Kisima Farm in 2010. I came to Kenya in 1998, and I was working in Nyeri area, and I knew from the crops that I visited with farmers that they were really struggling because they didn't have the availability of certified seed. And I could see this coming from a seed growing area very, very plainly. And in 2009, the Kenya government opened up seed production to the private sector. And at that point, we joined hands with Kisima Farm, and we worked together to set up the seed production on Kisima Farm. So next slide. And these were some of the things that we found very quickly, that certified seed was going to give a huge advantage to yield. You can see from the slide, the same field, planted on the same day, they got the same nutritional, same cultivation, but the results were very different. One was certified seed and the other was farmer saved seed. And we realized that the potential to increase the yield, and we've heard already from farmers, from groups, that their yields have doubled, and this is to be commended. I don't think there's any other crop in Kenya that can report that their yields have doubled in the last number of years. But there's the potential to actually double them again, if I can have the next slide. And in 2010, we, together with the International Potato Centre, did some trials at Kisima, and we were hitting yields of up to 70 tons per hectare, and that to me was unbelievable. That was like the highest yield of potatoes that I have ever seen in my life, because in Ireland, if we get 50 tons per hectare, we think we're doing really good. But there's a lot of factors have to come together, but it shows you that the potential is there. But we now realize that we possibly were solving one problem and creating another one. What do you do with the surplus? And we all know that farmers struggle at harvest time because everyone wants to sell around the same period, and then the price really plummets. And then a few months later, maybe not that long, the price starts to climb again and people don't have produce to sell. So we started to work together with Montana State University, and we developed storage, a system. But we had to consider what type of storage that we need. It had to be affordable. It had to be able to work off-grid. Not everybody has electricity. And we looked at some of the stores that were already out there working. We have the diffused light store, which works very well for seed potatoes, but that doesn't work for ware potatoes because the potato will turn green and it's unmarketable. There's also temporary storage where people just would make a pile in the field and or store it in their shed. And again, that wasn't very secure. It's a very temporary situation. So we tried to look for something a bit more permanent, and we came up with a store that was designed with using straw bales as the insulative value. We were using wheat straw, And the total cost of the materials for this store, which held about 20 tons, was around $2,500 for the material and $1,000 for the actual labour. So that was $3,500 in Kenya shillings. That's about 450. Am I right? 450,000 Kenya shillings. So we could see that within 2 seasons, that farmers were putting the crop into storage. Maybe they were getting 10 shillings per kilo, and maybe they could sell it then for 20 to 30. After 2 seasons, that the store could actually pay for itself. But we also find that with this store there were some limitations. Straw wasn't always available. The construction was through skilled labourers who had to know how to use that. And so we were looking now for something that was more dependable and had a longer lifespan. These stores, we were estimating that they would last for about 10 years. And so working together, we, myself and a few others, tried to come up with a more permanent design, and we have come up with this construction, if we could have the next slide, of using mabati and metal pipes. Oh, sorry, this was the results from the ambient store. On the left, you see the results. On the top, red gives you the humidity, and the bottom blue color gives you the temperature. And the temperature was regulated quite nicely at around 10, 11, 12 degrees. The idea was that this store would be able to hold the crop for about 4 months. The diffused light store, on the other hand, you can see how the temperature, both the humidity and the temperature were rising and falling every day, and that was not going to be suitable for ware potatoes. So the new storage. We now have constructed, are in the process of constructing 2 of these stores. This one at Calrow has a capacity of about 20 tons, and we're thankful to have Calrow on board with this project because they will be monitoring and evaluating the prototype, and it's, as you can see, constructed with steel tubular piping and then using mabati and then sprayed with an expanded insulating foam. And that's a relatively new technology to here in Kenya, but it has been used for many decades in Ireland and other European countries. And the foam is sprayed on in liquid form, and then it expands, and inside there's tiny little cells of air that are trapped, and that actually acts as the insulation. So it gives the same effect as a straw, but it's more even to apply and portable, and I would say not as expensive. So we're working together with a chemical company called BASF to see how this could be available more and more to farmers and cooperatives. The store here you see now finished in Calrow, and we'll be going through trials in the next few months. This is a larger store that's been constructed at the Pcb cooperative, and this has a capacity of 120 tons. So you can see that storage helps us in many ways. You know, the World Food Organization estimate that 40% of agricultural produce is lost in the value chain. And that's 40% of the land, 40% of the labor, 40% of the inputs actually are lost through rotting, post-harvest losses. And when you think of it, then that crop has to decay, and that's giving off gases that are harming the environment. So through storage, we can see that there's a 3-way hit. There's a hit for the environment. It's better for the environment. It's helping us to get more from the limited resources we have, the limited land, limited water, the limit of the expense of the fertilizer and inputs. And it actually then helps the market because we have more continuity of supply coming to the market. Processors will tell me that at some times of the year they have too many potatoes. At other times of the year they have to close down their processing plant because they can't get any potatoes or they're too expensive. So with storage like this, we would expect that there would be a continuation of supply onto the market, which will help strengthen the market and help processors to invest going forward. So, next slide. So with that, I just want to say it's been a privilege for me to be working with PCB and to also have time to come. Today I've been able to meet some new friends and reconnect with some older friends, and I want to thank you for the opportunity to talk today. Thank you, Irene.
Before Derek sits, I would want to check, Kepa, what were the key points from that? Yes, Kefa, I want you to tell us in Kikuyu what were the key points from this presentation, and then I'm going to open it up for questions. So kama uko na swali, I'm only going to take 2 questions for Derek, eh? And then after that we will move on with the program. Kefa.
Murega inyuothe hamaretwa Kefa nä rä a kå heo ĩtagwo kĩrago wa macira mũnjirũ ndĩte ngũre ndirĩ hĩte ciothe reke ndigete ngũre mũno. So ndacokio default setting. I'm now in my default settings. So maũndũ marĩa moigua Derek akiuga ũndũ wa mbere asisitiza mũno nĩ kũhũthĩra mbegũ ciĩkĩte atĩa certified. Ũcio nĩ ũndũ wa mbere. Ũndũ ũngĩ wa kerĩ address nĩ kuga atĩ warĩkia kũhũthĩra mbegũ icio rĩ ndũĩ no ũrute wĩra wa karaĩ ũgethe na ndũramenya kũrĩa ũreka atĩa ũraiga waru. Koguo ũgatwara waru ciĩna magatha cihĩte nĩ riũa ciambĩrĩirie kũmera nĩkĩo atuonia ũhoro wa kĩ storage. So koguo na no mũraigua. So storage icio then ni iteithagia go control gwĩtagwo atĩa humidity na ũrugarĩ wa kũrĩa waru iraigwo nĩ ũndũ wa kũgirĩrĩria gwĩka atĩa gũthũka na gwĩka atĩa kũgĩa magatha. Then maũndũ macio mothe rĩ nĩgetha ihinda rĩa kwendia waru waku rĩ ũgakorwo nĩ ũrathondeka kĩ faida good. Then nĩ ũragirĩrĩria nutrients cia waru gwĩka atĩa nutrients ciĩtagwo atĩa na Gĩkũyũ wega wa irio gwĩka atĩa kũra nĩguo. Then nĩ ũrateithia nĩ ũndũ wa ku make sure andũ arĩa marĩ community ĩyo rĩ nĩ marona wĩra wa kũruta ĩtwa marĩ ũkagũteithia kũruta waru waku kĩ ũrĩa harĩa wĩigĩte. Nĩ amtuonia njĩra cigana ũna ũrĩa ũngĩhũthĩra angĩkorwo ndũrenda kũiga ihinda iraihu ihinda inini na ũrĩa wagĩrĩire gwĩka. Tũrĩ hamwe. I think those are icio nĩcio major key points iria address. Koguo ũngĩkorwo na kĩũria ũria na Gĩkũyũ nĩ ngũmũtranslate na Gĩthũngũ. Sawa sawa.
Thengiũ mũno Kefa. Nĩ ndaigua default yaku nĩ njega. Aya, nimesema nitachukua maswali mawili, so naona moja hapa na ingine hapa. We andũ a thutha mũrĩ okuo kana nĩ tũraihĩrĩirie mũno nĩkĩ mũtaroria ciũria? Aya nĩ ndona guoko kũmwe ũguo rĩ nĩ karibu ũrie kĩũria gĩaku arabu tũthiĩ harĩa thutha na tondũ he wa thutha ũmwe wauga rĩ nĩ ndongerera kĩngĩ kĩmwe tũrie acokie ciothe ciĩ hamwe.
Mũrĩega arĩmi harĩtwa nĩ Steven Irũngũ wa Macharia na ndĩna ciũria igĩrĩ. Kĩũria kĩmwe kĩa mbere ũgĩstore waru rĩ na ĩkorwo nĩ hutĩtio nĩ rĩera rĩ, tondũ nĩ kũrĩ ciatũkaga thĩinĩ na ndũrona, na nĩ kũrĩ iria ndeme wonaga. Ũngĩciteithia atĩa ũgĩstore kũndũ kũrĩa? Na wa kerĩ, waru ĩyo ĩkũhĩte nĩ riũa rĩ, kana waru nyũnũku rĩ, ũngĩmĩteithia atĩa nĩgetha ĩkinyanĩrie?
Harĩa thutha mũrĩega arĩmi, harĩtwa nĩ Helena Wambui, na niĩ ndĩna kĩũria IFDC rĩ, no mũkorwo mũrĩ in capacity ya mũtũteithĩrĩrie gwakaga structure ta kau tuona. For instance, waru citũ twendagia na ihenya tondũ nĩ cigũthũka, ĩyo nĩ cangi. Ũguo no to make a request kũrĩ IFDC Nyandarua ng'ima, korwo no mũtwakĩre to structure ta tu ino the constituencies ithano, nĩgetha twagetha waru citũ rĩ tũgatwara hau, no mũkorwo mwĩna uwezo ũcio tũkarĩma waru na tũkamba kũiga bei ĩkambata. Mbarikiwe.
Moja pale. Mike.
Thank you so much, Derek, for the presentation. On the pilot of the storage, what kind of business model are you thinking about with Calro and the partners to ensure that smallholder farmers like these are able to access or afford to be able to store their inputs, their produce? And then you did talk about your partnership with the WFP on post-harvest losses. Maybe that will be a side talk, because I know we as MasterCard Foundation are currently having a partnership with WFP focusing on post-harvest losses, and potato value chain is one of the value chains we're looking at. So maybe that can be a side talk to just to understand your areas of synergy with WFP and how far you guys have been able to talk. So focus on a business model to be able to make that storage model that you are testing with the Calro to be affordable to the smallholder farmers. And lastly, those who I didn't introduce myself, I work for the MasterCard Foundation. We work in Kenya, focusing on agriculture. Well, agriculture is one of the areas we do focus on, but now we focus more on youth. The value chains that are more attuned to young people, especially youth. 70% of our target in all our programs are young women, youth, young women. So that's where we operate. I know most of you know MasterCard Foundation with the Wings to Fly, but there are many other programs that we are currently trying to come up in the country. Thank you so much, Derek.
Okay, Derek, as we prepare, the question from him was on the storage, and this is comes to the clacked potatoes during the harvest, and maybe those which are burned by the sun. How do you handle them? Or if you can store them in the same storage, on a separate storage with the good ones?
Just the question again, the ones
yeah.
that are damaged by the
sun, yes, and the one clacked during harvest. Yeah, yeah. Then the last question, this goes to Josephat, and it's from the lady, is on how PCB can facilitate or help the community to be able to put up the temporary storage facilities before they be able to gather amount to put up the bigger storage. And this is because their harvest, they sell them in a hurry to avoid the loss, especially the rotting of potatoes. So those are the questions. So I go with you, Derek, first.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Coming to the first question, storage is about bringing quality into the store. Storage will not make a bad potato good. In fact, it'll make a bad potato worse. So the quality of potatoes that goes into storage has to be very high. Monitoring and management of the crop prior to storage has to be very high, so that when you bring a problem crop, if you have a problem crop, it's better to sell it immediately, because bringing that problem crop into store will only result in further losses to the good potatoes that are beside the bad ones. Now, with regards to sun greening, that has to be addressed by proper hilling of the crop when during the growing cycle, and you're putting enough soil, naweka machanga, and that will help reduce the actual greening. And then for cracks and damage at harvest, it's better to try and be careful, and maybe through, I don't know, mechanization, there's better ways of harvesting. I know that when you're working with a fork djembe, that you damage a lot of potatoes. Okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
Arauga kiuria gucokia kiuria giake ni kuga kugiririria kwa waru gucietwara storage iri njuru wageire kuma ukigetha waru ni nju ithu twarerirwo tukienja waru na macembe riu ugagitema waru uma na ngonia imwe ugakiinukia nuthu, so ni kugiririria kuma hau, or you can use the mechanization ni kumenya kuri matinga maria makienja waru andu aria mahandaga na migunda minene, koguo ni kugiririria waru from the beginning. Uhoro wa greening kuhia ni riua is kuu no kugiririria mugunda. I think kuu ni guka na wira uria twika gwita wote guthikirira waru, guthikirira waru, make sure no athikirira waru ciaku wega.
Thank you. On regards to temporary storage, our lady at the back, you know, it's limited how long you can store potatoes in temporary storage, because you have issues with vermin control, you have issues with light, and whether it's worthwhile for us to put time into finding a temporary solution when we're trying to actually find the permanent solution. But I would say that the groups that are working strongest together, and through the business model that we'll discuss, we can show that there's ways in which this storage could actually pay for itself over a 2 to 3 year period, and by actually looking at where we could access finance for groups to do that, or open it up as an entrepreneurial project for some young entrepreneurs that could manage the store on behalf of the farmers. Maybe I roll this into answering your question now, that the store has this, you know, we're looking at harvest times. I don't know what prices is the bottom out price. Is it 8 shillings a kilo? I'm opening this up now to the floor. And then maybe a few months later, you're seeing 30 shillings a kilo, or maybe even 40 shillings a kilo. So there's a huge difference between what is being offered and how the brokers actually work together to bring this price down. Whereas when you're working in a store, the business model is that you're working together as a group. You have better leverage in negotiating a price. You have an option. If you don't like the price, you put it into the store. And this all helps with negotiating a fair price. It's not that farmers want an extortionate price. They need a fair price. They need to get enough to cover their inputs, their fertilizer, their labor, the use of their land, and have an excess so that they make a profit and make a living to support their families and be able to have a livelihood. So we can discuss this a little bit further. I've been in touch with George O'Shure. I know you work with George, and we've been discussing this project, and I'm glad you're here today, and we can go into more of the details later. Okay? Thank you.
Acha niongezee vile Derek amesema juu ya the business model of the aggregation or the storage facility. The storage facility will have two benefits. First, to the farmer, because of the time value and the change in price during harvesting and selling price. Then there is another component which can be an income generating activity to the group. Once they have the storage facility, they can be charging a certain fee so that they can be able to manage the storage facility. They can aggregate from other farmers, and if they store for a specific period of time, they can be able to pay a small commission to the storage facility. And that's why we are training now this storage, where we have the storage facilities, that's why we are training them on aggregation center management, so that they can take it as a business for them to get extra income apart from the time value they are getting with the hoarding of the potatoes. Thank you.
Asante sana, nitafurahi sana aso.
Karibu sana. Sasa kitu yenye Josephat amesema nimesikia moja ni kwamba mnafunza kuhusu aggregation what? Aggregation center management. Yani ni uhoro wa riri wako manage makumbi macio murathondeka mwi gurufu. Riu ri ni ndirenda kurora andu aria meja twi hamwe. Team Terrace tuko pamoja, tunaendelea vizuri. Kuna swali mlikuwa mnataka kuuliza na sikuona. So next time during the question I'll give you priority. Inyo ni nyumo ko mwe priority kuria ciuria nigetha to make sure twi hamwe na ni mo subscribe te neguo. Aya sawa, asanti. So nimeona watu wachache wameanza kutuombea. I want us to stand up. Kwena andu mokerire tene nigetha makinye na ikuru tiguo mutina koma wega i. So ndirenda turugame twike ka exercise kanini tufanye ka exercise kidogo. Na sasa sijui kama sijui ni mtu atanishikia mic ama mtaniona tu. Nafikiri niko na sauti. If it doesn't work, I'll pick the mic. Aya, sawa. Sasa nitumie mic. So I'm going to invite a representative from the National Potato Council of Kenya. They will tell us what they do as a National Potato Council and also how they have been partnering in this project. So nataka nimkaribishe Henry Chemjor, the Value Chain Manager, National Potato Council. Henry, nilikuwa nafikiri utapiga mbio. Unajua hii jina yako, nimesikia Chem, nikajua huko ni watu wa kufanya nini? Wakukimbia. So karibu sana Henry.
Good afternoon. Muko salama? Okay, kwa majina naitwa Henry Chemjor. Nafanya na National Potato Council of Kenya. So I am here representing our CEO, Mr. Wachira Kakuongo. So I'll start with who is National Potato Council of Kenya. Potato Council of Kenya is a public, is a multi-stakeholder and also a public-private organization. We are committed to help support potato value chain activities, and we have three main activities we are doing. The first one is we coordinate, we plan, and also we organize activities in potato value chain. We have 4 main commitments which we are aim to help transport potato industry. The first one is we provide forums for engagement, planning, and coordination, or networking and solution search. I know some of you have attended our events. One of them is a National Potato Trade Fair. We had one this year, and also the other years. Then also we normally have what we call regional potato trade fairs. And these events is mainly to bring stakeholders and farmers together, and also interact and share new technologies and also innovation in industry. Then the second one is lobbying and advocacy for supportive policy and legal framework. This is one of the areas we have actively involved in looking for. I know we all know potato regulation and also national potato strategy and county potato strategy. Those are some of the supportive policy in potato industry that we are actively involved. Then also we provide any service that will enhance businesses in potato industry. And in this case, we talk of business. We have a youth in potatoes, which we are trying to support to earn a living through potatoes. We have the spray services. We have farmers, which we call farm service providers. We are trying to nurture them in terms of supporting other farmers in improving potato productivity. So that is some of the business cases we are trying to support in potato industries. Also, we have farm input providers, we have service providers, so we work with various stakeholders, supporting them to able to support farmers, as well as also creating businesses in this industry. Then the last one is promoting adherence to regulation and adoption of good standards and best practices. Here we talk of potatoes. I know we all know how potato markets is normally conducted. We have informal, where you find people selling potatoes along the roads without any standards or any good practices being observed. So our partnership with IFDC under this PCB project, we started this journey in 2018, where we are one of the collaborators in implementing this project. And I will not talk much about what the project is, but basically our aim is to improve productivity of potato production and also improve the incomes and livelihood of farmers. You know, when we improve productivity, we tend to improve the livelihood of the farmers. So our role in the project is we have 4 main roles. The first one is knowledge exchange to the stakeholders, and this is one of the events which I have just mentioned about the stakeholders events or partners events which they interact. Then the second one is promote the use of digital platform. We have a platform called Viazi Soko. I'll also talk briefly about it. Then we also link farmers to market. We all know the access to market is still a big challenge to farmers, and we also support, try to support under this project. Then also we help support in development of key policies, laws, and county investment plans. And in this case, we talk of Nyandarua County, which we have done a number of activities. One of them is supporting development of Nyandarua County Potato Strategy, which is aligned to the National Potato Strategy. Then also we have the bylaws and issues of investment plans at the county level. Then starting with the first one about the knowledge exchange to the stakeholders. Here we, through this project, we were able to hold 2019 National Potato Trade Fair, which we had over 1,500 farmers represented in the various counties, and also Nyandarua was one of the counties which we had a good representation of the farmers. Then also we have a North Rift region potato trade fair, which was held in Eldoret, and also I know some of the farmers from Nyandarua were supported to attend that trade fair, and they were able to learn from other counties what are new technologies, what are new ways that farmers adapt in those other counties to improve their productivity, so that they can bring back home and also able to improve their own. Then also we have various potato farm demonstration in Nyandarua County. I know some of you we have interacted in various field days, which also we are trying to enlighten farmers on various technologies and also innovations. Then also we have what we call potato variety magazine, which normally produce every year. And this captures the achievements of the potato industry in the entire year, summarizing the innovations, achievements, and also technologies and so on. So this is one of the ways of disseminating information to farmers and other stakeholders on the potato industry achievements. Then the last one is potato variety catalog. I know all of you know Shangi as a major potato variety grown in Nyandarua County. But also we have various varieties. Now we talk of 67 potato varieties, which are being released in Kenya. But farmers are not aware, and this is one of the ways of creating awareness to these varieties by distributing potato variety catalog. And also after this event, also make sure you visit our tent out there so that you can have a copy of potato variety catalog 2021, which has 67 varieties. Then about Fiasoko digital platform, we know most of us, we have smartphones, and even if it's not a smartphone, we have phones, simple phones. So this is one of the ways of reaching farmers in information. Also, the project coordinator talked about Fiasoko as one of the ways of disseminating information to know exactly what price of potato currently at Nairobi or Nakuru or Mombasa, so that when a buyer comes to your farm and try to convince you to buy at a lower price, you cannot be able to sell because you know the price at the market, and you can have evidence that you can convince the buyer to improve the price at that point. Then also, this platform able to support farmers access inputs, that is seed, fertilizer, and agrochemicals. You can access the information, and also you can buy through the platform. I know seed potato is a big issue in the industry in terms of accessibility and distribution. So Fiasoko is one of the ways of helping distribute seeds. For example, a farmer in Nyandarua want to plant 1 acre. He has to go and buy seeds between 16 and 20 bags. That 16 and 20 bags you cannot move by yourself. You have to hire a pickup or use a means of transport, which you pay a lot of money to move. Then also spend a lot of time going around looking for those seeds. And for this case, Fiasoko is one of the ways which makes this efficient in terms of access to seeds, because you just need to order your seed at your comfort of your home and just wait for seed to be delivered at your premises. Then also, we talk of weather. Nowadays we have diverse weather changes, which is also one of the ways Fiasoko can support a farmer access this weather information and know exactly when the rain will come, when to plant, when to harvest it, and so on. Then also issue of market, and also I wanted to acknowledge IFTC for their support in development of this Fiasoko digital platform as one of the ways of accessing markets. And we have a marketing component which a farmer can access markets through the platform. Just need to be in a farmer group, identify the farm service providers within your area, and you are able to sell your potatoes. And now we have about 28,000 farmers registered in Nyandarua, and we are still registering more.
We have a total of 109,000 farmers in the platform, and we are targeting to reach the total of 800 farmers in the next 3 years. Then that one is about a market linkage, which is a key challenge. And we have various initiatives which support farmers access market. The first one is profiling farmers. And this is where we want to understand which variety these farmers grow, which region, productivity, the quality, and so on, so that we can easily match with what the buyer wants. Then also profiling the potato market outlets. This also to understand the variety they want, the quality, the quantity, and so on, so that we can link to farmers and be able to supply. Then we have farmers exchange visit. As you can see from the photo, this is one of the farmers in Yadara we supported to visit Kinango Fries, which they were able to learn exactly what varieties they want, the quality, and so on. And they were the farmers who participated in that exchange visit. They were really able to acknowledge the varieties and the quality these processors want, because they were able to see a huge rejects of potatoes in the premises. And this is one of the areas we are trying to address, so that the farmer can sell, for example, he sells 100 kilos, that 100 kilos goes to processing without any reject. Then also we have what we call potato marketing forums, which also we organize, and this brings farmer and processor or buyer together, and they can be able to have a one-on-one discussion, and they can agree and sign contracts on potato supply. Then the fourth one is, which is the last one, is about the support development of key policies and bylaws. And this is one of the areas we are actively involved in development of the county potato strategy, which is aligned to national potato strategy and also ASGDS and government Big Four agenda. This is county strategy which helps counties to align their resources in terms of potato production, and also they know their capacity and so on, so that when they are making their budgets, they also factor in potato as one of the key crop that need to be budgeted for. Then also formation of Nyandarua Implementation Committee, which was tasked to come up with an implementation plan of the potato county potato strategy. Then the second one is promoting implementation of and enforcement of regulation. I know all of you understand what I mean in terms of potato regulations. This is still a tall order which we are trying to implement, but soon things will be okay, and we'll be able to sell potato per kilo and packaging per 50 kg bag. Then some of the supportive frameworks that NPSK lobbied or still lobbying for. One of them is potato subsidy program. We all acknowledge that for you to produce 1 acre of potatoes, you require about 100,000 Kenya shillings, which is very expensive. And we work with government and other agencies to lobby for subsidies on potatoes. And I know some of you are beneficiaries of the HIVOJA program and also the HIVAT Government of Kenya subsidy program. Then also we have warehouse receipt system, which is also still underway. And soon we will have this where farmers can harvest their potatoes in store, and they are given a receipt which they can transact at any bank and use as they wait the price of potatoes to peak, and they sell their potatoes and repay. Then also we have potato as one of the strategic food reserve. Now potato is one of the strategic food reserve in the government of Kenya, and we are now trying to promote a value addition, which potato can be stored as a food reserve, and one of them is what we call dehydrated cubic potatoes, which can be stored for even up to 5 years and still good for consumption. So this is one of the value addition which will create a great market for farmers. Then also we have quality assurance and traceability, and this is one of the areas we are really supporting in terms of traceability. I know also you understand the issue of KFC and the challenges they have, and also the challenges our farmers have. This is one of the areas which came out strongly, the aspect of traceability. And soon, once we are done potato farmers will be able to supply to KFC. Then also we have reduction of seed certification. We all know the cost of seed certification. And in this case, we are working with our KFIs and other stakeholders to ensure that the cost of seed production is low. Then we have also budgetary support to potato activities, which also we are looking for from the national government to increase allocation to potatoes. We can be able to support our farmers to improve their production and also improve their incomes. Then the last one is formation of National Potato Circle. This is also one of the initiatives that we are also moving to achieve. And in this case, farmers, potato farmers will be having at a circle which almost similar to what KTTA has or Coffee Board has and so on, where farmers can still access their loan and can repay their loan at a small interest and so on. So that is what we are trying to achieve as a National Potato Council of Kenya. Then this is a photo of some bags I took in Wakulima Market on September 2021. And you can see we have different packaging standards. And also you cannot tell the exactly kilos of that bags. So this is one of the areas we are moving, we are coming up strongly to ensure that we have a standard potato packaging bags. You can see from this other side, we have a sketch which we are trying to achieve. We have a standard packaging bag for all the farmers in the country. So that when we say a potato bag in Meru, we talk the same language in Elgeyo Marakwet, Nakuru, and so on. We talk of same to maize. When you talk of a bag of maize, you know it is 90 kilos. So that is the same direction we want to achieve in potato sector. Thank you so much.
Asante sana Henry. Kwa hii nitawaulizia swali. Ningetaka kujua, mimi kama mkulima, nikijoin National Potato Council, which is a membership organization, what are the two biggest benefits? Yani mimi nitafaidika namna gani nikiwa mkulima kujoin?
Yeah, one of the benefits we will work with you directly, like when you call. Okay. Ukikuwa member wa National Potato Council of Kenya kama mkulima, kuna mambo kadhaa. Ya kwanza, tutakuwa tutakuhusisha mambo yote ya viazi. Kama kuna mkutano tutakuita. Kama pia kuna shida kwa shamba yako na tuita, tunakuja kwa shamba tunatatua shida ni nini. Na pia we will be working with you hand in hand up to the end of your production period.
Haya, asanti. Ningetaka kuuliza kama kuna swali, lakini kabla labda sijauliza maswali, kuna video ilikuwa ina run, si ndio? Kuna video ilikuwa ina run, inakatwa, ina run, inakatwa. So Josephat, labda unaweza niangalilia, nataka nijue ilikuwa labda how many minutes, nijue. Alafu tuone kama tunaweza iangalia kidogo ndio tu break kidogo. Watu waamke kidogo. Najua sasa kumekuwa na joto na ando ni maambiriirie. Ndiramuona uria mukomire. Neguo. Tuone ka video, reke ndorerwo ka video kau to ni nyorire amwe mukiaria, nigetha wenda gukoma ukiaria ri ni tukuona. Sawa? Haya, so nataka niulize kama kuna mtu akona swali kutoka kwa Henry from the National Potato Council. Aya, nataka kuanzia hapa. Kuna mtu akona swali? Simu niangalia, wacheni kuangalia screen sasa. Niko hapa. Hena modo ena kioria. Hena modo kwenda kuria kioria haha. Kuma kwa Henry. Oh, okay. Sawa. So, Mike, do you have a mic? So we have one question from the team that is sitting outside.
Sure. Habari ya wakulima. Kwa majina naitwa Adams Moreithi na nataka kuuliza kwa profiling. Wakulima wamekuwa wakifanyiwa profiling na stakeholders wengi. Kila mara unapata wakienda kufanyiwa nasema si tulikuwa tumeuliza maswali kama haya. So nilikuwa nauliza mnaweza shikana na hao stakeholders instead ya mfanye kazi mingi, mnatumia mtu mmoja alafu mnachukua data kutoka hapo.
Aya, nafikiri tumeelewa. So I think the question mainly is there is maybe duplication on the role of profiling farmers. So the question was, it happens so often from different organizations. So is there a way of harmonizing this activity from the different partners? I don't know if you are the right person to answer. You want to answer that, or anyone else from the audience? Do you want to answer that, Henry?
Yeah.
Okay.
What I can say is, as a National Potato Council, we are a multi-stakeholder organization, and we work with various partners. And also we have partners which they are not our members, and that is now what we are trying to bring them, so that we have one voice supporting farmers. And for our case, we normally encourage farmers to be in farmer groups. And when we have identify our farmer groups, we work with you all along in terms of production up to harvesting every year. So this is, I know there is a bit of confusion in terms of collection of data. We have a lot of research students going to farmers to collect their data for maybe studies. So for us, we only do once, and we work with you all along.
Find that data. Who is the custodian of that data between you, National Potato Council, and maybe the ministry, the county ministry of agriculture?
Yeah, we have the data as a National Potato Council of Kenya, and also we collaborate with the county government to get more data. So we work hand in hand with the county government. So we are the custodian of the data.
Aya, asante. Thank you very much, Henry. Tunaweza tukawatch your video kidogo? It's 30 minutes, 33. Only 3 minutes. Aya, sawa, nafikiri hiyo ni mzuri. Na ukitaka kusimama ukiwatch nafikiri itakuwa ni mzuri. Si tumuone huyu Job Joroge Mwangi. Aya, media team.
Niĩ njĩtagwo Job Joroge Mwangi, chairman wa Jinue Dairy Farmers Group, ĩrĩa tũthomithagio nĩ IFDC 2021 ũkabundithio ũhoro wa ũrĩmi, na thĩinĩ wa gĩkundi kĩu tũkoragwo twĩ members 30 na twĩ mwena wa Njabi-inĩ Kĩnangobu handũ hetagwo Kĩnamba. Tũthiĩte na mbere nĩ tũracokia ngatho nĩ ũndũ wa IFDC nĩ gũtũthomithia ũhoro wa bataraitha, ũhoro wa mĩrĩmĩre mĩega, ũthimi wa tĩri, nĩ twathimĩirwo tĩri na ũrĩa tũkĩonio nginya ũhoro wa kũhanda spacing, tũrahota gũthiĩ na mbere ona nĩ twĩkĩte demo ya mbere which is rĩu nĩ tũgũkĩona ũrĩa gũtũtwara nĩgetha twĩkũrie economy na maũndũ maitũ magĩrĩre.
Hamwe na njĩra cia ũrĩmi nĩ tũthire na mbere tũgĩthomithia ũhoro wa mĩrĩre nĩgetha tũhote gwĩthema na mĩrimũ ĩrĩa yonekaga through mĩtũrĩre itũ, kũhũthĩra nginya balanced diet, na tũkĩoneka tũngĩhota ku-add value indo iria twĩ nacio thĩinĩ wa kũrĩma.
Na nĩ twarutwo kũrĩaga irio cina carbohydrates, proteins, vitamins, na nĩ twakena mũno tondũ rĩu tũtirĩrugaga irio citarĩ na mĩharĩrĩrie mĩega, tũrĩkorwo tũharĩrĩirie irio citũ na mĩbango mĩega.
Nĩ tũkwenda gũcokia ngatho nĩ ũndũ wa gĩthomo kĩu gĩothe tũthomithĩtio nĩ arimũ aitũ, tondũ mau nĩmo maũndũ marĩa matwaraga andũ na mbere, na gĩthomo kĩu tũrutĩtwo kuma gĩa kũrĩma kĩu kĩa irio nĩ kĩega, tondũ andũ aingĩ ta ithuĩ tũtirĩ tuona gĩthomo ta kĩu kĩa mĩrugĩre ya indo ta icio, no ũmũthĩ nĩ tuona mĩrugĩre ĩyo ya irio nĩ mĩega, na nĩ tũgũthiĩ na ithuĩ tũgateithie ciana citũ iria ci thukuru, cioka mũciĩ na niĩ ngũthiĩ gwĩka ũguo ndona na maitho makwa, nao nĩguo makahota gũteithia rũciũ rwao na maũndũ marĩa ndeyonera ũmũthĩ.
Nĩ tũmenyete maũndũ maingĩ kũgerera kũrĩo, nĩ ngatho ndĩramacokeria na ngamehoya matikanoge makinyĩre o hau na mathiĩ na mbere na gũthomithia andũ angĩ aingĩ, tondũ ũndũ ũyũ wĩna ũrutani wa magegania mũno, na andũ nĩ mamenyete
maratũraga nduma-inĩ no IFDC nĩ hingũrĩte andũ meciria na makakorwo mena know-how ya ũrĩmi nginya ũhoro wa mĩrĩre.
Niĩ ndĩ chairman wa Jinue Dairy Farmers Group. Nĩ ndĩracokeria County Government of Nyandarua ngatho hamwe na IFDC na Embassy ya Ireland ngatho nĩ ũndũ wa gĩthomo kĩu tondũ nĩ gĩgũkorwo kĩrĩ ũteithio mũnene mũno harĩ ithuĩ na nĩ wega.
Kama umejiona, hebu simama. Kana gĩkundi gĩaku. Sawa. Nidona kwena vizuri. Nimeona that we have part of the audience that were featured in the video, so very nice. Now I know it is 10 past 1, nĩ thaa mũgwanja. Kĩagĩrĩirwo nĩ gũkorwo gĩgĩthaa kĩa ranji, no ranji nĩ cereirwo hanini. Rĩu nĩ ngwenda kũmwĩhoya nĩgetha twambe twĩke maũndũ merĩ tucoke tuthiĩ ranji. Sawa? So we are going to have a bit of a late lunch. Si tumekula viazi? Tumela viazi? Bado? Tumekula nini? Hapa ndio nataka. Tumekula nini? Ninaongea Kiswahili. Tafadhali usiongee. Sasa wakati huu hakuna kuongea Kikuyu. Sawa? Tumekula nini? Tumekula nini? Alafu waru inaitwaje na Kiswahili? Kama utajua kwa Kiswahili na ni wakulima sasa, na muweke simu chini, sawa? Sitaki kuona mtu na simu, sawa? Sababu wengine mtagugu. Unajua tuliambiwa una subscribe, una follow, unafanya nini? Sasa kwa hiyo usisubscribe. So nataka nijue, na mwenye atajua atapata zawadi. Na nataka kwa wakulima, je, nimesikia mmesema kuna ngwashe, viazi vitamu, si ndio? Wewe utakwata na Githweri? Ukijua nitakupatia zawadi. Inaitwa? Hapana. Ile ingine yezi yaitwa viazi vitamu na hii itwe viazi. Sasa nataka mniambie. Nimetoka Tanzania last week, kwa hivyo nataka kuache. Kwa hivyo ninajua. Aya, nani mwingine atajaribu? Hey, ati viazi karanga kweli? Nani anafikiria anajua? Ainue mkono, niko na zawadi. Aya, ninaona mmoja. Mwingine, nani mwingine anaona anajua? Nani wakulima, natafuta wakulima. Sawa? Aya, wawili. Nani mwingine? Watatu. Hebu simameni. Mkiwa watatu, wewe na huyu na yule. Aya, inaitwa bazi. Hey! Ona one marega. Ni marega tuitagwo viazi. Haya.
Inaitwa viazi waya.
Viazi? Nani amekuambia?
Na mimi.
Ni wewe unajua? Viazi waya. Sasa namuuliza Kefa, sababu hiyo si ndio nilikuwa nayo. Hebu enda Google, hebu subscribe tuone kama kweli Google anasema hivyo. Haya, ya tatu.
Viazi bata.
Viazi? Hapana. Hapana. Kefa, na ngoja uniambie sababu natafuta ingine. Hii ndio zawadi yangu. Sini serious. Simuanze kufikiria. Kuna kitu natafuta. Niliongea sana Tanzania last week. Kwa hivyo wao ndio nawaamini ni Waswahili. Viazi waya imekataliwa. Baazi imekataliwa. Viazi hiyo ingine ilikuwa viazi bata.
Viazi ya Ulaya. Uko Uingereza.
Bado. Sasa nataka mfikirie tukitoka kuna mmoja huko nyuma ama huko nje anajua? Hawajui? Aya, sawa, naona mkono mmoja wa mwisho kama hata juu.
Iko moja hapa.
Iko. Haya, wacha tusikie.
Viazi batata.
Viazi batata ni viazi na Portuguese. Hiyo at least najua. Ndio inaitwa batata. Ukienda Mozambique utasikia batata. Kwa hivyo hata hiyo imekataliwa. Viazi maji. Sasa sawa. Sasa nimewapea homework. Tukitoka lunch, sasa hivi tutasikiza one of the partners, the last for the I would say the morning session. Alafu after that tutaenda kwa exhibition booths, tuone ni nini inaendelea pale, what the partners have exhibited. Alafu tukirudi, kama unajua umeona umejua, ukuje uniambie. Zawadi bado iko. Sawa? Aya. Sawa. So for now I would like to invite a representative from IPM Potato Group, Eric. Sasa nataka nani atanisaidia kusoma jina la pili? Si unisaidie. Nataka unisaidie kuintroduce so the second name.
Anaitwa Eric Alpedorin.
Perfect.
Alpedorin.
He's done a good job. Okay, thank you very much. So we are going to welcome Eric Apoldoren, and Eric works for IPM and also Kirinyaga Seeds, which is a partnership between IPM and Kevian. Karibu sana.
Everybody, it's an honor and pleasure to be here this day. It's really nice to see so many people, mainly the growers and a lot of the partners being here. So much appreciated that you have the time, especially before the lunch, so I don't take a lot of your time, but it's very nice to be here. And I think I first want to thank you very much, IFDC, for the excellent programs they always present and the excellent cooperations we work together with them. So much appreciated, and I think maybe at the end of the event we can give them a big applause, because the IFDC is a great organization who's working very hard for you as farmers and our partners. Let me give us a little introduction. The IPM Potato Group is from Irish origin, but we produce seed potatoes in 5 different countries. Totally we produce 3,500 hectares of seed potatoes in Europe, and we export to 50 different countries in the world. Totally around 95,000 tons of seed potatoes. IPM is having our own breeding stations, and I'm coming that a little bit further also about seed potato production in Kenya. We have around 30 own potato varieties which we develop and sell all over the world. And that's one of the reasons 4 or 5 weeks ago we had the World Potato Congress in Ireland. It's one of the biggest events once every 2 years, where all the potato people from all over the world coming together. And in that event, East Africa, especially Kenya, was the most important topic. And that will say Kenya is at the starting point of, as you know, the second crop after maize. So important it is. But we still need to work together to find and to make that value chain much better. And that's one of the reasons we got into the project with the IFDC, because we want to work more close to the growers, more close to our partners for the fertilizer, spraying, irrigations and everything. Because at the end of the day, you were asking me before for the introduction what my hobby and my passion was. And my passion is sailing, especially when I'm sailing in my free time. And from that sailing, the most important thing is to work together. Because somebody needs to do the navigation, somebody needs to do the sails, somebody needs to do taking care of the boat. And so we also look as IPM Potato Group to the potato world, and especially in Kenya, we all need to work together. That's why we have also formed a partnership with Kavian Food Group, and together we have Kirinyaga Seeds Limited, and we are farming in Timau, where we have a potato store, and that's also in respect of Dirk his story about potato storage. It's essential that potatoes are stored, and that's why we also have built our own store of 1,200 tons of seed potatoes in Timau. And there we produce our local varieties like Shangi, Dutch Robin, Unica, and Cherokee. And of course, we also want to stimulate our own varieties. And Henry is going to tell us, Henry is a farm manager, he's going to tell us a little bit more about the Java variety also. But we think it's very important in Kenya that we look into the whole value chain. So not only the production, but we also need to look to the right varieties, PCN resistance, blight resistance was already discussed in the morning about the topics. So we also need to develop the right varieties for the countries. And one of the things, the only thing you can find it out, to do it with the trial fields. And that's why we have with the IFDC already for a couple of years now 3 demonstration fields to do the right testing, how it's adapted to the market. And that's the only way you can implement the right varieties into the market. Also very important from this demonstration field is that we can meet the farmers, because at the end of the day we can produce the right varieties for you, but you need to produce them on a good way. The right fertilizers, the right spraying, the right harvesting methods, the right storage methods. And that's all, again, coming back to the sailing boat, we have to work together on that basis. And that's not only with the growers, but also with the governmental organizations like CAFIS, who's doing the certification, the variety registration in the country itself. So it's all a team of effort. We cannot do it on our own, the farmer cannot do it on our own, but we have to look more closely how can we develop together the value chain. And I think that's why we are also happy that you are here. And we also want to invite you for a demonstration fields together with the IFDC, and also with a demonstration and demonstration plots in Timau, just to look in the field how it's going, how it's producing, and how can we improve to each other. Because at the end of the day, the potato production is your income and your return. So we're all working together to help that for a better improvement. Henry will tell now a little bit more about the Java variety. It's one of our registered varieties here in Kenya.
Good afternoon, team. My name's Henry Keegan. I also work with Kirinyaga Seeds, and as you've heard, Kirinyaga Seeds is an hybrid between IPM and Kavian Kenya Limited. And nitaongea kwa Kiswahili. I'll try to mix my talk, but very briefly. But maybe let me concentrate on Kiswahili so that we can all be on the same boat. Java is Java ni variety moja ambayo imeweza kuibuka katika kuwa released na imepitia katika process ndefu. Kuna zingine ambazo zilikuwa pamoja, lakini hii ni mojawapo ambayo imeweza kuibuka na imekuwa released. Hii variety ni red variety, ni nyekundu, na mkiangalia haina macho, haina deep eyes, haina macho yake sio deep. Ukitoa ngozi au upotezi viazi nyingi, na inaweza kukaa bila kukaa kwa cold store hata zaidi ya miezi miwili, na ukiweka vizuri na ikipata circulation ya hewa nzuri, inaweza hata fikisha 3, na pia dormancy yake iko mbele, inaweza chukua kama miezi 2-3 kabla haijaanza kuota. So ni variety ambayo tungetaka kuintroduce kwa wakulima, kwa sababu iko very highly tolerant to blight. Kwa hivyo haipigwi na baridi, ile ugonjwa mnaita ya baridi, inaweza stahimili sana, na mazao pia iko juu sana. Tulifanya ilikuwa tunapata karibu tonnage 40 inategemea sehemu between 35 mpaka 40 tani kwa hekta moja, na nafikiria kuna uwezekano kama unaweza pata sehemu ambao unaweza weka drip irrigation na mapato yanaweza kuwa juu, na ni variety ambayo tunge labda kwa wale ambao wamezoea zingine kama shangi, tusemi kwamba muache shangi, lakini ni vizuri katika sehemu yako ya shamba hata kama ukiweka kama 20% labda 20 hivi katika shamba uweze kukuza hii variety nyingine, na itakuwa ni sehemu ya kuweza kujifunza na kuweza kufanya uamuzi wako. Na pia nafikiria kuna market kwa sasa tunafanya multiplication, alafu pia tuweze kuintroduce kwa watu ambao wako kwa soko ya viazi wenye wanafanya processing, na pia sehemu zingine za nchi. Mnajua kwamba sehemu za northern part of Kenya kama northeastern viazi kama shangia haiwezi kustamili sana, ndiposa unakuta varieties kama sherekea na zingine zinapendelewa sana sehemu hiyo. Kwa hivyo inaweza kuwa ni alternative wakati soko inakuwa concentrated kwa pande moja, kunaweza kuwa na nafasi ya kuweza kuuza kwa sehemu zingine za katika nchi. Kwa hivyo ni kitu ambacho tungeweza kutembea na wakulima, na tunasema asante sana kwa IFDC kwa sababu tumetembea na hao katika hii process na kuweza kupata hii variety ikaweza kuweza kufaulu, na kuna zingine ambazo ziko njiani na tunataraji kwamba tutakuwa na viazi zingine ambazo tutaendelea nazo. Asante.
Before we go to lunch, I wish you a very good lunch, and you're very welcome, of course, to visit all the stands, because a lot of people are standing there waiting to give you the information. And much appreciated for your visit and your time, and we're looking forward to work together. Asante sana.
Asante sana. So sababu wako na start, so I'll request that we will immediately walk to the booth. So if in case you have any question in regard to Kirinyaga seeds or Java, tafadhali tutakutana na wao pale kwa tent. Thank you very much. So yeah, tuwapigie makofi. Nimesikia viazi hazina nini? Amesema viazi ya Java iko na nini? Ama haina nini? Macho? Macho deep. Deep ni nini na Kikuyu? Korikira? Getire na maitho marikiru. Uguo woa ndugote muno. Haya ni wega tugithie buthi-ini twike atia? Tumenye horo wake wa Java. Sawa? Haya, so for this moment, I said we are going to have a late lunch. Msiniulize kwa nini, sababu mimi labda walisikia tumeongea sana ya juu ya viazi na hawakuwa wamenunua, wakasema wakanunue, sijui ndio imechelewa. Lakini kwa sasa hivi tutaenda kwa exhibition booths tuweze kuinteract na exhibitors, and we continue learning, sababu tulisema leo ni omodene Learners Day. Sawa? Oguo ko ni uthomete kindu ni wega, no ko ni urenda guthoma makiria ri, tukire twike atia? Tuthie. Na riu DJ ko no utuhurire karimbo karia kaugaga ngukinyukia o kahora jerekeire guthie booth-ini cia exhibition, thie ngeke atia? Gathome. No winithagia kigoco kiu kwao. So nataka tusimame si wote. Aya, nikianza tunaendelea. Gokinyoki. So gokinyokia is like you are walking. Si mnajua? So we are all moving out and walking to the booth. So DJ.
Gokinyokia okahora teretele omatwine ganenjoe negakinya gahuroke na mwathani ewega ngai moto Yesu ni muhate roho waku monyotokia ikahote kana nyote
Sama rĩtwa makwa njĩtagwo Jamũrĩki Macari wa Gĩcũkĩ, ndĩ chairman wa gĩkundi gĩtagwo Gĩta Green Agriculture kĩa ũrĩmi wa waru iria basic seed.
Kwa marĩtwa makwa nĩ Ruthi Karanja, nĩ treasurer wa gĩkundi kĩa Gĩta Green Agriculture. Through PCB nĩ tũthomithĩtio ũhoro wa ũrĩmi wa waru nĩ maafisa aitũ akuma Girigasha kuma Nyandarua County.
Mbere ori twarĩmaga waru tũtarĩ na mĩbango mĩega na tũtoĩ, no rĩu nĩ tũthomithĩtio gĩthomo, gĩkundi gĩkĩ nĩ gĩthomithĩtio gĩthomo kĩnene mũno nĩ FDC, nĩ tũhetwo training cia bata mũno, tũgacoka tũgetherwo mbegũ cia bata. Njuge gĩkundi gĩkĩ gitũ rĩ kĩambĩrĩirie kũgĩa mĩri biũ 2019 hĩndĩ ĩrĩa magirigaca maitũ na atongoria a kuma kũrĩa FDC rĩrĩa mambĩrĩria gũka rĩ nĩguo twagĩire na mĩri biũ na tũgĩkinyĩra wega nĩ ũndũ ithomo icio rĩ nĩ ciarũmanĩrĩirie na nĩ itũteithĩtie mũno.
Marĩtwa njĩtagwo Geoffrey Maina, ngoragwo ndĩ Ward Agricultural Officer thĩinĩ wa ward ya North Kinangop ĩrĩa thĩinĩ wa Kinangop sub county. Gĩkundi gĩkĩ tũrĩ gĩtagwo Gĩta Green Agriculture FFBS, na ndambirie gũgĩtrain mwaka wa 2019 mweri wa August, harĩa twambirie demonstration ya kuota eka plot ya waru. Twagĩrĩkia ku identify gĩkundi gĩkĩ nĩ twaikarire thĩ na members othe hĩndĩ ĩyo marĩ 33 na tũkĩdiscuss mathĩna marĩa ma-affectaga ũrĩmi wa waru thĩinĩ wa area na North Kinangop, na he mathĩna marĩa ma-identifyire marĩ major mũno. Thĩna ũmwe warĩ wa seed quality, na nĩguo twa-addressire thĩinĩ wa demonstration plot ya quarter acre, na magetha makiuma mega mũno kũringana na ũrĩa magethire, makĩongerereka na makĩona mangĩrũmĩra method ĩyo ya ũrĩmi nĩ megũteithĩka. Nĩguo macokire magĩbandwo no Embassy of Ireland, makĩheo inputs, fertilizer na mbegũ cia 1 acre nginya na ndawa, na ngĩhota bado kũmatrain na makĩhota ku-address mathĩna mothe marĩa ma-affectaga ũrĩmi wa waru na makĩruta magetha mega mũno. Rĩu kwĩ mwaka ũyũ 2021 kuma April nĩ maronire ũrĩmi ũcio no ũmateithie mũno, na marona no ma-advance makinyie eka 6, na nĩho rĩu haha tũrĩ nĩ mahotete kũhanda eka 6 kuma nginya ũmũthĩ ũyũ. Na gĩthomo gĩkĩ nĩ gĩkoretwo gĩkĩega mũno tondũ nĩ tũrahota kũmathomithia practical, ũkahota kũmatrain theory na mũgeka practical, tondũ nĩ matũheaga materials cia demonstration plots iria tũkũhũthĩra ta fertilizer, mbegũ na ndawa, ũndũ ũrĩa ũrĩ ũtiganu na ũrĩa twathomithagia tene, tondũ tene twathomithagia theory theri.
Mũgũnda ũcio ĩka ĩmwe tuonire twahanda nĩ tuonire magetha mauma wega mũno na tũkĩona mbeca, tondũ nĩ mũgũnda ũcio ĩka ĩmwe twenjire ngonia 88 icio basic seed. Mbegũ icio citũ rĩ ciokire mũigana wa 264, na rĩu kumagia hau mbegũ icio nĩ tũtheremetie mũno, tondũ ona nocio ici rĩu nocio ci gũkũ nĩ tũtheremetie mbegũ ĩno mũno na no twendeirie andũ, na kĩo gĩkundi gitũ rĩ rĩrĩa tũrenjire mbegũ ici nĩgetha rĩu tũhande gũkũ rĩ, na kĩo gĩkundi gitũ tũkĩona nao nĩ megwetha handũ virgin, o mũndũ wothe nĩ egwetha handũ hatarĩ hahandwo kĩndũ, na tũkiuga o mũndũ nĩ ekũhanda kĩo 50-50. Njuge nĩ tũthiĩte wega mũno, twĩna target ya mbegũ ici tũkenderia andũ arĩa angĩ nĩgetha macenjie mbegũ iria cia ũndũire magĩe na mbegũ njega. Gĩkundi gĩkĩ gitũ kĩna age ya kuma mĩaka 20 nginya 60, na nĩ tũrĩ nginya na disability thĩinĩ wakĩo, na othe rĩ tũrutaga wĩra o ũndũ ũmwe, na ihinda rĩrĩa gĩkundi gĩkĩ kĩarutirie wĩra tũticagũranagia mũyuthi kana ũ,
tondu muno ni twendaga ayuthi ri and women ri mokire tondu nio makoretwo matigitwo muno riu nginyagia hau turi tuhandite eka 6 iria twina mwihoko ni kuma ngonia 900 ma 60 iria turegereria ni guturehera 1.9 nigetha tuhote guthie na mibango wengi na mbere matanya maitu riu maria twina mukana maria turehariria ri ni tungiendia waru ici citu tugure kaburoti kau tugwaka ri twake nyumba ya kuiga seeds only turenda riri handu ha kwendagia waru tukorwo na thito njega turethuranagia mbegu tukaiga mbegu wega uguo ni turendagiria thiini wa Kenya turendagiria andu othe mbegu njuge atiriri gikundi giki riu ri hau kiri tondu ni githomithitio gikundi giki ni kirugamirire uhoro wa forest conservation ni kirahanda miti ya unduire nigetha mutito uyu ugateithia gikundi kiu nakio gikundi kiu gigateithia mutito ni kira protect destruction ya mutito kwa miamba ya gita green agriculture hana ta chairman wao ni tugucokeria magriculture maitu mothe na ari othe mama ne agaidio magaturehera ni maturutite wega na matwikite maundu mega na githomo twi nakio gia kuigana riu no mundu eteire. Thank you very much.
Hamari twajitagwo James Gatimu Ndungu ni ndiri umwe wa arimi aria maturainitwo ni IFDC na gikundi-ini kiria gitagwo Gathiriga Smart Farmers
try to enjoy. Problem in the finish, so make you try to enjoy. Make we dance like Luala, yeah, Luala. Make we dance like Luala, yeah, Luala. Make we dance like Luala, yeah, Luala. Make we dance like Luala.
Kan ibu isu yes ibu ibu ni kajian minda all about kes nasa dapat translate itu lagi banu musuku asili sawa mana nuko
inaniua navumilia vibaya sana, nataka niende nitafute dawa.
jamaa sangenge kwa gari bila haiko busy akakuja.
Individually,
pia bado unaweza fungua na account na sisi. Once you feel unajiunga na sisi. Okay. Ni group kama pengine company imetoka.
Kwa branch ya Nyahururu imefungua na nini?
Karibuni. Ini Tawasako. Tawasako tunapeana pesa. Pesa ya ukulima, pesa ya kujenga. Yote iko hapa. Yote iko hapa, ni basket ya all financial needs. Umeambiwa pale kuna store. Unaona ile somo mlionyesha yenye unaweza na usiuze viasi ya shilingi 10. Napeana pesa ya kujenga hapa. Uko na swali ya kuuliza? Hiyo kijaandika hapa. Yes. Kwa hivyo sisi wageni sana kwa hii soko ya finance. Tumekuwa kwa hii soko for over 40 years. Yeah, tunaandika na pesa ya Tawasako. Kwa hivyo we do work, initially tulikuwa Nyandarua Sako, but now everybody is a member. Farmer, business, bodaboda, ule tunapeana pesa. Yeah, we have an office.
Tuhadaga tunashungula tuhadike Nyandarua Nyandarua County na kwina tuhada tunamukutana of course tuna akulima ile tukurira ala mahadite makahada ile family practices tukura kuma kuriyo kama hindo moja na tabia wa rusha tariwe mkulima wa ubore wahada rusha tuange baadhi na kwa kastomo na mekwa ushagura wile du sho mtu wala kula shura haya rudi hada ule ndio kama mtu wa tushuragia kani tuhera fama kabula tunatukira tukura na kitu okon matkania duguna ni nasio tukabule kasio ndio tukabule ya duguna kama sio atasema kama sisi
Naangalia sambo ingine kana itatu. Ndio ndio kuna kana na mayala maiki. Okay. Charges ikiria karibu kiorganize a group of farmers. These charge the same. What we are doing right now we have not been we are not attracting any other costs. Todo tomamos lo que tocó. Ya todo lo que hemos hecho de Donalia, donare CP, I will be having a group with that Tiger. You will go down. We have been talking about the negotiate. Como la tiene todo por ello, tiene todo por la pase. Yo lo hago aquí, yo lo iré a ti, na mo akro mo mo matu ke biasa kana offset tata pasien no ato ko ta euro to fande ko ko mali ya binga na tera ku ya na do ko na do re kano na ka okay but now
the productivity is high, livelihoods have been improved.
Wakulima kuendelea kutembelea kwenye exhibition,
wengine wamenunua shamba. That is a milestone.
Kuchukua picha.
So that's our ultimate goal.
So make sure you take a photo, muhure bisha, todo bisha isho tosho kahwa hii
society ikimpactiwa what happened. Oh, mko mnasikiza? Oh, poleni. When we impact a society, nini inafanyikanga the living standard inainuka, si ndio? So tunataka kuimprove the living standards of communities. Nimemaliza. Any question about IFDC?
You say that you do research on fertilizers.
Yes.
Okay, saizi, depending on the crop, like in the PCB project, we are telling farmers to use crop-specific fertilizer. Sawa sawa, karibu. Crop-specific fertilizer ni fertilizer inapelekana na mimea yenye ina grow. Kwa sababu mimea inahitaji different nutrients at different stages. So kama viazi, for example, there are specific fertilizers like Baraka, Mavuno, Yara. Those are fertilizers that are defined for potato. Yes. So with maize, kama DAP inawakili vizuri. Yes. Mtu achukue yenye anataka. Usichukue kama sijakutrain. Kama sijakutrain ngoja beana. Kuna swali umenielewa lakini umeelewa? So crop specific fertilizer na ni vizuri kupimiwa. Na ni vizuri kupimiwa mchanga. Actually, anga kupimiwa mchanga. Sisi hatupimi but we can of course connect.
Kupimiwa mchanga, the next booth. Ingia the next booth.
Ama ni kunijaribu. Ni yako. Anajua kenye anafanya. Refunders.
Tunasema
Meshangaa. Hii ya Uganda ilifandiwa na GIZ.
so it's the same.
Sasa kama unaona kama hii ni different project.
Ilifandiwa na Netherlands. No, that's
hii ni project.
Then bags they start producing 40 bags according to how they implement. When they change the farms, they'll have more productivity. So they'll be able to change their households. And then from changing their households, they'll be able to spread it to the community. And from the community now, we go to the institutions. So the Benjamin Mekwangia 1, 2, 3, 4, yeah. So you'll be able to learn more about how each and every stage should be implemented.
Yeah. So, ona nä ngå menyaga tio vision na mission nä rä twatwethaga rä I'm looking for a term we can understand.
Exactly. Everyone's ours.
Because again, unaweza shinda yes, kaka. Karibu.
Eterera yage nego mutiko mule mone goni kumenya ni
Ate? Gai, mlikuwa mnafikiria niko hapo? Hapana. Niliona kuja mbele ya mipango. Karibuni. Ngoja wakulima wengine nikuje mseme.
Nikuje? Kuna mahali imekwama?
Wakulima lunch iko ready. Kuna watu wenye walikuwa na cards zao. Let me look for Jocelyn.
So we can wait for another bigger group.
Jocelyn uko wapi? Jocelyn. Jocelyn, uko na cards za lunch? Hello. Lunch is ready. Chakula kiko tayari. Tuko na 3 serving stations. Kuna moja hapa. Na kuna ingine pale ndani kwa hall.
Nisaidie hapa
Kuna
isijikunje.
mbili hapa. So Jocelyn ako na cards. Pitia hapo uchukue card kama una meal card. Tumesikia? Lunch is served. It's ready. Please pick your meal card from here if you already don't have. We have 3 serving stations. There are 2 here in the field and we have 1 in the hall.
Na muririkane uria ndimwirire muoye kabica nigetha tumenye ati ni mwathoma tubica arimi
Wakoja wengine wakuja kwanza. Karo kimbia kidogo. Karo. Karo. Wengine wakuja. Hana milka dakarudia. Haina chakula.
Itajifunga hivi.
Sawa, asante. We are illegal, Susan.
We did something illegal somehow.
Yeah. Oh, you don't take fruits?
I do, but are we supposed to go inside?
Don't know where we're supposed to go.
Ani gam itonga, gam itonga, lakini gam tafutie.
Susan, you want some salad? Oops, sorry.
Greens.
Flight. Come on, back right. Back right.
Si nilipata nikaitishwa tena kwa shamba. Ya saizi. Lakini ya saizi.
Shika shihare.
Nilikuwa nataka nimepeana pale.
Yes, Kwani relative zangu amefika amekuja yule.
Oh.
Kwani mko relative mnafanana?
Tafana kidogo. Nawapatia watu kwa crowd. Kujua ndio nilikuwa nimetoa pale kamera kidogo wagonge. Uvulanaenda hapo mbele wanapita karibu na cable wananiweza. Wewe bana sina munda khabura sande cable handi mtiza mkulu. Hawaje bwana. Nipigie kopi. Wacha kwanza. Bwana nipigie kwa picha moja kama nimesoma hapo kwa simu yako nitumie kwa sababu. Leba mint glue. Ya iko
Sika kusura hivyo kwa smile please. Nakali kaje kuchoma sana. Hiyo sio sawa. Sawa.
Poa.
Yeye nimelika dwendo kule.
Sawa.
Hiyo TVET policy inafaa iende mpaka Friday. Sasa unajua nilikuwa nimeambiwa na hii itakuwa leo.
Thank you very much. My name is Dr. James Karitu. I'm the CEC member for Agriculture, Livestock and Fisheries, Nyandarua County Government. As you all know, Nyandarua is more of an agricultural county, and we usually say that over 70% of our citizens in Nyandarua derive their livelihoods from basically agriculture. And with that, the government of Nyandarua, headed by His Excellency the Governor Francis Kimemia, has put a lot of emphasis in agriculture, a lot of factoring to sort of improve this sector. As agriculture in Nyandarua, we say dairy is our number one in terms of income to the county. Number two, we say is potatoes. So if we look at the issue of potatoes, basically we say potato, Nyandarua is the key producer of potatoes. We have a production level of more than 33% of the national production for potatoes. We also indicate that in these issues of potato, most of our farmers are small-scale farmers, and quite a lot of things are required. We've been one of the major issues to increase the potato productivity has been the issue of capacity building of our farmers in good agricultural practices, and this is where we have been able to link up, and maybe to start off is to thank the Irish government who have funded through International Fertilizer Development Center to be able to do this potato capacity building project in Nyandarua. The project has had run for 3 years. This project had a target of training 3,000 farmers directly and many more indirectly. However, they surpassed the target because they were able to train 3,800 farmers on good agricultural practices. And indirectly, 7,000 farmers have also been exposed to some of these good agricultural practices through field days and tours to other areas. The issue of potato capacity building, that is the training of farmers, is the only way to be able to increase our productivity. Farmers are trained through the extension model of farmer field business schools, whereby you bring 20 to 30 farmers together in a quarter-acre piece of land. That is the type of that we started with. Then later on, we started getting to 1 acre demo plots, whereby the farmers could work together from land preparation all the way to planting, utilization of certified seeds, proper utilization of fertilizer and other chemicals, and all the process that is there for farming until the harvest. Farmers working as a group and being trained together. It's after that the farmers, after harvesting, including issues of post-harvest loss mitigation, that farmers are now able to do these things on their own. Basically, this program has also had a selection of what we are calling the lead farmers, among those farmers who do well within those groups. And these farmers can now again start off in some areas, what you call farmer-led groups that they can also continue, and that is a better system, and that is where we are able to train many farmers. So this increase in these trainings has resulted in increase in productivity. As it is said, the national productivity is around 8 to 10 tons per hectare of potatoes. Here in Nyandarua, I think we have bypassed that because of this form of training, and we estimate now that we are beyond that. We are around at 17 to 20 tons per hectare. In this year, this extension, the target is 1,500 farmers to be trained. So far, 1,300 have been trained indirectly, and 1,300 farmers also trained directly. As a county government, we are trying to work out on the issues that we assist the farmers with. One of them is that we are coming up with a project on the potato seed multiplication through tissue culture. That will be at ATC Oljorok, and this program is almost complete and almost ready for launching any time from now, whereby we will be able to provide farmers with the certified clean seeds And one of the major issues that is known why productivity is not going up is the unavailability of that certified clean seed, which is the indicator that nationally it is less than 5%. So if we are able to look at the issue of seed, then we would say that we are sure we will be able to increase on productivity. Issues of marketing is what we have been also thinking about, because right now we are thinking about how, because it's always rain-fed agriculture, we realize that most of the farmers produce their potatoes at the same time. There will be a glut during the harvesting period, and therefore the prices of the potatoes go down and farmers feel they lose a lot. Also quite a lot of potatoes, because you can't preserve potatoes for long, you find they go, but therefore they'll be very heavy post-harvest losses. So as a county government, what we are doing is to see how we can develop and come up with cold storages. Thanks to His Excellency, the President of this country, who has given one of the cold storages to Nyandaro, which is being constructed here at Torkarao. There are minor, small cold storages that actually been developed, and the farmers are learning from that, so that a farmer can have your own cold storage or a small group of farmers whereby you can preserve you about 40 tons of potatoes for some time, maybe 3 months, 6 months, but up to 3, 4, 6 months, and by that time the prices will have changed, and therefore they are able to make profits. The other areas that the county government of Nyandaro has actually to try to promote mechanization in potato farming. The county government has been able to procure potato machinery, and these are basically the ringer, the potato planters, the potato harvesters, and other tractors for that, and also the chisel plows for potato farming, to sort of conserve also the moisture, which is critical. And these are some of the technologies we are trying to promote. Issues of this project also going on around, and also sensitizing people on the issues of nutrition has been quite critical. You know, issues of stunting are quite in such counties like ours. And therefore, to mitigate that, we are trying to, the groups we are working with, also trying to introduce the issues of nutrition and how to mix the various kind of food stuff in homes, so that at least we reduce that. Because of malnutrition, we are able to bring those issues down. Benefits to the farmers, I think, as I've said, because of this training, there's increased productivity. You know, the PCPB the potato capacity building program, I think there have also been linkages of farmers to the market through contracts with some of the processing companies, and some farmers have also benefited from that. So these are basically what we are trying to do, and see whether we will be able to get our farmers to produce to the maximum. The other issue maybe coming up, I think that the industry has not been properly regulated, and recently in 2019, the Irish potato regulations 2019 came into place, which is now what we are trying to enforce. With these regulations, actually we be able to regulate the sector, we hope that every person on the value chain, along the value chain, will be able to make some ends meet, and therefore some profit, and see the need of farming. Okay, thank you very much. And I think also may I comment here that the issue of this training, the potato capacity building, has been funded through IFDC by the Irish government. But the actual people who do the training are the county agricultural officers. And I would also like to thank them for the good work they have done after being facilitated on that perspective. Also, I would like to say that the county government, headed by His Excellency Governor Francis Kimemia, has found it necessary, and also been able to employ in the last 1 month some agricultural officers to be able to join the team, to be able to train farmers and offer extension services. So this collaboration between the county government of Nyandaro and the IFDC, which is getting funding through the Irish government, has been very, very useful to this county. And I would urge that this kind of collaboration continues. And basically, we have not yet reached extremely many farmers. There are so many farmers in Nyandaro that we also need to reach. And I would just request that the process for this kind of project be extended even further, so that we can get another phase whereby we can still continue training, so that we get more of our people into good practices, informed practices in potato farming. So thank you so much for the collaboration between our county and the Irish government and IFDC. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. My name is Dr. James Garitu. I'm the CEC member for Agriculture, Livestock and Fisheries, Nyandarua County Government. As you all know, Nyandarua is more of an agricultural county, and we usually say that over 70% of our citizens in Nyandarua derive their livelihoods from basically agriculture. And with that, the government of Nyandarua, headed by His Excellency the Governor Francis Kimemia, has put a lot of emphasis in agriculture, a lot of factoring to sort of improve this sector. As agriculture in Nyandarua, we say dairy is our number one in terms of income to the county. Number two, we say is potatoes. So if we look at the issue of potatoes, basically we say potato, Nyandarua is the key producer of potatoes. We have a production level of more than 33% of the national production for potatoes. We also indicate that in these issues of potato, most of our farmers are small-scale farmers, and quite a lot of things are required. We've been one of the major issues to increase the potato productivity has been the issue of capacity building of our farmers in good agricultural practices, and this is where we have been able to link up, and maybe to start off is to thank the Irish government who have funded through International Fertilizer Development Center to be able to do this potato capacity building project in Nyandarua. The project has had run for 3 years. This project had a target of training 3,000 farmers directly and many more indirectly. However, they surpassed the target because they were able to train 3,800 farmers on good agricultural practices. And indirectly, 7,000 farmers have also been exposed to some of these good agricultural practices through field days and tours to other areas. The issue of potato capacity building, that is the training of farmers, is the only way to be able to increase our productivity. Farmers are trained through the extension model of farmer field business schools, whereby you bring 20 to 30 farmers together in a quarter-acre piece of land. That is the type of that we started with. Then later on, we started getting to 1 acre demo plots, whereby the farmers could work together from land preparation all the way to planting, utilization of certified seeds, proper utilization of fertilizer and other chemicals, and all the process that is there for farming until the harvest. Farmers working as a group and being trained together. It's after that the farmers, after harvesting, including issues of post-harvest loss mitigation, that farmers are now able to do these things on their own. Basically, this program has also had a selection of what we are calling the lead farmers, among those farmers who do well within those groups. And these farmers can now again start off in some areas, what you call farmer-led groups that they can also continue, and that is a better system, and that is where we are able to train many farmers. So this increase in these trainings has resulted in increase in productivity. As it is said, the productivity, the national productivity is around 8 to 10 tons per hectare of potatoes. Here in Nyandarua, I think we have bypassed that because of this form of training, and we estimate now that we are beyond that. We are now at 17 to 20 tons per hectare. In this year, this extension, the target is 1,500 farmers to be trained. So far, 1,300 have been trained indirectly, and 1,300 farmers also trained directly. As a county government, we are trying to work out on issues that we assist the farmers with. One of them is that we are coming up with a project on the potato seed multiplication through tissue culture. That will be at ATC Oljorok, and this program is almost complete and almost ready for launching any time from now, whereby we will be able to provide farmers with the certified clean seeds. And one of the major issues that is known why productivity is not going up is the unavailability of that certified clean seed, which is the indicator that nationally it is less than 5%. So if we are able to look at the issue of seed, then we would say that we are sure we will be able to increase on productivity. Issues of marketing is what we have been also thinking about, because right now we are thinking about how, because it's always rain-fed agriculture, we realize that most of the farmers produce their potatoes at the same time. There will be a glut during the harvesting period, and therefore the prices of the potatoes go down and farmers feel they lose a lot. Also quite a lot of potatoes, because you can't preserve potatoes for long, you find they go, and therefore they'll be very heavy post-harvest losses. So as a county government, what we are doing is to see how we can develop and come up with cold storages. Thanks to His Excellency, the President of this country, who has given one of the cold storages to Nyandarua, which is being constructed here at Olkarau. There are minor, small cold storages that actually been developed, and the farmers are learning from that, so that a farmer can have your own cold storage or a small group of farmers, whereby you can preserve about 40 tons of potatoes for some time, maybe 3 months, 6 months, but up to 3, 4, 6 months, and by that time the prices will have changed, and therefore they are able to make profits. The other areas that the county government of Nyandarua has actually to try to promote mechanization in potato farming. The county government has been able to procure potato machinery, and these are basically the ringer, the potato planters, the potato harvesters, and other tractors for that, and also the chisel plows for potato farming, to sort of conserve also the moisture, which is critical. And these are some of the technologies we are trying to promote. Issues of this project also going on around, and also sensitizing people on the issues of nutrition has been quite critical. You know, issues of stunting are quite in such counties like ours. And therefore, to mitigate that, we are trying to, the groups we are working with, also trying to introduce the issues of nutrition and how to mix the various kind of food stuff in homes, so that at least we reduce that. Because of malnutrition, we are able to bring those issues down. Benefits to the farmers, I think, as I've said, because of this training, there's increased productivity. You know, the PCPB the potato capacity building program, I think there have also been linkages of farmers to the market through contracts with some of the processing companies, and some farmers have also benefited from that. So these are basically what we are trying to do, and see whether we will be able to get our farmers to produce to the maximum. The other issue maybe coming up, I think the industry has not been properly regulated, and recently in 2019, the Irish potato regulations 2019 came into place, which is now or what we are trying to enforce. With these regulations, actually, we being able to regulate the sector, we hope that every person on the value chain, along the value chain, will be able to make some ends meet and therefore some profit and see the need of farming. Okay, thank you very much. And I think also may I comment here that the issue of this training, the potato capacity building, has been funded through IFDC by the Irish government. But the actual people who do the training are the county agricultural officers. And I would also like to thank them for the good work they have done after being facilitated on that perspective. Also, I would like to say that the county government, headed by His Excellency Governor Francis Kimemia, has found it necessary and also been able to employ in the last 1 month some agricultural officers to be able to join the team, to be able to train farmers and offer extension services. So this collaboration between the county government of Nyandarua and the IFDC, which is getting funding through the Irish government, has been very, very useful to this county. And I would urge that this kind of collaboration continues. And basically, we have not yet reached extremely many farmers. There are so many farmers in Nyandarua that we also need to reach. And I would just request that the process for this kind of project be extended even further, so that we can get another phase whereby we can still continue training, so that we get more of our people into good practices, informed practices in potato farming. So thank you so much for the collaboration between our county and the Irish government and IFDC. Thank you so much.
that all of us come back to the conference hall.
Annie.
Some IFDC, kindly come to the media desk.
mlimani nikupiga bado nizidi sana nitakupa roho unibebe mzima ukitaka haba tutajaza ndoo. Hello. Mi uvivu sina natamani waishe la baby uvae.
Sasa sababu nyinyi mmerudi mapema, si ndio? Sasa si mmepiga picha? Ni wangapi wamepiga picha? Haya, naona nani wamepiga picha? Picha yoyote umepiga ukizunguka, ukikuwa hapa ndani, ni selfie zote. Nani? Kina nani? Hata nyinyi mmepiga? Haya, ni wangapi wako WhatsApp? Si nyinyi wote mko WhatsApp eh? Sasa leo kuna vitu digital tutafanya. Sasa nataka mfanye hivi. Uchague picha yako ile unaona imekuwa nzuri sana. Tulisema leo ni learners. Tukiona hiyo picha tutajua kweli umesoma, umejifunza kitu. Sasa tunataka ufanye hivi. Nataka mchukue hii namba. Na msiniulize ni ya nani. Lakini nataka usave hii namba sababu nataka utume hiyo picha. Nataka utume hiyo picha kwa hiyo WhatsApp number. Reke idemiethe.
This is the remix. Leko jana, the Kenyan boy. Bwana ni mwokozi wangu, tena ni kiongozi wangu. Ananipenda
07 Nimona igua 0720 075 640 0720 075 640. Utafute WhatsApp, utume namba yako hapo. Sawa sawa?
This is the remix. Koleko jana, the Kenyan boy.
Sababu mlishindwa kujua viazi potatoes eh? Sasa kama hujaniambia sasa hiyo nafunga. Niliwaambia mniletee na mkakataa. Kwa hivyo bado sasa mwenye amechukua ile picha nzuri, selfie nzuri, yeye ndiye atakula hiyo zawadi. Sasa ndio mmejua ni serious. Na ujue sasa tumepea Kefa atakuwa na authority yeye mwenyewe, na msimuulize criteria gani ametumia kuchagua. Mkituma picha 50, yeye nataka anichagulie zikiwa 4. So tumempea hiyo madaraka yote ya kutuchaguliwa zikiwa 4. So finally mkishatuma tutachagua 4. Alafu tuone ni gani iko. Tutaamua ni gani iko nzuri. Sawa? Tumefanya hivyo. Zimeanza kuingia, umeanza kuziona? Haya, nimeona thumbs up. Nasikia picha zinaendelea kuingia. Haya, sasa yani natamani nipate mshindi kutoka hapa. Nyinyi mmetuma? Ati nini? Tuko pamoja. Ati nini? Mlikuwa mnatuma nini? Picha. Mmetuma? Sasa kama umechelewa masaa imeisha, sawa? Sasa hiyo imeisha, sasa tumemalizia hapo. Kama hujatuma, sasa tunaendelea.
Bwana ni mwokozi wangu, tena ni kiongozi wangu.
Aya, so DJ, we want now to officially start. Sasa najua tumekula ugali, tukakula nini ingine? Nyama, kuku, viazi. Kulikuwa na viazi? Mimi sijaona viazi.
Check.
Ilikuwa? Kuna mwenye anasema ati alifikiria ni gojagoto. Sijui ni nini hiyo ilikuwa inakaa gojagoto. Sawa. So tumebakisha 1 hour. After 1 hour tutakuwa tumemalizia. Kwa hivyo ni muda kidogo sana, including kujua nani ameshida kwa picha nzuri. Sawa. So nataka nisikie, najua tumetoka kuzunguka. Nataka nisikie labda kutoka kwa stats zenye mmetembelea. Ni nini, labda mtu mmoja ama wawili atuambie ni nini kitu kipi ambacho umejifunza. Aya, kidogo. Aya, team behind. Hello. Hi. Hello. Hello. Nikisema hello mnasema hi. Nikisema hi unasema hello. Sawa? Hi. Hello. Hi, hello. Hello. Aya, tuko pamoja sasa? Aya, sawa, tuendelee. Sasa nataka kuangalia sababu tumetoka kuzunguka kwenye stats, Ni nini tumejifunza? Napea nafasi mtu mmoja utuambie tu, usituelezee maneno mengi. Ni wapi umetembelea na ni nini umejifunza? Mike ziko tayari? Naona wamama ndio wako tayari. Sawa.
Hamjambo. Wikiganda kwi hamwe da thie hena kwi ndebundithia ati kuri nini waru no cithio cituike mutu.
Waru no cithio cituike
mutu. Ukiruga ugikaranga stew yaku wekira mai no ithuĩ tũrĩ andũ a gwĩkĩra mai nĩ ũgwĩkĩra kamutu kau thubu waku ũkorwo wĩ thick na nginya nĩ ndagũra mũtu ũcio nĩgetha thiĩ na ni ngone ũrĩa ũkoragwo rĩu koguo nĩ ndona waru no ithĩo ituĩke mũtu.
Aya, waru no ũthĩo ũtuĩke mũtu. Ĩyo nĩ study ĩrĩkũ? Yuma study ĩrĩkũ yuma na mũtu wa waru? Megwĩtagwo atĩa? What is the name of the company that was doing that? Tuseme na nguvu, walikuwa naitwa Gashiko. Hiyo kampuni inaitwa Gashiko. Wanaitwa Sereni Fries. Ilikuwa Sereni Fries? Ilikuwa gani? Ilikuwa gani? Walikuwa naitwa Ni Riara? Kuna mtu wa Riara hapa ndani? Walikuwa na share tent na kina nani? Na Riara. So wenyewe ni kina nani? Yummy Pot. Wanaitwa Yummy Pot, Haya, hiyo ni kitu moja. Mtu wa pili?
Habari zenu? Majina ni Miriam Waithaka. Niĩ ndethomithia atĩ kũrĩ njĩra ĩngĩ ya control PCN. Kuoha waru na karatathi gathondeketwo na makoro ma waru.
Makoro make?
Ma waru.
Makoro ma waru? Makoro ma marigo? Eo yuma study ĩrĩkũ? Magoto. Ukoha waru na magoto. PCN nĩkĩ? Nĩ gathuri. Aya, eo yuma study ĩrĩkũ? Isipe ya ATA. Aya, nimeona mmejifunza. At least I can tell that you have visited the tent, So like I said, it's a very short afternoon. So what we are going to do, we are going to have the very last hi, hello. Haya, tuko pamoja. Haya, sawa. So we are going to have our last presentation from the market side, and I'm going to invite Faith. Faith has a very beautiful name, Oya Bay. Umesikia? It's like a Kikuyu name. Sijui imetoka wapi. Oya Bay. Inamaanisha nini in Kikuyu? Oya Bay. So Faith Oyambei. So the Kikuyus have decided to give a new meaning to your name. So Faith Oyambei from Sereni Fries. She is a senior agronomist, and later she's going to invite the MD Sereni Fries. Faith. So this is a beautiful girl called Oyabei, yeah? So the Kikuyus have decided to get a meaning for your name. And it means, unajua bei ni bei ya waru. Sawa? Oya is chukua. Sawa? So you have to be sure that labda kuna kitu utaongelea juu ya bei.
So Oya bei.
Oya bei, chukua
so,
bei.
Chukua bei.
Yeah.
Oh,
that is
nice.
the meaning. So karibu sana Faith.
Asante sana. Good afternoon. Ni afternoon. Hey, after lunch. Good after lunch. Muliji enjoy. Mi siwezi ongea. Hey, wakulima waliniambia ni learn Kikuyu by the way. I've been in Nyandarua for a very long time. Na sijai learn Kikuyu, sijui mbona. But I understand, usinisengenya. For real, I understand. Ask them, I know a few farmers are here and they normally speak in Kikuyu when we are in the trainings, and sinanga translator. Nasihang. So as you've heard, naitwa Faith Oyabei. I'm an agronomist at Sereni Fries Limited. Sereni is a company that deals with fresh cut potatoes. So we process potatoes. After wakulima wamelima, wanaleta kwetu, kisha tuna process into different products. Currently, we are doing fresh cuts only, but there's a time, not so long ago, we were doing crisps also, but we kind of stopped that one because of some reasons. Today, I'm here to talk more specifically about a project we did at FDC called PCB. It's Potato Capacity Building. Yeah, Potato Value Chain Capacity Building. And in that project, we were a partner, and our main mandate was to offtake from farmers, but we were also training them. So we trained them on gaps, okay, those things that farmers are trained on, to ensure that they do the production well. In the PCB, we were in Nyandarua, all the sub-counties, I don't know, was it all? Yeah, I think all the sub-counties in Nyandarua. There are 4. Oh, there are 5. Okay, Kinangop, Kipipiri, Olkalau, Oljororok, Nandarago. Oh, yeah. I never thought Kipipiri was a sub-county, sijui mbona, for some reason. Yeah, but now I know better. So we were in those 5 sub-counties, and we were training. I think I personally trained around 6 groups. Yeah. Then I was able to let my colleagues continue. So our trainings was, I can call them successful. Yeah, they were very successful. We were able to reach about 2,500 farmers in that region. We did demos with them. Then after that, I think 2 years later, is it 2 years later? Tangu 2020, before COVID, eh? Yeah, just before COVID. So we've been able to contract some farmers, and we are continuing in the contracting. So there are farmers we've contracted about 3 times since then, and I'm sure they can actually talk well on our behalf. Yeah. So Sereni, we work with farmers by giving them contracts. At the beginning of the season, we give them contracts. Then after that, we'll offtake as an offtaker. The trainings, normally we do them in group setups. Those are either existing groups. Normally we work with the existing groups. We don't create groups. There's someone I had saying, IFDC helped them to create groups. We used to do creating of groups, something like that. Sereni, we normally work with existing groups because of logistics maybe. Yeah, so we've never really created a new group, but we do trainings on group dynamics, financial literacy, good agricultural practices, and of course the post and pre-harvest management. The biggest challenge I can say that we have as Sereni, or even the farmers, of course, is getting the quality of potato that we need. Currently, we work with Maki's variety, and I can say the challenge that we face is actually getting the quality. The variety is good, but now getting the good quality from the farmers has become a really big problem for us, and that has that means we've never been able to achieve the quantities that we need, in spite of having trained our farmers. And of course I can attribute that mostly to the weather. Sindio? I'm economy. Siko sure. Or both. So we can actually blame the weather maybe and the economy for the challenges we've been facing. I think since after lunch, I'm not going to ingia sana into talking a lot of things. I'm going to invite our MD, Mr. Humphrey Mburu, to say hi and maybe add on what I've said. Yeah, and maybe end it there. So thank you very much. Have a nice afternoon.
Good afternoon. Muriega. Nijitago Humphrey Mburu, the Managing Director of Sereni Fries. This is a company that I started in 2012. Now, vile mmesikia, we normally deal with French fries. That is our core product. And currently, our model works like this. We buy potatoes from you. We process them into French fries. And then we supply it to the service industry. That is hotels, restaurants, fast foods. So our products, when you hear fresh cut, means we just take the potatoes and we peel and cut. And I'm here to appreciate most of you farmers. I know I've visited some of you, but most of the time I know you deal with our agronomists who are with you. And like Faith has said, we still face a challenge of having to get enough potatoes for our processing needs. And I will ask you, because of the trainings that we've been carrying out with you and other partners who are here, I would like to request that muendelee kutupandia viazi, na ukipata nafasi na uwezo wa kuchukua contract na sisi, tuko tayari kuwapatia hizo contracts. Na I am sure the potato industry is growing. Na nilikuwa pia nataka kusema, we are now going to start another product in the next few weeks. Mtaona maybe kwa mitandao, nimesikia mnajua Facebook, mtasikia hata kwa TV na mahali pengine. We are planning to start doing something called frozen French fries. And frozen French fries ni chips ambazo zimepikwa kidogo, alafu zinakuwa frozen. Ati wewe ukichukua upeleke kwako nyumbani, you're just going to cook it for probably 3 minutes na uko na chakula yako. The reason why we decided to venture into that space ni kwa sababu French fries is the biggest driver of the biggest potato industries all over the world. Nimepata nafasi ya kusafiri into so many countries, including Ireland with Derek. Now, in those countries, the product that drives those industries is French fries. Na ni kwa sababu viazi imekuwa ni kama the way unga is to us. So kila mtu akienda kwa supermarket anachukua a packet of chips, anaenda kupika nyumbani. And that is the way that potato is going to go in Kenya and the rest of Africa. Currently, we know that Kenya imports about 500,000 kilos every month of frozen French fries. Now, that translates to about 1 million kilos of fresh potatoes. Tunaweza shindwa kukuza hiyo viazi kama hiyo kweli? Tuko na uwezo wa kuweka hiyo, ni kama 100 acres peke yake kila mwezi, and I believe there are more opportunities for bigger volumes, kwa sababu hakuna mahali kwingine in Africa kuna factory kama hiyo isipokuwa South Africa. So kwangu ni kushukuru the IFDC and PCB project for the way we were able to access these farmers. Without the project, there's no way we would have been able to meet all of you farmers. I know I can see several farmers that have visited here, and there are testimony that Sereni Fries is able to help the farmers in the marketing needs. Now, I know after this, we are open to onboard more farmers into our contracting. So you are free to reach to Faith and the other team that we have here, and register your groups with us, and we are going to pay you a visit. Thank you very much.
I want to open it up to any questions to Sereni Fries. Kuna maswali? Mwakira niwe kugeria horo wa thoko ndionaga mimi magikira. Mwakira atia? Haya, moko ni ndona ni mathie 1 2 3. So tutauliza maswali matatu. I'll ask Jocelyn to help me note them down, and then Humphrey you can respond. Haya.
Asante sana. Kwa majina naitwa Joseph, na nafurahi nishasikia habari ya Sereni Fries. Nilikuwa nataka kuuliza juu sisi wakulima kwa wakati huu bei ya inputs imeenda juu sana, na bei yenye mnatupea tunasikia ni duni sana. Mmefikiriaje kuhusu hiyo bei? Hiyo ndio tu swali nataka kuuliza. Nasema ni hiyo tu.
Musa.
Na ninauliza vile tunaweza kuwaona hawa Sereni Flies wako wapi, tunaweza kushikana namna gani? Thank you.
Okay, asante. Humphrey, you can respond.
Okay. Nilijua hiyo swali ya bei itakuja kuulizwa. Lakini ningetaka kujibu hivi. Kwanza mwanzo mimi naambianga wakulima wenye tunafanya kazi nao, the first point of your defense wakati unafanya kulima ni kuhakikisha umepata mazao mingi. However, mahali economy and bei ya inputs imefika, ni ukweli we need to review our prices, and I can assure you the contracts that we are going to provide from next season, ambayo inaanza mwezi wa 9, tutakuwa na contract ambayo imeimprove kidogo kuliko ile tulikuwa nayo. Nimejibu swali? Okay. Okay. Hapana, hiyo sasa tuko na agronomist hapa, naweza kuuliza Faith, mtaongea naye na ataweza maybe mtaorganize vile mtapata hizo contracts. Yeah. Uliuliza vile tunaweza patana. Oh. Okay. Kwanza our headquarters iko tunasema Nairobi, lakini tuko Machakos kwa sababu tuko Mlolongo, but we serve mostly Nairobi. That is where our HQ is, lakini vile nilisema tuko na agronomist in I think 3 regions. Kuna yule ana cover Kinangop na Kipipiri I think. Kuna mwingine ako pande ya Daragwa. Huyo mwingine ni wapi? Oljorok, tuko na wao. So kama unaweza wasiliana na sisi, we can connect you with the person on the ground na ataweza kuelezea zaidi. Yep. So thank you very much.
Haya. Asanti. Kuna kitu nilikuwa nataka niwaulize, maana nimekuwa nikifanya na wakulima na imekuwa issue kubwa ya inputs, ndio? Inputs na Kiswahili ni? Hiyo mmejua, pembejeo So wenye hamkuwa mnajua inputs kwa Kiswahili inaitwa pembejeo. Sawa. So ningetaka kuuliza, I am curious to know ni kina nani labda mmekuwa na innovative ways za ku make sure mnaendelea kulima though inputs ziko juu, either ni kupata inputs kwa sijui ni kwa bei rahisi ama kwa pamoja. Ni kina nani labda wakulima kwa vikundi mmeanza kufanya hivyo? Kufikiria ni aje? Najua serikali iko, si ndio? Najua masoko yapo, si ndio? Lakini sisi kama wakulima tunafanya nini kuhusu sijui ni begu, fertilizer, madawa? Kule mweciretie ni kaundu kariko mungika nigetha kamurigo kau kahutha huthe? Ndiraigua tareke njigwe, tareke tuigue. Nani? Aya, nimepata mmoja pale. Nani mwingine? Ama pale nje kuna mtu anataka Wacha kwanza nitembee huku nje sababu ananyamaza sana. Sijui ni kunyamaza ama ni sisi hatuongei vizuri. Aya, mmesikia swali langu? Mmesikia? Kuna mtu anataka kutuelezea? Si mmenyamaza. Aya. So tuko na mmoja hapa. Naweza nikakurequest labda ukakaribia hapa? Aya, nimepata mtu mmoja nje. So wamama wawili, naona wamama ndio wamechangamka. So naomba utuelezee, alafu yule mwingine yako pale nje atakuja naye mmefanya nini?
Habari yenu tena. Kwa kikundi changu sisi tumekuwa tukiita akina Sijenta wale wanauza mandawa wakuje waongee na wakulima, alafu wakiwa hapo wanaweza wauzia ndawa kwa bei kidogo kuliko vile wanaenda kwa outlets.
Kwa hivyo mnawaita wanakuja kwa vikundi na bei inakuwa afadhali.
Yeah.
Aya, okay. I'm looking for kuja tu.
Good afternoon farmers. Mimi ni Naomi kutoka Kipipiri. Kwetu ni tondu wa kuona uria fertilizer ringi igite goro, tweciririe uhoro wa thumu, tukaiga thumu ukahia nigetha tukauhuthira kana mahuti maria ringi makoragwo mugunda tugeciria uhoro wa kumathika.
Asanti sana. So thumu na gwika atia kuma kiroko rira njukire ndiraigua ni partnerships. Josephat alisema public private partnership, kushirikiana na wadau wengine ndio agarao maisha ikue afadhali. Tondu ithuothe ni tuyi ona tungieterera tweterere thirikari no muhaka ona ithuĩ twambie gwika atia gwiciria. So now I want to hand over the next session. Najua tumekuwa tukiongea kuhusu vitu vingi from morning. We've been talking about issues za production, uzalishaji. We talked about storage. Tumeongea kuhusu masoko, begu, pembejeo. Tumetembea pale. Na labda kuna mtu angekuwa na swali. So I want to invite Jocelyn to take up the next session. but I promise that we are finishing at 4. Sawa sawa? Aya. Jocelyn, karibu.
Thank you. Thank you so much. We have a lot of time, huh?
Not a lot of time. It's very little time.
Thank you so
I
much.
still need my 15 last minutes.
Yeah, you'll only give me 15 minutes and I'll be through. Good afternoon. You all look beautiful from here. You look beautiful from here. So how do I look from there? Okay. Thank you so much. Asanteni sana, our farmers. We appreciate you so much. You are the key partners in agriculture. Then the rest of us comes now on board. The research institutions, the processing companies in the potato value chain, the fertilizer companies, and all of us that we are here, we come on board second after farmers. Sawa sawa. So that means as a farmer, ukombele. Do you determine whether the people living in Nairobi, they are able to eat or not? Sio ni ukweli? Tukisema wakulima wamegoma, wakulima wameenda on strike. You can imagine how the world can be if farmers go on strike. So there is no production, that means there is no food in the market. So by the end of the day, inamaanisha all of us tunaenda hunger strike. Wenye wanaeza fast, wanaenda fasting. Sindio? Good. So thank you so much for coming. We sent out the invitations. And of course, you are representing a very big number of farmers in Nyandarua County. The groups that we have trained directly and those that we trained through other open forums like field days and such. So that means nyinyi ndio the cream of Nyandarua County. Jutulikuwa tunaangalia a representation of Nyandarua across from Ndemi, weta watia? Kumako Kinyako, Karamton, mpaka wapi? Kenton. So inamaanisha you are the cream of the county. And then that means if you are the cream of the county, you are supposed to take the information of the lessons learned to the people that you came to represent. Hapo tuko pamoja? Good. So we believe you are good ambassadors and faithful servant. Kwa kukua ambassadors wa kupeleka nini? Information. Do I say mzungu alisema knowledge is power, or we as well we say knowledge is what? Power. So and if knowledge is power, tukiwa campus or when people are graduating, wanaambiangwa nini? We give you power to do what? To read and do what? Okay. So we give you power to read. As now we are in the final section of today's event. We are giving you power to do whatever you have learned. So if it is lessons learned that we have seen through all the presentations hapa, we go and do what? And practice. And you be the first person to adopt that technology. Ndio kiambia the others, the farmers wenye wako hapo kwa neighbors and the other farmers in the group, you will be leading by an example. Wenye wako nyuma yako wanaona, kumbe hata kituambia tuweka ka kitchen garden, yeye already yako na yake wapi? Hapo. So as you say the advantages of all these practices, farmers can see it practically from yourself. Sawa sawa? So you become an example by yourself. So it is an open forum. Questions. Maybe haujapata nafasi ya kuuliza swali all along and now you want to pose question to random questions. We will have people to respond. Na unaweza pia uliza na Kikuyu, we will do the translations. Sawa sawa? Good. So we start. Najua saa hizi ni venye ile wakati yenye chapo ishaanza kudigest. Kuna kamati hapo kwa meza, so you can sip and shake your head like this. Okay, nice. So kuna maji hapo kwa meza, hii maji ya kukunywa hii, si ya kukaa kwa meza. Sawa sawa? Yes, so grab a bottle, then sip. Maswali. Hey. Okay. Ama yote mlishauliza tukamaliza. We can now close it off. It can be a question, it can be a remark. Yes, so we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we will go in this order. Tutaanzia wapi? Oh yes, number 1 hapo. You can take it fast. Yes, thank you.
Check. My name is Simon from Pcb Farmers. This one goes to Sereni Fries. The experience we have with this potato, especially in our area, is that it's very susceptible to blight. We were thinking, and we were just asking, do you have a plan of coming to do to make contracts with us in areas that are very susceptible to blight, using another different variety? For example, Java, that's proving to be very good according to the experiences we have had when we visited them.
Yes, thank you. So do we have someone from Sereni Fries around? Humphrey, Faith. Yes, so Faith and Humphrey, there's a question for you. So we get the other question. We get first 3. So yes, Walter.
Kwa majina yangu naitwa Walter, nimetoka pande ya Daragwa ambaye inakuanga kumekauka sana, lakini tunajaribu tu. Sasa swali yangu ni kwa Sereni Fries. It is related to what he is asking, because the kind of variety that we are dealing with has a lot of time to, what do we call it? Dormancy. Why don't you get another variety that has a fewer dormancy, so that when you harvest, we can be able to plant them afterwards? Because it takes about 4 months for the dormancy to end. And we have a variety that has a fewer dormancy period. It would be better for us because we can be able to continue.
Thank you so much. Any other question for Sereni? For Sereni Fries or Yummy Pot? Yummy Pot. Yes. Yummy Pot. Kuna mtu alisema hapo Yummy Pot alivisit attend hapo yenye wako co-hosted Riari Agri Hub and Yummy Pot. Mnaniangalia? Okay. Aya. So yes, for Sereni Fries.
Kwa majina naitwa Kagai Samson kutoka huko Kinaga Mjabini. Yangu inaenda kwa kuhusu bei ya fertilizer. Juu tunaambiwa turegister kwa agricultural officer. After that tunapewa message ili tuende kwa mwenye amepewa ile jukumu ya kutuzia fertilizer. Tukifika pale message uko nayo, lakini unarudishwa kule kwa agricultural officer na bado hufaidiki. Tunaweza faidika kivipi basi?
Okay, so we can take those questions first. So Faith, you hand for blight, varieties versus blight versus dormancy and such. And then the other question for fertilizer, I'll give the Deputy County Director for Agriculture, Nyandarua County, to respond to that. That's okay? Good, thank you.
Okay, Walter, you asked for the question for why can't we use other varieties. Okay, for now, Maquis gives us the best efficiency in terms of quality. So that's why we use Maquis. So you'll bear with us if we can't give you maybe a crop, or we can't take crops or give you a variety that is short dormancy. Is there something like that? Yeah. So that's why currently we use Maquis, and that's what most of our clients want. So we are stuck with that. I'm told you also asked about blight. Blight. Okay, I think this will be an hypothesis. Because I'm not a plant breeder, so I'll just, let's say I'll do a hypothesis. So for me, what I understand about Maquis, it's not really that susceptible to blight. It's about the nutrition. From what I've understood with it is that once the nutrition is not right with it, it becomes susceptible not only to blight but to everything. If you are keen, you'll realize it shows everything, every sign of every disease. It will even show you, what do we call this, bacterial wilt, where need be. So what I think as a farmer, you should really be keen. Before you do Maquis, ensure that one, you have enough water. Number two, you practice the good agricultural practices. That means you prepare your land properly, ensure that you've done your soil testing, ensure that you do the right nutrition, and that way your crop will be strong enough to fight those diseases that are there. So it's not about susceptibility per se, it's about your nutrition. So if it's right, then you're good. I'll add something on the dormancy. I think for those of us who've done the good agricultural practices, we know the importance of maybe crop rotation, right? And I think Maquis is a very good crop to force you as a farmer to practice the good agricultural practices of crop rotation and using certified seed. Sindio? Yeah, so if tunakuja kwa train about gaps, and then when unataka kwenda kufanya what you used to do kitambo before neno. Hey, man. Hautufanyi poa, so kindly. Let's just accept that this crop came maybe to help us to change. And I don't know, Corinne is here. She's the one that they do agrico. They do Maquis. So maybe she can shed some light on what? The dormancy or something. Yeah, so Corinne, maybe unaweza nisaidia hapo kidogo. Yeah, let her come. So I don't know if you still have another question for me, but I'm around, I'm listening. Corinne.
Oh, thank you. That's very serious. Habari zenu? Mimi naitwa Corinne ama Wangari. Ama Chepkorir, ama Nashpai, ama Mwende. But my real name is Corinne. Najua Kiswahili kidogo tu, so naomba kuongea na Kiingereza. Sawa. I work with Agrico Potato Services Africa. We are a seed merchant based in Nakuru, not so far from here. And we do production of certified seeds for varieties that originate from Netherlands, from our mother company Agrico. One of the varieties being Maquis, which is what Sereni Fries indicated they really need because it's very good for making chips. And this variety coming from Netherlands, yes, it is true, it has a very long dormancy. And that is actually because of the history of where it originally came from. In Netherlands, which is where I'm also from, we have only one planting season in the year. Not like 2 seasons in Kenya, or some places even 3 seasons. In Kenya, we are very blessed. So in the Netherlands, because there's only one major season, after harvest, they actually wanted those varieties with a long dormancy. And so that's how they've been breeding varieties with longer dormancy to accommodate the situation there. This was done many years ago. There are also some varieties with shorter dormancy, but maybe they do not have the characteristics that are needed for making good chips. So you may find there are some attributes of the variety you like, maybe some attributes of the variety you wish you were different, but actually, we always advise that you use certified seeds when you are planting potatoes, because that is the only way to be sure that your seeds are free from diseases. I don't know if out there you picked that karatasi about PCN, potato cyst nematode. It's a very big challenge. And one way to make sure that you don't infest your farm with potato cyst nematodes is using certified seed. One way now to make sure that if there's potato cyst nematodes in your farm, it does not spread, is by not recycling your seeds, not replanting, because the seeds can be carriers of diseases, soil-borne diseases, like potato cyst nematode, like bacterial wilt. But when you buy certified seeds that have the KEFIS label, that blue karatasi that is usually on the outside of the bag, you've seen it? Yes. When it has that label, KEFIS has actually inspected the seeds, and you can be 100% sure the seeds are free from diseases. And that is actually the best way to get a good yield, to keep your farm free from diseases, but also to make sure that whenever you get the seeds, they're ready for planting. And you as the farmer do not have to manage dormancy. We're only talking about dormancy being a relevant issue if you are recycling seeds. But unfortunately, this habit of recycling of seeds, for a long time it has been there because there was not enough seed available. And so farmers were forced to recycle. But now, as Agrico, I think also IPM, Kisima Farm, Fresh Crop, many seed companies have really worked very hard to make sure that we produce certified seed all year round. We can supply farmers with the seed all year round. So there's no need for recycling of seeds anymore and managing the dormancy, which is very difficult on a variety like Makis. If you look at potato physiologically, after harvest, the tubers have to go through a very cold temperature in store and come out of that cold temperature for some of the hormones that help the potato to grow to be produced. So also if as a farmer you do not have such a cold store, it can be difficult again to manage the dormancy and to get a uniform germination when you plant recycled seeds. I know with Shangi, which is what a lot of farmers are also used to, it's a bit of a different story. Shangi is a very unique variety, and it's an advantage and a disadvantage. That one, when you plant, you harvest, you must sell immediately or it will sprout. But if farmers are then intending to recycle, they are used to within 2 weeks they replant. But at the end of the day, recycling of your seed is going to lower your yields, it's going to increase disease pressure, so we really advise against it. We really advise you always buy certified seeds that have been inspected by KEFIS, because your land is a big asset. And if your land gets infected by disease, the asset also loses value because you can't produce the high yields and the right quality. So always buy certified seeds. When you buy the seeds from Agrico, you are sure it is ready for planting. Sina maneno ya dormancy. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Corinne. We appreciate. Kuna mtu alikuwa ameinua, sorry. Yes, there's one that you are supposed to respond, or we can have all the questions directed to the county. The Department of Agriculture, the county government. Kuna mtu yako na swali kwao, ndio ajibu ikiwa zote. Anyone with a question to the county government? Yes, there is one over there.
I would like to ask the Director of Agriculture, because there was a time that you had a field day in our place, and they were telling us that they have machines in the store for planting and harvesting potatoes. So I wonder whether they are still there, because sometimes we may need them. And how can we get them? How can we get into contact with you? Because we are getting worried, because especially as somebody said, when we promise that we get fertilizer from you, we never get it. So how can we get the fertilizer and the machines as well?
So, because of time, we will only pick those two. Yes.
Thank you. For the farmers and all the stakeholders, good afternoon. My name is Anna Jenga. I'm the Deputy Director of Agriculture in charge of crop development. Now, there are questions that have been raised. Maybe I start with the recent one on machines or equipments. In Nyandarua, for the county, and for the progress of the value chain, the county has gone ahead and tried to contact maybe the relevant authorities, the relevant stakeholders, and because of the progress of the value chain, because we've realized our farmers are just maybe planting in very small scale farms. Some are doing it in large scale, but then for those who are doing in large scale, we realized when you calculate the gross margin of potatoes, the highest cost is on labor, then pest and disease control. For the labor, how do we bring the cost of labor down? We've realized because of even having climate smart technologies, there are various equipments that have been purchased by the county, and we have the agricultural mechanization centers. There are those equipments like the planting equipments for planting potatoes, but those equipments only maybe are used for the farms that are doing large scale, because it is very expensive maybe to have maybe a planter, a tractor transported maybe from Nyahururu all the way to Orkarao just to come and plant only 1 acre. But in case you have a bigger piece of land that you are doing maybe mechanization, even for harvesting, because if maybe you are having maybe 3 acres and above, we expect that you can use those services, whereby planting, using the equipments, even harvesting, you will still use the same equipments. But you can't maybe plant using the casual labor, then you go for the equipments when harvesting because of the calibration of the equipments. Now, because there are also not many equipments, the county has collaborated with other stakeholders who are having different equipments countrywide, so that whenever you need services as a farmer, you are able to get them wherever you are. But now you need to contact the relevant, maybe your offices, the offices of agriculture near you, maybe can give you the direction, maybe of how to get the contact for the AMS for you to get those services. I hope the question is answered. And because of also climate smart agriculture, we are saying that we also need to use chisel plow instead of now just plowing because of the climate change mitigation. The other question was on the inputs. There is a farmer who asked about the delivery of inputs. There is this project which, when the CEC was opening this forum, he said that we have different programs that have been brought on board through the Department of Agriculture, but they are organized by the national government. Like we have a project by AFA, where the farmers are able to get the seeds. Farmers are able to get the potato seeds and different fertilizers coming to them through the project. Though the target was just 2,000 farmers, and it was covering six wards. Now the question was, there are those farmers who maybe who have paid and it's yet to be delivered to them. We are in talking terms with the national government so that they can iron out these issues, because we are imagining that maybe even as they were starting programming, the fertilizer cost was not as high as it is. So those are maybe some of the challenges which has hindered maybe the delivery. But the county is in talking terms with the national government so that all of you can get the inputs that you've paid for. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Clap for her. Asante sana. So we are only taking one question from outside. Only one. Yes. Please come inside if you don't mind.
Check.
Or the camera is able to zoom from outside. Okay. Let him come. Sawa, karibu.
Wakulima hamjambo. Mimi langu ni swali kwa county government na national government. Tuko na shida sana. Na kabla sijaingia kwa swali yangu, nataka niulize. Hapa katika hii hall tuko na mtu ambaye anasimama MCA hapa. Tuko na mtu ambaye anasimama MP hapa. Wakulima hawaendi kwa kampeni. Haya, sawa. Hata governor hakuna, si ndio? Sasa kuna kitu kimoja mimi nataka kuuliza kwanza. Katika manifesto zote za wale watu ambao wanasimama, kuna watu wanasema ya kwamba ile manifesto ya Wajakoya ndio unique. Lakini mimi naona wakulima sisi ambao tuko hapa tunastahili tuulize kitu kimoja. Wale watu ambao wamesimama MCA, MP, katika manifesto sao wanatuambia mambo ya bei. Watakuja, wataongeza mazao yetu bei. Si ndio wanatuambia? Wataongeza bei. Lakini katika hiyo manifesto zao ushasikia mmoja ambaye anasema ataongeza mazao. Kwa hivyo wale watu ambao tuko nao wazuri sana wa kusimama hizo viti ni nyinyi wakulima, kwa sababu tumefundishwa kuongeza mazao. Viazi moja ukipanda moja kama inaweza zaa viazi 20, hiyo ndio kitu ya maana tunataka. Na ndio tumefunzwa. Sasa hao ambao tunaenda kuchagua wanatuambia ya kwamba sijui kama kuna act yoyote ambayo ilikuwa inaongewa juu yake katika bunge ya kwamba viazi itakuwa ikinunuliwa na kilo. Lakini kumekuwa na mvutano. Na ndio sasa tunataka kujua kutoka kwa kama kuna mtu ambaye amesimamia county ama national government. Njugu zinanunuliwa na kilo. Na hakuna mvutano. Vitu vingine vinanunuliwa na kilo, hata mahindi zinanunuliwa na kilo. Na hakuna mvutano. Kwa nini imekuwa viazi ndio iko na shida ya kununua na kilo?
Sawa sawa, noted. Madam Hannah, to you.
Asanti tena. Sasa ninakumbuka kila mmoja wenu anajua about the regulations, sivyo? Hata nimesikia mkianza kuongea among you. Is it? Si mnajua about regulations? Kwa sababu nyinyi ni wakulima wa viazi. Yes? Yes or no? Everybody has heard about the potato regulations 2019. Si ndivyo? Mkiangalia vizuri, because ni nyinyi mmeuliza, it was targeting and it still is on selling the potato in kgs. Si ndivyo? Yeah? What happened with it? And the regulations ilikuwa imepitia public participation, na nyinyi mkawa mnasema kama wakulima ya kwamba ama kama stakeholders that they would want the potatoes to be bought in kilos, and it was the package was to be maximum 50 kilogram bag. Is it? That was to be the maximum 50 kilogram bags. And the department or the government, the county and also the national government, sisi ni civil servants. Sisi tunalipwa kutoka kwa mishahara kutoka kwenu, si ndivyo? And we didn't have any interest. Sisi, all we were after is for you as the farmer to gain. And when you look at the different counties, because when it was started, there was the collaboration of a few counties that are doing potato production. But then, and even in Nyandarua, we went around trying to enforce the packaging of the 50 kg rule. Were you aware of that? Yes, as farmers? So we were trying as a government to fight for the stakeholder, for the farmer, also to be a beneficiary of selling at 50 kg bag. But then there were some politics. I think hata mwenye kuuliza swali ndio akauliza kama kuna wanasiasa wako hapa. Because siasa ilianza. Na ilipoanza, because it came in with the traders. Wakasema we are targeting them. Because for us, we were now targeting those who are transporting in bags above 50 kg bags. Wale ambao walikuwa wanamnyanyasa kama wakulima. But then, because there were issues that were raised, or maybe the private stakeholders, those transporters, everybody in the value chain, they are still beneficiaries and they are still stakeholders in the county and in the national government. So what we are saying is, when the issues were brought on board, you heard the other day, the Minister for Agriculture launched a task force. In that task force, where our Waziri is a member of that task force, which was to go around the county taking the deliberations and the comments about the regulation. We expect maybe among you there are those who will be invited in the meeting we are to have, so that we can have the deliberations. Then in August they are coming to correct that information so that it can come from you, and the task force will go and also try to address the issue. So the issue is still being addressed because there were issues that were brought on board. Asante.
Thank you. Thank you for helping us clarify that. We appreciate. If you hear your name, utabaki hapa. Watu wengine wakitoka nje. Lakini sio kuchonga viazi. So, Rufus, Kinyanjui, Simon, Simon, Samuan, Susan Karanja, Daniel Marigi, Catherine Mwangi, Esther Waithera, Nancy Wambugo, Joseph Njenga, Bernard Churu, Rahab Wahu, Simon Nganga, Isaac Shege, Dishon Maina, Ann Wamboi, Charles Mwaniki, Isaac Gidhitu, Francis Wainaina, Naftari Kamau, Stephen Masharia. Mtaniona kabla muende ndio niwape assignments.
Haya, asante sana Jocelyn for that session. na sababu naona muda wangu umeenda, sasa sitaongea tena. So what I'm going to do, because we've been talking a lot about the PCB. Si tumekuwa tukiongea juu ya PCB na tukasikia imebakisha miezi mingapi project ishe, Josephat? How many? Nikasikia ni extension. Sasa imebakisha miezi mingapi? 5. Imebakisha miezi mitano. So tungetaka tujue haya yote tumesikia, the learnings, vile tumejifunza na zile successes tumekuwa nazo, and all the learnings we've had. Then what? So I'm going to invite the project manager, Josephat Musau, again to come and tell us what is the way forward after this. Karibu sana, Josephat.
Okay, thank you. Nataka nianze na kuuliza swali kwa wale walikuwa wananisikiliza. Tulisema PCB imefikia wakulima wangapi? Ati wangapi? 14,000, and that is in Nyandarua County. Is that correct? Na Nyandarua County tuko na wakulima wangapi? Madam Ann. An exact number, but 14,000 is a small number compared to the population which is doing potato farming in Nyandarua. Si ni ukweli? So we need to ask ourselves, what next now? For development partners, we have not addressed all the problems which our farmers are facing. Ni ukweli ama ni uongo? Si ni ukweli? There is the aspect of climate change which is taking a tall order to our farmers, making them not realize the maximum output from a unit area. Ni ukweli ama ni uongo? That is something which needs to be addressed. We have the private sector. For example, the market of takers. They need the produce. Umesikia Bwana Abri akisema hajapata mpaka saa hii the required quantity ile anahitaji. Si ndio? Because of some challenges. So, we need to come and forge partnerships between the private sector and the development partners. Ni sawa? So that we can address the challenges which these farmers are facing. Hiyo ni sawa? Including the government. So we need to develop partnerships to increase access to clean seeds, productivity, and value chain development by the private sector. And 2, we need research partnerships so that we can intensify and adopt to support methods to overcome production challenges and climate effects for our rural farmers. So that is targeted to the development partners and the government, so that now we can come together and see the way forward on how to continue assisting our farmers. To our farmers, Jocelyn amewaambia mmepata nini? Shahada. Si ndio? Amewaambia tunawatuma huko nyanjani, being good ambassadors of what you have been able to learn from PCB project. Ni sawa? Tusaidie wakulima wale wengine, na sisi tuendelee kutumia masomo ile tumepata ili tuongeze mazao ya viazi. Si ni sawa? So with those few remarks, thank you.
Asante sana, Josephat. So I see partnerships. So ni kama tutaendelea, and probably for the lessons learned, labda wenye wako hapa wametoka Nakuru, wametoka wapi, wanauliza je, pia mnaweza mkafika kwetu? So thank you very much, Josephat, for giving us the way forward. Sasa tumemaliza officially, tumemaliza. na tunataka kuwashukuru sana, lakini kabla hatundamaliza lazima, si tulisema lazima nipeane gift yangu. Sasa hii ndio kazi yangu ya mwisho, ku make sure that I don't go home with this jacket. Sasa Kefa, haya, nataka picha ziingie kwa screen. Haya, tunangojea picha ziingie kwa screen zenye mlichukua. Sijui zinakaa namna gani, tafadhali, hata sijui zimetoka kwa kina nani, sawa? So, sijui zimetoka na wapi? Zimetoka kwa kina nani?
So, good afternoon farmers. Nasikia mumehitimu, mmepata shahada, si ndio? Msijari, kwetu Nyeri hatujui tofauti ya shi na sawa sawa. So, kenye tutafanya saa hii, nasikia pia kama mmesoma mnataka kuwa digital, si ndio? Kila mtu ashike simu yake. Sitaki kuamua picha ni ya nani, juu nikiamua mtasema nimependelea mtu, si ndio? Twende kwa mtandao ama kwa Google, mtu atafute kitu inaitwa menti.com. M-E-N-T-I. Menti.
Kefa.
Yes.
So tunaanza wapi?
Aya.
Tunaanza kwenda Google. Tunaenda Google.
Yes. Venye unatafutanga ukitaka kutafuta ujumbe, tafuta kitu inaitwa menti.com.
Tumefika Google. Sasa hapa ndio tuna test. Wakulima tumesikia mko digital Sasa ndio, lakini hii si kwa wakulima peke yake, ni kwa kila mtu. Haya.
For everyone, we can assist them. So for those who are tech savvy, you can go to menti.com, go to your Google search, type menti.com, then you'll see Menti. So then tumefika hapo. Mumeona Menti? Yeah? Mmeiona?
Unaiona Menti? Menti.com.
M-E-N-T-I. M for Mike. Okay, type. Okay.
Unaiona iko hapa juu
Yes, we are going to type it to be a bit bigger.
Haya, team IFDC kama tunaweza saidiana huku hii lazima tufanye. Wakulima,
Yes.
Tumeamua kwenda, nilisikia mko WhatsApp, mko Facebook na tulisema tunafanya nini? Tuna subscribe, tuna hizo vitu zote. Sasa simu yako iko wapi? Wewe unaendelea? Wewe uko
Haya,
sawa?
ndio hiyo sasa.
Haya.
Tuko hapo. Haya, inakuuliza you enter a certain code. Si ndio? Nataka tuandike hii namba hapo. 6 2 0 7 7 8 4 9. Na nĩ ũndũ wa maitũ arĩa me haha nĩ 6 2 kĩbũgũ 7 7 8 4 9.
Nĩ igana makinyĩte hau, nĩ igana tũrathi na mbere tũrarũmĩrĩra Kefa.
Twĩ hau.
Twĩ hamwe. Tucoke acokere. Haya.
So, ndio hiyo, go to menti.com. Uente hiyo namba, ikikuuliza uente hiyo namba, unigoje hapo. Sawa, niwaletee zawadi nyumbani. Si ndio? Tumefika hapo, alafu ufinye submit. Haya. Tuko hapo. We go to the next one. Sasa hapa ndio msema kweli yuko. Haya, inakuja. Sasa nakuuliza vote and submit the best photo. Hizo 5 ziko hapo. Watu wanaenda. Kube mko tech survey. Kwa
Mumeanza?
huduma ya?
Haya, ndio hiyo sasa 111. Haya 22 ndio hiyo. Nasikia kuna wenye wana campaign.
Wenye wana campaign.
Mimi sijui ni za nani, nasikia tu mmoja akisema namba 3. Haya.
Siku nataka mseme ni mimi niliamua. Mutikogene ni datweleire ke? Mudo. The code.
Haya, Kefa. Tuwehe dakika seconds sigana leo.
We have another 45 seconds.
45 seconds.
Aya. 30, 29, 28, 27, 26.
Haya, number 1 naona imelead, number 2 ndio hiyo, number 3. Number 1, number 3.
Aya. 10 more seconds and in 10, 9.
Naona watu 37 wamevote.
7, 6.
Sasa niko na gift moja lazima tuongezee, lazima tuende peta. Ndio hiyo.
2, 1. Closing the results. Thank you very much.
So nasikia number 3, So number 3 ndio imeshinda. Sasa mnaona vile kukua digital inasaidia? Si mnaona? Sasa sisi wote tulikuwa 200, nimeona tumevote watu 40. 40 what? Kefa, tumevote watu wangapi? Aya. Ati kimeibiwa, si ilikuwa live. Mmeona ilikuwa live. So hakuna kusema kitu imeibiwa. Sawa. So nataka kuconfirm ni wewe ulichukua hiyo picha. Haya, kuja. Haya, Karoebo.
Musa. DJ.
Niona no hote go campaign, Kefa?
Yes, from the total number, I can confirm we have reached the threshold of 55 persons.
Oh, 55 persons,
Yeah.
So that is like 25%.
Yes.
Wakulima tuchangamke na digital, si ndio? So asanti sana. Na finally, as I hand over the program to the representative of Nakuru County, mnakumbuka ni yeye alikuwa atufungulie, but akawa amechelewa kidogo, but he's going to close for us. But kulikuwa na ile swali ya viazi inaitwaje. Sasa I'm going to give the answer, and this is the basis. They say that Kiswahili was born in No, this is what they say, that Kiswahili was born in Tanzania, it got sick in Kenya, died in Congo, and buried in Uganda. So my answer is based on that Tanzania is where Swahili was born. Kwa hivyo, viazi ukiulizwa zinaitwaje? Inaitwa viazi mviringo. Viazi mviringo. Imagine hiyo tu imekufanya usiende na gift. But anyway, so Okay, so I'm being requested by Joy that kama hujapeana meal card yako tafadhali urudishe. So I have come to the end of the session and I'm going to invite Lynette to close our occasion. And I was your MC again, Irene Jogu. It was a pleasure to be with you. I have learned a lot. Na pia nimejienjoy. Sawa sawa. So asanti sana and karibu sana Lynette.
Good afternoon. Muriega. Unajua mimi natoka huko Western, so huko tunasema mrembe. Mrembe mno, mirembe. The meaning of that is peace. Sindio? We are peaceful people. So when I tell you mrembe, I'm wishing you peace. Sindio? So mrembe. Mrembe. Yeah, so my name is Lynette Echesa. I come from, nimesema natoka Western, but this is my county, Nakuru County, the county of unlimited opportunities. County number 42 ama 32? 32, sindio? Kwa hivyo, I was supposed to be here in the morning to welcome you, but I just walked in when the CEC of Nyandarua, your CEC was addressing, and I really appreciate your presence. I'm very happy to be with you. Somebody said that in life, you might need a doctor, you might need a policeman, but every day, 3 times a day, whom do you need? A farmer. So you are very important. So I'm very humbled and lucky to be among farmers. Sindio? Kwa hivyo, I just want to take this opportunity to thank the organizers, IFDC, the other stakeholders. I was among the farmers. I like sitting with farmers and, just listening and learning. So I was able to sit with them. I was able to go around and just see how this good project has really assisted farmers in Nyandarua. And I hope that, hopefully that IFDC will also come to Nakuru. We are working, we are also one of the leading potato producers in the country. Actually, in Nakuru County, we have 11 sub-counties. 9 are the major potato producing. And actually, potato is like number 2 that earns us money in this county. Kwa hivyo, I just want to welcome you. In the morning, I was supposed to welcome you, so I welcome you to our county. Come again. And I hope that we are also going to come to Nyandarua. I had a question being asked about the regulations. Hiyo wakati tulikuwa tunapigania hiyo bag ya 50 kg. Tulikuwa na Nyandarua. Actually, sisi Nyandarua na sisi wetu walikuwa hivi. Sisi ndio tulikuwa tunaenda, tulikuwa amongst the potato counties who even brought other counties together. Kwa hivyo, hii yote, it narrows down to you farmers, our farmers. Because broker akikuja, huwa anakuja kwa nani? Kwa farmer. Nani huwa anamfungia? Si mkulima ndiye anamkubalishia a pack viazi, si ndio? Kwa hivyo hii movement itaanza na nyinyi wakulima, si ndio? Sisi tunaweza anza to enforce. I remember tulikuwa tunakaa kwa barabara tukingojea malori usiku. Hata some of our officers were threatened. Can you imagine being threatened? And we are staying in the village there. Kwa hivyo, these regulations, we want to work with you farmers. And it is for your benefit. It's not only for farmers, actually, it's for all the stakeholders, the buyers and the farmers themselves. Because when ukisoma hiyo regulations vizuri, inatueleza jinsi unafaa utransport viazi, jinsi unafaa ufunge viazi, jinsi hata unafaa uweke upack, si ndio? Ukizisoma tu moja kwa moja, ni vitu ambazo zinasaidia mkulima na hata mnunuaji. Sijui kama kuna word kama mnunuzi, sorry. Mwalimu wangu wa Kiswahili akisikia atakasirika. Kwa hivyo, wakulima, tufanye kazi, si ndio? Tusi give up. Hizi regulations ni zetu na zinatusaidia. Tufanye kazi kwa vikundi. Si nimesikia sana wakulima wakipeana testimonies hapa. Jinsi kufanya kazi kwa vikundi imewasaidia. Tumekuwa na issues za fertilizers, si ndio? Tukikuwa kwa vikundi itakuwa rahisi hata serikali kuweza kuorganize jinsi fertilizer ama inputs zinaweza kutufikia. Juzi tuko na mtandao inaitwa viazi soko. Wangapi wamesikia viazi soko? Hatujasikia viazi soko. Tulikuwa na mshikadau wa NPCK hapa. Aliongelelea kuhusu viazi soko. Was it this last year Nakuru County ilikuwa leading. Through that platform tuliweza kufikishia wakulima wetu certified seed potato. Tumeona wakulima washikadau hapa wakiwa encourage tutumie certified seed potato, si ndio? Na tumeona uzuri wake, si ndio? PCN inapunguza, unapata high produce, si ndio? Kwa hivyo let's be in groups. Let's also be digital, si ndio? Kama hiyo viazi soko ilisaidia wakulima kupata mbegu ambayo imeidhinishwa karibu na hao. Waliwenda tu kwa one of the service providers waka register na immediately viazi zikawafikishia. Na ni huko Mount Narok, mnajua Mount Narok? Several centers, Keringet, very far away, viazi ziliwafikia. So let's not tusikae kwa hizo enzi za zamani, tuna recycle viazi na tunaendeleza wadudu, bakteria, PCN kwa mchanga yetu. Si umeona production inaenda chini? Kwa hivyo let's be digital, let's work in groups. Let's keep on learning. Hii masomo ambayo tunasoma haiishi kwa akili yetu. Kuna mtu anaweza kuchukua. So kama kuna masomo ya wakulima, tafadhali tuende, si ndio? Tuende tusikilize. Kuna hata climate smart technology mwenzangu kutoka Nyandarua ameongelelea ambazo zinatuzuia. Kama sasa sijui Nyandarua kama kunanyesha huko. Kumekauka, si ndio? Hata hapo ukiangalia shamba imekauka kabisa. Hata tujui kama tutapata mahindi. Kwa hivyo let's adapt the new technologies that are coming. Kitu kingine kuna kutegemea shangi, si ndio? Shangi ndio viazi tumejua kuanzia sijui lini, si ndio? Wacha to adapt other varieties that are coming up, si ndio? So I'm very happy tumekuwa na stakeholders wengi ambao wamekuja kutuuzia mbegu ambazo ziko certified, ambao ni za kisasa, tumesikia maneno ya dormancy, tumesikia maneno ya value addition, si ndio? Kwa hivyo kwa wakulima tutie manani hiyo masomo. Kama kuna kitu ambayo inaweza kutuletea pesa, inaweza kuimprove our production, tusikie, si ndio? Kwa sababu na tukishasikia, let's go at home and implement. And when you implement, usikae na hiyo knowledge peke yako. Si sasa tumechanuka kidogo, si ndio? Kama leo nimesoma maneno mengi kuhusu PCN. Leo hata for the first time nimeona kuna potato flour, kuna potato tumesoma nini ingine? Potato flakes. Si ndio? Kwa hivyo hiyo maneno ya value addition, let's keep on learning. Knowledge is forever. Knowledge huwa haiishi. Na ile kitu ambayo iko kwa mind yako haiwezi kufanya nini? Kupotea. Si ndio? Kwa hivyo on behalf of my county director of agriculture, on behalf of our county, we want to continue welcoming these meetings. We want to continue even having exchange programs. Nasikitika sikuwa na wakulima wangu, lakini Nakuru County pia tunajivunia kuwa na wakulima wa viazi. Na tunataka tukuje tusome kwa nyinyi, si ndio? Kwa hivyo sijui kama mtatukubalia tukuje tusome kwenyu. Mtatukubalia? Kwa hivyo soon Madam CDA, we have to exchange, especially kwa hii potato value chain. Vile mnaona ugali inaenda ikipanda. Sasa chakula ambayo itakuwa at least ni viazi, si ndio? Kwa hivyo tuendelee kukuza viazi, tuendelee work hard, tuendelee kusoma, tukue kwa vikundi, tukue digital, ndio tukue food secure, si ndio? Kwa hivyo I just want to again thank you for the organizers, thank you for inviting us, thank you for having this masomo kwa wakulima. Ni vizuri kusoma na wakulima na kupata knowledge. Kwa hivyo I thank the organizers and hope that in the future we are still going to continue working together and even especially to improve the potato value chain. So on that I will ask Judy.
Niko hapa.
Yeah, so I would like to invite Judy to come. And also, vile mumekuja Nakuru, please. Mnajua it's Nakuru, not county, it is Nakuru city, si ndio? Kwa hivyo kama mmekuja city, msikae tu hapa Tumaini. Pia mtembee muone mandhari, si ndio? Muone city vile inakaa. Na tunawakaribisha kabisa na kabisa, muendelee kuwa mnakuja kwa kaunti yetu. Asanteni sana.
Asante sana. Tumpigie makofi kwa kuleta nguvu za Kiluya. Umesikia? Watu wa Western mnakula waru, wanakula mahindi, shauri yenu. Hizo ndio nguvu za obusuma. Si mnajua? Ugali inaitwa aje? Obusuma. Unakula obusuma na ingoho, unapata nguvu kama hizo. Si ndio? Sasa tumefika mwisho wa ukweli. Sasa mimi si muongo, Irene ametudanganya. Irene amekuwa ametuambia tumeisha, tumemaliza, tulimaliza na bado tuko hapa. Sasa mimi ndio msema kweli. Sasa tumefika mwisho wa safari ya leo. Tumeshukuru Irene kwa kuchukua the whole day to take us through. We are so happy to keep farmers seated. Wakulima wa waketi, si ndio? Wakulima wa ngoja. Wamama wa waketi, si ndio? Wababa wa wanaketi. Situkubaliane? Mnataka tufanye menti? Tufanye menti. Tujue. Tuone. Wamama wa waketi, si ndio? Wababa wa wanaketi. Mwache kundanganya. Wamama wanaamka, wako na watoto, wanapikia watoto. Wacha tuanze. Wamama wanaamka, wanakamua ng'ombe, wanapeleka, si ndio? Sawa. Wacha nianze tena. Ngoja. Wamama wanaamka, wanapikia wazee, wazee wanaamka, wanakunywa chai imepikwa na wamama, wanaenda kukamua. Ngoja, shika.
Wamama wanakamua. Wamama wanaamka, anaita mzee, mzee anakunywa, mama anakamua, anapeleka maziwa, baba anachukua pesa.
Hiyo ni mimi nimesema. Ngoja. Hiyo ni mimi nimesema. Ngoja. Hiyo nani amesema? Ni mimi. Ngoja. Hiyo mwezi niekelea by the way. Hiyo si mimi nimesema, si ndio? Msijaribu kusema pale Judy akakuja akasimama hapa akasema wamama wanafanya kazi kwa wamama, pesa kwa wazee. Si ndio hiyo? Sasa nani amesema hiyo? Ni mimi. Bas, kesi imeisha. Turudi mashinani tuangalie nani huyu anachukua pesa ya mama, si ndio? Ama wababa wanataka kujitetea? Nani anataka kutetea wababa? Nani yako kwa chama cha wababa? Kwani mko wengi aje? Amwezi alikuwa mmoja anatetea wamama. Mbona mnataka watu 10 kutetea? Moja, kuja hapa tuone. Na waharakishe by the way, tunataka kunywa chai na tuende nyumbani.
Hamjambo. Sasa okay, sitakataa venye amesema sana, lakini after tumechukua pesa wanatupora.
Sasa hii nani atashinda? Tukiwapora watu tunapeleka wapi? Ngoja. Tukiwapora pesa watu tunapeleka wapi? Tunawanunulia nguo, tunawasomesha watoto, wamama, si ndio? Hamwezi shinda hivi tabaidhe. Mnataka tulale hapa? Hatulali hapa, si ndio? Wamama wameshinda. Hebu tupigie wamama. Ya wamama by the way mtashinda. Tukifanya debate, wamama hapa lazima tushinde, si ndio? Si ndio? Lakini turudi kwa nyumba, tusishindane, tufanye kazi pamoja, si ndio? Tuinie kilimo, tusomeshe watoto, tujijenge, si ndio? Na tuache siasa mbaya, si ndio? Msitumie vibaya kwa siasa, hiyo mseme nilisema. So, kumalizia kabisa so we have 5 minutes to finish. Uko nje tafadhali tujaribu tuangalie exhibitors wetu. Tuko na Equity Bank, wanaangalia mambo ya pesa. Tuko na Kefis, wanatuonyesha tukitaka kufanya certified seed. To make sure tumezunguka, tupate tu contact, tuangalie Yara iko hapo na potato fertilizers. Tuangalie wale watu wote wako hapo ndio tujue ujuzi zaidi, si ndio? Alafu nataka kuwaomba msamaha. Huku si Nyandarua, acha nikwambie. Ako wapi director wa Nakuru asisikie? Tulisema tupikiwa chai ya watu 200, tulipikiwa chai ya watu wangapi? Hata ikufika 150. Ni wangapi walikosa chai? Hebu niweni mikono. Nimesema kila mtu apewe vikombe 5 za chai, sawa? Na mandazi, si ndio? Poleni sana. Ni hao walitumia, sijui nini walijipanga. Finally, kuna chai of course, saa 10 tutembee, tuangalie, tufurahi. And on behalf of FDC and everybody else, tumeshukuru sana everybody for coming. We don't take it for granted that you can come all the way from Nyandarua and leave your many jobs. Like I said, our farmers, we have so much to do. And our partners, that you can give us the whole day, of course, to share our lessons and to share the work that we've been doing together. And for that, we appreciate and we wish you well and we'll see you soon. Like Josephat said, we continue to do the good work with the farmers and learning together. We don't say challenges are not there. We say that challenges are there to make us grow. Si ndio wakulima? Changamoto ziko hapo, zitufunze lessons ndio tuweze kujimudu, sawa? So, and for that, thank you very much. And we wish you well as you travel safe back home. And we'll see you again in the field. Kefa unataka kututetea wa baba? Oh, anataka kufunga na maombi. Lakini wajui kuomba.
Santi Judy, thank you Judy. So on behalf of our online viewers who have been with us the whole day, thank you very much for staying with us. And we really appreciate. And for all our technical team, thank you so much for making this happen. It's been an honor being with you always. So kwa wale wako online wanauliza maswali, for those who are asking questions, we are going to put an email, info@ifdc.org, then somebody will get back to you. Thank you very much. Do have a blessed evening.
Asante sana. Na kwa hiyo nani anaweza tuombea, tufunge, aombe chai, aombe safari zetu, lakini pia usiombe hadi kesho, sawa? Si mpaka tufike nyumbani mapema, tuangalie watoto kama walitoka shule na ng'ombe wanakamuliwa. Nani atatuombea? Sawa, asante.
Thank you very much. Nashukuru sababu siku ya leo imekuwa ni sikukuu. Vile nimeambiwa niombe na niombe maombi mafupi, wazee tukatoa kofia ili tumuombe Bwana Mungu wetu. Thank you Lord. The day has been good and well planned. So Lord, we say thanks. We have seen your glory. We have stayed in harmony. We have had food. We had drinks. So Lord, we say thank you. Now, we have come to the terminus of this day. We are ending our meeting this time. So Lord, be with us as we take our journey to our homes, which we left. So God bless us as we go home. Avoid accidents and other obstacles in the way. So Lord, we ask you to direct us and be with us. Again, we say thanks to our FDC. Lord, bless them and make them live wrong, to be a strong stakeholder, to be a strong partner in growing of potatoes in order to establish our lives and to be stable in economically. So Lord, with this, again you have tea. This time, so bless us as we take the tea and we pray this in the name of our Lord Jesus Christ. Amen. The grace with us and forevermore. Amen.
Mkutano imeisha, tukunywe chai, tuangalie exhibitors na tunaweza enda nyumbani. Kuna watu walisomwa majina, tafadhali muone Jocelyn, mubaki kwa room. Thank you.